The time is now 6 p.m. Our regular City Council meeting for April 2nd, 2024 is now in session. First on the agenda is Councilmember Gibson will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
If we may all bow our heads. Gracious and merciful Creator, as we gather here today as members of the City Council and staff and City Manager and residents of City of Schertz, we seek your guidance and wisdom. Grant us with the clarity of mind to make decisions that benefit our community, the compassion to understand diverse perspectives, and the courage to act with integrity and justice. May our decisions be filled with respect and our decisions be made in the spirit of collaboration and unity. Bless our city with peace, prosperity, and harmony. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Before we get started, I do have one special announcement. As a reminder, students who are participating in the Hal Baldwin Scholarship are required to sign in on the sheet that was located in the back. Those of you that are watching online, you can forward an email to sgonzalez@schertz.com. That's SGONZALEZ@schertz.com. With that, we have a couple. First, we have a presentation, the TMLI Award Leadership, the Award of Leadership for the City of Schertz. Ms. Hayward, floor is yours. Oh, both of us.
It's on. Oh, it's on. Okay. Okay. Mayor and Steve, it is my pleasure and my honor to be able to present the city with this TMLI, so Texas Municipal League Institute Award of Leadership. It's presented to the City of Schertz for recognizing the importance of continuing education to the enhancement of local governance by investing in training of your elected leaders through Texas Municipal League Institute 2023. This is given because of 5 years of certified municipal officer training that I received. So it is going to the city because you're investing in our training. And I just wanted to say thank you guys, and I am so appreciative that I get to learn from all the best in the city, in the state.
It was Councilmember Hayward's dedication to continue her education through TML that we were presented with this award. Thank you, Councilmember Hayward. We have a couple of proclamations. I'm going to move the Military Child of the Month. If you can, the representatives, please come up here and join us. And Councilmember Gibson will be doing the proclamation.
Just you is just fine. Perfect. Month of the Military Child is April 2024. And Purple Up for Military Kids Day is April 2nd, 2024. Whereas the City of Schertz will observe Month of the Military Child during the month of April 2024 and on April 2nd, 2024, Purple Up for the Military Kids Day. To honor military families and their children for the sacrifice they make in their unconditional support of our armed services. And whereas more than 1.6 million children under the age of 18 have at least one parent serving in the armed forces, and an estimated 900,000 children have had one or both parents deployed multiple times. And whereas the City of Schertz, along with the Texas Education Agency, are committed to ensuring military-connected students are supported in our schools and various programs. As our men and women in the uniform focus on the challenges and missions they face in the line of duty, and whereas in the month of April, citizens can show their support for military children and appreciation for their strength and sacrifices by wearing purple, which represents the bleeding of the colors of 5 branches of the armed forces. Now, therefore, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, can call upon all citizens of the City of Schertz and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the month of April 2024 to be the month of the military child and April 2nd of 2024 as Purple Up for the Military Kids Day. In testimony thereof, I have hereunder set my hand this second day of April 2024 and cause the seal of the City of Schertz to be affixed.
Before you step down, I'm going to give you a proclamation. Let's take a small photo. Hold on. There we go. The military child. My daughter was one of them, and I think she attended 8 different schools by the time she graduated. It takes quite a bit for a family to go through when you have to PCS, where the family has to pack, unpack. The kids have to adjust to a new school. And we thank you for your service and supporting your husband in his military career. Appreciate it. If I can please have the library representatives join me up here. The City of Schertz Proclamation, National Library Week, April 7th through April 13th, 2024. Whereas libraries offer the opportunity for everyone to connect with others, learn new skills, and pursue their passion no matter where in their life journey they're at. Whereas libraries adapt to the ever-changing needs of their communities, developing and expanding collections, programs, and services that are as diverse as the population they serve. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, civic engagement, and shared community goals. Whereas libraries play a pivotal role in economic development by providing resources and support for job seekers, entrepreneurs, small businesses, thus contributing to the local prosperity and growth of a city. Whereas the Schertz Public Library was established 46 years ago by residents' request and has 22 staff members and approximately 35 volunteers who serve the City of Schertz Library. Whereas the Schertz Public Library has more than 397,000 checkouts, 194,000 visits, and provide 537 programs to close to 115,000 attendees each year. Whereas the Schertz Public Library provides access to more than 270,000 items in multiple formats, including physical items such as books, magazines, newspapers, DVDs, audiobooks, games, kits, digital items such as ebooks, audiobooks, digital newspapers, streaming videos, and a number of online services and resources. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocate across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, let it be resolved. I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor for the City of Schertz, do by here proclaim National Library Week, April 7th through April 13th, 2024.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Melissa Yulhorn, the Schertz Public Library Director, and I just want to say that it's been a real privilege and joy to serve the community for a very long time now at the library. But a shout out to the staff members and the volunteers and the library board who have worked so hard to provide this community's information, to meet this community's information needs over the last several decades. So please come and visit us, come get a library card. Check out this month's Schertz magazine to see about all the different things that the library does besides books. We, of course, books, yay, we're big on those, but we do a lot of other things. And there's a good story this month about the library and about all the different things that we do. So we would love to see you. Please come visit us. It's just right down the street, a couple of blocks away. Thank you so much.
The next proclamation is Councilman Hayward will be reading Councilmember Westbrook, the Crime Victims' Rights Week. If I can have the representatives please join us up here.
Hello, how are you? In order for everybody to pay attention, there will be a quiz at the end of this, so pay attention. Whereas this is National Crime Victims' Rights Week proclamation, April 21st through 27th, 2024. Whereas the term victim is more than just a label and has legal standing and protections that go along with it. Whereas Crime Victims' Rights Acts passed here in Texas and at the federal level guarantee victims the right to meaningfully participate and use their voice in the criminal justice process, whereas victim services providers, advocates, law enforcement officers, attorneys, and other allied professionals can help survivors find their justice by enforcing these rights, whereas the right to provide an impact statement ensures that victims' voices are considered in court during the sentencing and, when applicable, restitution processes, whereas including and elevating the voice of survivors makes certain that they are heard and seen and creates a path to forging and sustaining community trust. Whereas engaging survivors creates responses and services that are credible, meaningful, and centered on individual needs. Whereas survivors' lived experiences can serve as a catalyst for implementing innovative programs, shifting existing programs in new directions, and changing policies or practices that prevent survivors from accessing services or pursuing justice. Whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to listening to crime survivors in every space where decisions are made that can impact them, and whereas Schertz Police Department is hereby dedicated to amplifying the voices of survivors and creating an environment where survivors have the confidence that they will be heard, believed, and supported. Now therefore be it resolved that Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, does hereby proclaim the week of April 21st through the 27th, 2024 as Crime Victims' Rights Week.
Hello, I'm Heather Davis. I am the Crime Victim Liaison with Schertz PD. I didn't have anything planned to say, so I didn't realize I was going to be up here. But I do want to acknowledge that there's so many people that come in contact with the victims besides myself, before and after, and I do want to acknowledge them, from the patrol officers to the detectives. There's one right here in the front row that is supporting myself, and the the district attorney's office, and all of us work together as a team, and we all have very important roles to support the victims, and I appreciate all of us that are involved. And I do want to say that when I look out, there are so many people that are here supporting me today as well. The crime victim liaison, Krista from Cibolo. I see my lieutenant, my chief, my detective, and a very good friend of mine, Jackie, from Schertz PD. So thank you for all of you supporting me, because that allows me the opportunity to support the victims. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Krista Chandler. I'm the crime victim liaison for Cibolo, and I just want to say a special thank you to the mayor and the city council for supporting this program and the crime victim liaison and moving it from a full dedicated position to the citizens of Schertz. And Heather Davis has stepped into this role, and she has done a phenomenal job in the last couple of months. So I just want to thank you guys for your support and for the community support. Thank you.
Mic's open. Okay. Let's take a photo. Let's. Next proclamation is Councilmember Hayward will read the Sexual Assault Awareness Month. If I can have the representatives, please join me up here.
And y'all do a lot. Crime victims, sexual assault, that's a tough role. And this is a tough one to read when you know what's happening with this. And I just always want to encourage people to not just think about it this month, but keep it to the forefront all the time. National Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month, April 2024. Whereas every 68 seconds, another person in the United States is sexually assaulted. And in Texas, 2 in 5 women and 1 in 5 men are victims of sexual assault. And in fiscal year 2023, Thriving Hearts Crisis Center rendered 1,410 services to 452 survivors of sexual violence and provided 124 hospital accompaniments for sexual assault exams. Whereas most victims are sexually assaulted by someone they know, and 91% of the victims do not report it to the police. Whereas it is appropriate to salute the more than 20 million victims who have survived sexual assault in the United States, and the efforts of victims, volunteers, and professionals who combat sexual assault. Whereas national and community organizations and private sector supporters should be recognized and applauded for their work in promoting awareness about sexual assault. Whereas police, forensic workers, prosecutors should be recognized and commended for their hard work and innovative strategies to increase the percentage of sexual assault cases that resolve in prosecution and incarceration of offenders. Whereas sexual violence is a persistent and pervasive problem in our society, one that requires attention year-round. And in order to foster healthy communities, all citizens must support the effort to end sexual violence every month of the year. And whereas national and community organizations, businesses in the private sector, and the media are urged national sexual assault awareness of sexual violence and strategies to decrease the incidence of sexual assault. Now, therefore, be it resolved on behalf of the Mayor, Ralph Gutierrez, he does hereby proclaim April as the month of National Sexual Awareness and Prevention in Schertz, and urge all citizens to observe this month by supporting goals and ideas of victims and those working toward awareness and prevention by participating in community efforts.
As we approach April, we enter a month dedicated to sexual assault awareness. It is a time to stand in solidarity with survivors and raise awareness. I'm Reagan. I'm the Community Engagement Specialist at Thriving Hearts Crisis Center. At Thriving Hearts, we're dedicated to supporting survivors of sexual assault and intimate partner violence across 4 counties. We understand the profound impact these traumas can have on individuals and communities, which is why we offer a comprehensive range of services which are all free of charge. Our services include a 24/7 crisis hotline, emergency shelter, counseling and support groups, safety planning, victims advocacy, accompaniment to court, medical appointments, and law enforcement. We also offer parenting programs, legal advocacy, sexual assault advocacy, case management, and information and referrals. These services are designed to provide survivors with the support and resources they need to heal and rebuild their lives. One upcoming event that we are excited about is Denim Day on April 24th. Denim Day is an opportunity for us to come together as a community to support survivors of sexual assault and spread awareness about the importance of consent and ending sexual violence. We invite you all to join us at the Cibolo Multi-Event Complex from 5:30 to 7:30. It's open to all ages, and we encourage everyone to wear jeans to show their support. During Denim Day, we'll have a performance by Natalie Rose, guest speakers, a Denim Day walk, and some fun games. It is a chance for us to come together, show our support for our survivors, and demonstrate our commitment to ending sexual violence in our communities. Thank you for allowing us to share our mission with you today. Together, let's work towards a future where everyone feels safe, respected, and empowered. Thank you.
Anybody else like to say something? No? Let's take a photo. Our final proclamation is Councilmember Brown will read the proclamation for the Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month.
On back, folks. It's amazing that the same faces are up here for so many great causes and supporting the community in so many different ways. The City of Schertz proclamation, Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month, April 2024. Whereas more than 37,264 cases of child abuse and neglect were confirmed in Texas during 2023. And whereas there were 177 confirmed victims of child abuse and neglect in Guadalupe County in 2023. And whereas child abuse prevention is a community responsibility and finding solutions depends on involvement among all people. And whereas communities must make every effort to promote and support programs that benefit children and their families. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed because of partnerships among a variety of entities, including but not limited to schools, religious organizations, law enforcement agencies, child protective services, prosecution agencies, medical professionals, mental health professionals, the children's advocacy centers, court-appointed special advocates, and other community-based nonprofit organizations. And whereas everyone in the community should become more aware of the child abuse prevention and consider helping parents raise their children in safe, nurturing environments, as well as supporting local professionals dedicated to meeting the needs of child abuse victims. And now therefore be it resolved that Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, hereby proclaims Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month, April 2024, in Schertz, Texas, and urge all citizens to work together to reduce child abuse and neglect and to significantly improve the response of our community when child abuse occurs in the months and years ahead.
All right, so we just want, I'm Michelle Meehan from the Guadalupe County Children's Advocacy Center, and we just want to thank each and every one of you and our city council for your continued support in just protecting our kids in our community. So a little bit about the Advocacy Center. We're a nonprofit agency that works with our partner agencies such as law enforcement, the Department of Family Protective Services, prosecution, medical and mental health professionals, and CASA. And we are all here to help our kids and families when something has happened to them. And a little bit about what we did last year in 2023. We provided services to 782 children. And so when you drive around and see our pinwheel displays, you'll see 782 pinwheels at each of our displays representing our kiddos that we saw last year and helped out. We also provided 511 forensic interviews, and that just gives kids a time and space and opportunity to talk about their experience in their own words. And while that is happening, we have family advocates who work with their family members, and we provided 338 advocacy sessions. We had 243 kiddos enrolled in therapy sessions, and they received 2,706 sessions, and that's trauma-focused therapy, which is sometimes really hard to find, and so lots of kids getting help. We had 51 caregivers enrolled in therapy, and they received 522 therapy sessions last year as well. And we also do community outreach with our kids in schools, and we had 60 children complete a program called RAD Kids, Personal Empowerment Safety Course, and we had 140 children complete the Monique Bird Teen Safety Matters program, and we're looking to expand those each and every year to our kids in Guadalupe County. There's many ways that you all can get involved. Right now we have our Champions for Courageous Children campaign going on with our pinwheel displays, and so you can text GCCAC to 44321 and donate to that. We also have Schertz Designer Purse Bingo coming up on Thursday, May 9th, so tickets will go on sale April 30th. And we'll have our Knockout Child Abuse Bowling fundraiser this summer, and that goes straight to our kids and families. So we just want to thank you all for your support, and when you suspect something or have a concern for a child, say something. Call the hotline at 1-800-252-5400 or Schertz PD 911 local law enforcement, because it's all of our jobs together as a community to protect our kids and families. So thank you.
Thank you all so much for serving our community and protecting our kids. Appreciate it so much. Next, we have employee recognition. First is engineering.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and City Administration. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. And now for something not made up. I'm happy this evening to introduce Robert Walker, our associate engineer who just joined the engineering department. Robert comes to us from Arizona. He really grew up in Barstow, California, but is glad to be out of California and prefers not to admit growing up there. After high school, Robert joined the Marines and served as a crew chief, which is a door gunner and mechanic, because you have to have two jobs in the Marine Corps. He says he much preferred shooting things apart than maintaining or fixing them. I hear he's particularly fond of the minigun. He served for 5 years, including a duty assignment in Okinawa, and was a corporal when he left service. After the Marine Corps, he returned briefly to California and began college. He moved to Arizona and attended Arizona State University and received his Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering and his Master of Science in Structural Engineering. Excuse me. He began working for Kimley Horn in Arizona, mainly on airport projects. He worked on projects at the San Francisco Airport, Phoenix Airport, another regional airport in the Phoenix area, and San Antonio Airport. Because of his work at San Antonio, Kimley Horn transferred him here to their office here about a year ago. Robert is a Schertz resident in the North Cliff area and an avid golfer. He really likes golfing. He golfs most weekends. He also enjoys biking and all forms of games, outdoor, cornhole, softball, those kinds of things, video games, and even board games. He's up for a challenge anytime. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening and welcoming Robert to our team.
Mike's yours.
Yes, sir.
Oh, please, the mic's yours, it's open.
He covered it pretty well.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Well, welcome to our team, Robert.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Next is municipal court.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We'll have to introduce our employee on the next month meeting.
All right, we'll move on then.
Thanks for that.
Next is police department.
Hi, good evening. I am here to introduce Maria Hartman. She was hired on March 11th, and she joins us as a public safety communications officer with our police department. She was born and raised in Missouri until she was 15 before her family moved to Colorado Springs. Her dad's job eventually brought her and her family to Texas. Maria's parents, Daniel and Mary Jo, live in the area, and her dad was a naval aviator and her mom was a RN-BSN. She has a dog named Cosmo. That's her fur baby. She has 3 brothers, and she's an auntie to 6 awesome kids. Maria was homeschooled until college, where she attended Pikes Peak Community College and received her Associates of Applied Science in Culinary Arts. So we're looking forward to everything she's going to cook for us. Can't wait. She don't know it yet, but. So in her spare time, Maria loves to cook, bake, dance, walk her dog, and craft. And some of her favorite crafts are cross-stitch, diamond art, and embroidery.
Mike's yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the City of Schertz community. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for serving the city of Schertz and our residents. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on. We have city events and announcements of upcoming events. Mr. James.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to let folks know, coming up this Saturday, April 6th and Sunday, April 7th is the 2024 Great Texas Air Show. Gates open for that at 9 a.m. Both days. Performances begin at 11 a.m. and they include the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, which are scheduled to perform at 3 p.m. And again, that's at JBSA Randolph. The next weekend, Saturday, April 13th, another one of our nature discovery series, Discover Impressive Insects. That's 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. at Crescent Bend Nature Park. The following day, Sunday, April 14th, is Moving on Main. That's 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Main Street. And our next regularly scheduled council meeting is Tuesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. here in council chambers.
All right, thank you. Announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I have quite a few tonight, actually. We had some promotions. So Coyle French was promoted from Drainage Worker 1 to Drainage Worker 2. And Jessica Dykes was promoted from Accountant to Assistant Finance Director. And Jennifer Villarreal was promoted from part-time paramedic to full-time paramedic. And also, as a part of our classification and compensation study, several departments were recommended for level 2 or the creation of a senior level position to create a development path in specific career areas. As a result, Human Resources worked with these departments and they finalized a job progression program. This was all included in our budget this year. So for the people who are a part of that program, I want to read those really quickly. There are 4 in the library that moved up. Lizzie Bertoia, I always say that wrong, moved from librarian to senior librarian, as well as April Toman, Stephanie Barbosa, both moved from librarian to senior librarian, and Jessica Wheelis is now a library assistant. Eric Schultze is now senior engineer from engineer. John Nowak is now our assistant engineer from engineer. Dylan Sandberg is, instead of an apprentice plumber, a journeyman plumber. Oscar Medina is IT support specialist. Brian Jackson is IT support specialist. And Stephen Gillard is a Fleet Mechanic 1 from Fleet Mechanic 2. Mike Walkden is moved from financial analyst to senior financial analyst. Cole Moody went from Parks Maintenance Tech 1 to 2, and Ian King as well went from park maintenance 1 to 2. So we are glad for all of those folks. They do an excellent job for the city, and we're glad to be able to provide that progression for them. Also, Cole Moody and Larry May from the Parks Department recently placed 4th in the truck and trailer competition at the Texas Recreation and Parks Society State Maintenance Rodeo in Galveston in late February. There were 53 teams in the rodeo, so this was pretty impressive for them to finish that high, to say the least. Ian King also participated in the backhoe competition. However, he fell short of the podium, and he'll get them next year. So congratulations to these guys on their amazing job representing Schertz. And also in the Parks Department, there were 3 employees who were recently appointed to leadership positions in the Texas Recreation and Parks, or TRAPS, Society. Parks Director Lauren Schrum was sworn in as the Central Region Director for the Board of Directors, and Recreation Manager Cassie Paddock is the Chair of the Future and Young Professionals branch of TRAPS, and Recreation Coordinator Sydney Paredes was sworn in as the Central Region Rep for the Future and Young Professionals branch. So I want to please join me in congratulating them as well. The one thing I've challenged staff to do is to step out and be involved in their professional associations and get the name of Schertz out there among the other communities, and they're doing an excellent job doing that. Lastly, the Schertz Cibolo Selma Lions Club, in partnership with the city and HEB, hosted the 12th annual Easter in the Park event this last Saturday on March 30th. There were 376 children that registered in all different age groups to do egg hunts. And we also had food vendors and other activities for the kids. Of course, there were a couple of parents with those kids. We had about close to 1,000 people out there at the park this weekend. It was a great event. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I just want to say congratulations to our city staff on their promotions and new positions. So we'll move on. Next on the agenda is a hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Now, there's also several public hearings here today. So you have a choice. You may speak during the hearing of residents, you may wait until the public hearing, or you may speak at both. The option is yours. If they call your name, if you want to hold off until the public hearing, please say so, and we'll note that on the sign-up sheet. All right, with that, Mayor Pro Tem, please call our first speaker.
Okay, the majority of the individuals put on there the specific agenda item that they wanted to speak in, but there were some that put just zoning. I'm going to assume that they're not looking to speak right now. So the other ones that I'll go through here, and if I miss one, just please let me know. But the first one here I would have is Taurine, Washington.
May I speak?
Yes, name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Torian Washington, address 1029 Silvertree Boulevard. So hello, Mayor and council members and residents. My name is Torian Washington. I just want to introduce myself. It's just amazing. I think things are just not how it's aligned, and I'm here because I'm a product of a military family. So I definitely want to thank all those in service. So my mother served the Army, and I moved around a lot. So I went to Fort Clayton, Fort Huachuca, Fort Lewis, as well as Fort Detrick. So I'm here, just want to introduce myself because I'm a new resident of Schertz, and it's been a welcoming community. I was originally born in Fort Worth, but here I want to establish a presence as a resident, but also as a business. So I'm a visual artist, entrepreneur, and so I'm looking at raising capital to actually have a spot in Schertz because I want to really be able to revitalize the arts and culture. Coincidentally, I'm not sure if the director of the library is still here. I was there, I saw Jessica and Lexa, so they actually signed me up hopefully for the 13th, which is still Library Week, where I can actually have a pop-up exhibition to show my art and showcase what I do and give an art talk. And then coincidentally, I actually saw Lauren and Cassie Paddock, and I'm gonna be a part of Moving On Main, doing live caricatures for people in the public, so they actually commissioned me to do that. So if you're there on the 14th, come through. And then also I'll be doing classes for K through for children as well as adults and seniors. So that's something in the works with Sydney Paredes. I'm sorry, I don't know if I pronounced her name correctly. And so, yeah, so I quickly in this time, I've been really establishing a presence, and I'm excited just to work with everybody. Also, coincidentally, with the JSBA, the Joint San Antonio, the bases, I'll actually be at the Thunderbird show. I'm also partnered with AFES. I'll be there for Randolph, Lackland, and Fort Sam. So I'm in the BX and the kiosk. So I'm just excited to be a part of the community and work with everybody. So mayor, council members, especially I was hearing about the library. I definitely want to add something special to the library, to people to come to the public, not only looking at books, but also to be a part of the culture and the arts. And I feel like I can bring that and make a positive impact, but not only to the adults, the children. I also have a background working with youth in the private sector and nonprofits. So that's what I'm going to be bringing to the table along with my bachelor's in studio art. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your time. Yeah.
Maggie Titterington.
Better not be laughing at me, Mayor. Maggie Titterington, 1730 Schertz Parkway, and chairman of the Schertz Historical Preservation Committee. Just wanted to update the council on some really exciting things going on with the committee. We actually have 2 new committee members, another one that is going to be interviewed next week, and very excited because we set out a very brief strategy plan of some things we'd like to do. I want to thank the mayor again for coming out to our meeting last month. Kind of got us focused on some long-term goals, but short-term goals for this year. On July 26, we are partnering with the Parks and Rec for the Movies in the Park, and it's going to be at the Cypress Point Park. We're going to do a historical trivia night. There's going to be prizes. Whataburger and Schertz is going to be donating prizes. We're very excited about that because who doesn't like Whataburger? But that is the 26th at 7 p.m., and it's going to be facts about Schertz. There's a lot of things that are going on around Schertz that have gone around that people aren't aware of, so we feel like it's our job to kind of get you all up to date and up to speed on history. Also, we are going to be doing a historical scavenger hunt in the month of October. What this is going to involve is going to be a map of Schertz, and there's going to be about 15 areas that I think a lot of people are unaware that are still standing, or the buildings are there that have historical value and that are adding to the history of Schertz. There's the original mercantile store that I'm sure all of us are aware of, but maybe not, and that there is a plate that is actually still present from the 1800s that is there. This will be part of the scavenger hunt. So it's going to be family fun. The actual maps will be free. They'll be at the visitor center, and there'll be more information about this in the Schertz magazine in the months to come. And the last thing is we want to put out the word that, yes, we are still seeking more committee members, as well as any old Schertz photos or people that want to share video memories. We'll videotape it. We swear it'll be really, really easy. We'll do it by our phones, but we want to preserve our disappearing history. People that remember O'Bossie's on Main Street, which is now Randolph Field Realty. There's a lot of things like that, that families that grew up here, that we just want to preserve that. We want to save it, maybe create a video montage and play it at an event or maybe in the Schertz offices, but we value your memories. Please reach out to me. Roz is also here. She's one of our committee members, and you can also find out more information on the Schertz.com website. Thank you so much.
From my list, that is the last one I have signed up for public hearing. Did I miss anyone?
All of us signed up.
But are you looking to speak for public hearing or for the zoning? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if you wrote zoning, does that mean you'd like to speak now? Okay.
Okay.
Rosalind Wise?
Public hearing, Roz? No, did you want, no, this is, do you want to speak now or public hearing? Okay.
Okay, I got you.
Just signing in, okay.
This one here is a little difficult to read. I believe it says Adelia Moreno. Same?
Okay.
Okay. Let me see here. Mark Rivera.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm a retired first sergeant.
May we have your name and address, please?
Sure. Mark Rivera, 220 Stampede Ranch, Selma, Texas, 78154.
Okay, no, you may speak now.
Okay, once again, my name is Mark Rivera. I've been a resident of Schertz for, this is going on year 18, and I've enjoyed my time here. My two sons joined the United States Army last month. One is in basic, the other is in getting ready to leave on the 21st. And we've had a great time during our time here. However, there is an email that I received stating that they're going to be putting up housing and Section 8 or something along those lines. And I'm very concerned about that. I mean, where I have lived for the last 18 years, like I said, it's been great, but there's other residents that are paying $400,000 for a new house, and I feel that that kind of zoning for the city of Schertz would detract from the amount of money on the houses that are currently available. So I am against any proposal to build that housing in Schertz. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
If you would not like to speak right now, just let us know. But Phil Jackson?
Phil Jackson, 3410 Wimbledon Drive. Good evening. I'm coming before you tonight with concerns over the rezoning of land in Ordinance 24S08, the 44 acres at the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road. I live on the far north side of Schertz in Northcliffe. So while this is not my neighborhood, it is something important that's happening in my city. We in Northcliffe were addressing a similar issue with council a while ago, a concern for inappropriate development coming up in the middle of pre-existing neighborhoods, when a council member made the comment that if it was an important city issue, then others from part of the city not in our area would be here to voice their concerns. So I am here voicing my concerns for an area that I do not live in at that council member's request. Here are some key points I'd like to point out to you all tonight. The developer has misrepresented data within their application, which should make the application invalid. In it, they show two areas, the APZ preservation area of approximately 12 acres and the mixed residential area of approximately 32 acres. Within that second area, they state that they want to build 297 units with a density of 6.7 dwelling units per acre. This is inaccurate. To put 297 units on 32 acres, the dwelling units per acre is actually 9.2 dwelling units per acre. They calculated the density by taking the area that they've agreed not to build in, the 12 acres, and use that towards the acreage that they're going to be building on the 32. So instead of calculating on 32 acres, they actually calculated on 44. This is a misrepresentation of what they're trying to do in the area. This is not a simple typo, as it's listed in the initial paragraph of Area 2 on the application and also below as an answer to question 1, where they say, quote, propose to develop the remaining 32.28 acres at 6.7 dwelling units per acre. If that were the case, 6.7 is actually 216 units. Second, the current R2 zoning allows for a single-family residential home at a minimum of 8,400 square feet per unit. That would allow for 167 homes without streets. Add streets, setbacks, and easements, that number would likely be closer to 130 to 140, but they're asking to put almost 300 families in the same area. This area is surrounded on 3 sides by single-family homes. It would not be appropriate to put multifamily homes here. This is why it's already designated as R2. This is not a not in my backyard issue, nor is it about not wanting multifamily homes in Schertz. It's about appropriateness of location. And I'll close with this. If I was interviewing to hire a new employee and that employee had misrepresented information on their application, I would not hire them. Please listen to your citizens and your own Planning and Zoning Commission who recommended to deny the application and vote no on this development. Thank you.
If you can please hold the applause. I mean, it's going to be a long night, okay? By the way, those of you that are standing up, there are seats available down here, okay? Go ahead.
Heather Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Heather Jackson. I live at 3410 Wimbledon Drive in Schertz, Texas. Throughout 2023, I had the opportunity to address City Council on numerous occasions in regards to inappropriate development wanting to come into the North Cliff area. I am thankful for those opportunities to get to know some of our City Council members, and I look forward to getting to know our new council members as well. Thank you for giving me a bit of your time this evening. Tonight I'm here because of those previous City Council meetings. We were told on multiple occasions during that time that if our concerns were really that important, that people from all over Schertz would be showing up to voice their concerns as well, not just people from our neighborhoods. Well, tonight, Council has the opportunity to hear and vote on Ordinance 24S08, a proposed zoning change off of Savannah Drive. And while I don't live off of Savannah Drive, and this isn't in my neighborhood, I still have concerns over this ordinance. I am here because I want to see responsible development happen in all of Schertz, whether it directly affects me or not. I want to see our leaders listen to concerned citizens, and I want to know that a good precedent is being set so that our city can grow in a responsible and appropriate way. This rezoning proposal is not responsible or appropriate. The zoning is currently R2, single-family homes. The land in question is surrounded by single-family homes, and if that land must be developed, then single-family homes are the most appropriate thing to be put there and should be done by still working with the Air Force Base to keep their operations safe. I understand that we need a mix of housing types in Schertz. I want that for our city, but it needs to be done in a thoughtful way that takes into account what is already in the area and what is appropriate. It needs to be done so that in 20 years, our city looks well thought out and planned. I know there is a push for more multifamily housing right now, but we need to be patient and put it on pieces of land where it makes sense, not just that there was a random piece of land available, so we built on it. This developer's desire to rezone to a PDD means a significant increase in density over what could be built in an R2 zoning. This increased density is absolutely inappropriate for the land in question. I also noticed that the maximum height of the proposed buildings is 35 feet. That's 3-story buildings. That certainly doesn't fit in with the surrounding neighborhoods. At the end of the day, the concerns you will hear tonight are valid. They have to do with people's quality of life. They have to do with people's families. We want a city that is responsible, that listens to its citizens, that recognizes that growth has to be done responsibly. We are concerned about density. We are concerned about traffic. We are concerned about the safety of our kids on super busy streets as they try to get to school. We are concerned that our quality of life will be negatively affected when it doesn't have to be. Please don't make decisions reactively. Truly plan what our great city needs and ensure that how it is developed makes sense. Make decisions that are proactive. People oftentimes throw around the word progress when it comes to growth. I will end with this. If development is done irresponsibly, then growth feels like a burden, a weight to be carried by the existing citizens. Tonight, deny this request for zoning. Wait until every developer's proposals make sense. Proactively plan our city so that the growth we are experiencing truly feels like progress.
Thank you.
John Clark.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Clark. I'm the president of the Kennington Ranch HOA. My address is 347 Rustic Willow. I really can't expound on the two previous speakers before myself. I think they presented our case even more than I could ever think about in myself. However, there are some things that I wanted to express. I know for a fact that the city of Selma was never notified about a developer about anything that would affect the city of Selma, nor was the Universal City ever notified. We've contacted the mayor of Selma, and he was not aware of anything about this rezoning or about what traffic problem that could exist at the corner of 1518 and Savannah Drive. There's one other thing that I noticed during the TIA, which was done by the developer, which I don't understand that possibly. Why isn't the city doing it first, and then why doesn't the city pay for that so that there's not a possible conflict of interest when the TIA is written? And I know that could happen. I know we don't think it could happen, but I'm sure it could happen. The TIA indicated that the mitigating circumstances to solve the problem on Savannah and Schertz Parkway is exactly what it is right now. A left-hand turn lane, a go straight lane, and a right turn lane. How does that mitigate any circumstances with an increase of traffic of possibly maybe even 600 more cars if the proposal of 297 is brought into effect? And there's no mitigating circumstances indicated at the other end at 1518, which has become horrendous on the weekends. There was a TIA done also for the city for our HOA several years back when the TSAC approved a crosswalk for us that was going to be put somewhere down right in the area there where the open space is, where the green space is. And it was going to be an island type crosswalk. It was approved by TSAC, and also was supposed to have been approved last year and be built. And that was supposed to also cut down the speed of traffic coming down. It was going to be 2 crosswalks so our children can get across that street, because there are people that live on the other side of the street, excuse me. That was never approved by the city council, I understand, in last year's budget. I hope it would be approved this year's budget. But it may even be, if this would get approved, that could even exacerbate the problems that we might have on Savannah Drive. I appreciate your time, and I would hope that the city council would vote no on the proposal of the rezoning. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Carol Davis.
Carol Davis, 3337 Wimbledon Drive. I too am here because in my neighbor's fight with city council and development last year, we were told, come speak if it speaks to the whole city. And I truly believe that 24S08 speaks to the entire city. I may live on the far north side. I work right down the street from where this is going to be proposed. 1518 cannot be widened between I-35 and 78 without an expensive eminent domain being done. Lots of land being taken to widen 1518 to more than 2 lanes. And if we're dropping 600 cars in, 1518 would have to be widened. And there is no way to widen Savannah Drive, nowhere. And there are multiple school zones along Savannah in which those kids don't even have sidewalks to walk on to get to school. And they are crossing Savannah Drive in multiple places without crosswalks. Traffic is a serious concern, and we're not talking about high schools. The 2 schools that come to mind right away are K through 6 on those 2 campuses. Development needs to be done responsibly, and this is just not a responsible choice for our city. Growth is happening, progress is happening, but it needs to be in an appropriate location. 3-story buildings right next to established single-family neighborhoods, that doesn't even make sense. On 3 sides, some of those houses aren't even going to see sunshine anymore for a big, extensive time in the area. I love to garden. If a 3-story building got dropped next to me, depending on where it's at and where I'm sitting, I may lose my garden because I don't get enough sun. So we just ask that we consider this when we look at this. because 1518 is going to need serious work. And it's going to take time to plan it out because it's going to have to go through the process of eminent domain to expand it. It's just the way it is, because you cannot add more lanes at Savannah and Schertz Parkway, not unless you contact lots of people in the school district and take land away from them, because that's a school that sits there and then it's a house on the other side. And at 1518 and Savannah, it's eminent domain properties on both sides of that corner. So please think about this, and when you look at where this goes, do we need it? Yes. Here is not where it needs to go. The concerns of these citizens are valid, and I thank you for your time.
Sheila Jolly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Sheila Jolly. I live at 3001 Casiero Street over here in Orchard Park. I'm so sorry. In Orchard Park. And I am against this rezoning, just simply, from what the previous, community has stated with regard to the traffic. It's pretty bad already. I can only imagine if you add about 300 to 1,200 more cars down the roadways. There's potholes already on 1518. Even in the Schertz master plan, comprehensive master plan that I read, I think in 2017 it stated that 1518 will be at capacity in about 5 to 8 years. We're already there. We're at capacity already. And that brings into the safety factor. So I'm just going to keep it short and sweet. I am opposed to the rezoning. I'm not opposed to development. I think it's great. I think growth is great for our city. But I think we should keep it at, single-family homes at this time. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Brenda Rich.
Good evening, Mayor, council persons. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am totally against ordinance 24-S-08, and while everyone has made good remarks, here are a couple of things to consider regarding the traffic. A summary of Cibolo Farms that I found online states that this is approximately 42 acres.
Excuse me for the interruption. Your address, please?
I'm sorry, Brenda Rich. I live at 3609 Lazy Diamond. I do live off of Savannah Drive, and I do live within Kensington Ranch. I have lived there for 12 years. Kensington Ranch is my home community, my home, which is where I come to every night when I leave Bexar County.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. The adrenaline's going. So here's something to consider in what I found in line regarding the document for the plan for this Cibolo Farms place. 42 acres is what is in for this ordinance. Take away the 11 acres that is already deemed the crash zone for the fighter jets. Bottom line, that's what it is. You have 32.3 acres for which they want to develop. According to the document I found, they want to build 11 dwelling units per acre, which is roughly 355 units when you do the math. In this document, it states that 486 would be the max. States in that document that every unit would have one garage. That's great. If they build 486 units, that is 486 vehicles. Savannah Drive will be the main thoroughfare to get to those units, with a orchard, housing developed, set offset would be the secondary. That orchard area would have a gate according to this document. The one on Savannah Drive does not mention anything about a gate. Again, 486 max cars that would be added to the traffic on Savannah Drive. Every car, most families have 2 vehicles. You're looking at 800 cars that would be traveling up Savannah Drive on a daily basis now. Add that 200 more cars if a family has a 16-year-old who is capable of driving, or 18-year-old, whatever the driving age is in Texas. You're looking at a ridiculous amount of cars that will be traveling on that road that is not made to travel it. If you've ever walked that road at 6 o'clock in the morning, you've got kids in the dark going to and from school. Some are on the sidewalk, some are on the bicycles. They're not with the parent, they're flat out driving it. You got people on that road that are speeding as it is on those roads. You got buses coming down those roads. You've got UPS, you've got FedEx is just not made. And that's not even touching the traffic yet, as others have mentioned, that is on 1518. So in administer that, it's not just about the traffic, it's about the schools, the healthcare, and a whole bunch of others, whether or not the infrastructure will handle that additional amount of people.
Ken Brown? Okay. Richard Moss?
Richard Moss, 3434 Wimbledon Drive. I've been there for 32 years, and you should all have a paper that I gave you that outlines what I'm going to talk about tonight, and it is ordinance 24-S-08. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is the purpose section of that ordinance. The highlighted part of that is the bottom two lines, sensitive to surrounding land uses and natural environment, and additionally demonstrates community benefit. These are requirements. These aren't you can or not. These are requirements of a PDD. These are not being handled here at all or addressed. Of those two, I'm going to start with the second one, demonstrates community benefit. The only time that they talk about community benefit in there is in the proposed development should demonstrate community benefit. There is no actual community benefit outlined in this whole PDD. What you do have in this PDD is that 543 citizens or residents took the time and effort to vote against this. And I don't know how you can find community benefit in 543 people telling you what you're doing is wrong. The other part that is in here is sensitive to surrounding areas. And that's why I gave you the FEMA map. And on the FEMA map, it shows you where this area is located is in a 500-year floodplain. And 500-year floodplain on the side, it tells you what it means. 100-year floodplain tells you what it means. It doesn't mean what you think it means. It means it's a 1% chance there's going to be a foot of water there during the year. That's a 100-year floodplain. A 500 is that since there is no barrier on that floodplain, like it's mapped off real nicely, and that 1 foot spills over to everything else. And where it spills over to is this 500-foot floodplain. And you'll see right in the middle of that FEMA map, there's a pond. Ponds aren't in a floodplain because that's a known entity. They don't put rivers, they put things that overflow the bank. You cannot fill that pond in. FEMA will not allow you to fill that pond in. And it is part of the floodplain, even though it isn't shown there as floodplain, because it's self-evident that that is water, and you can't build in water. But the site plan that they've given, which very clearly says this really doesn't mean anything as a site plan, even though it's required to have a site plan, shows buildings on the top of this pond. And then in the section that talks about setbacks and lot size, the lot size is 100 feet by 100 feet. And then the setback is 50 feet in the front and the back. That leaves you a buildable lot exactly this big. You can't get between my fingers on the lot size that has been okayed by the city for this development.
Thank you.
It just says Tammy. Okay, moving on. Stephanie Hayes.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and neighbors. We are fairly new to this area. I'm not going to read the number of the proposal. We've heard it enough tonight.
Name and address, please.
Stephanie Hayes, 3625 Sunglade Ranch. Okay, I live in Kensington Ranch. I have a couple of questions or thoughts to consider as you make your decision. A lot of has been said before, but concerning if the rezoning occurs and there's a military aircraft accident, destroying property and unfortunately lives, 1 airplane, 2 airplanes, what's the level of liability for the city of Schertz and for JBSA? To what end could or should the city have funds set aside to pay in the event that something detrimental happens regarding the potential accident zone? Will the liability fall upon the city or the council members that decide the next action? Tort liability has an expansive reach. The numbers concerning the real density have already been said. It is 9.16976. The traffic study, it appears to be incomplete. I'm not sure how 1518 is going to be less detrimental than Savannah. If you've driven that road at any time, weekends during the week, you understand there's a lot of traffic. It can't be widened. That's going to be harmful. I have a 17-year-old that's learning to drive. We're teaching her how to navigate that. I can't imagine adding more traffic to that street. We tend to go the other way. Adding more to that. I have a son with special needs in the high school here. We chose this area as a military family retiring because of the services, because of the community, because of the awesome services available for the school for my son. But I also know that there's a lack of staff, there's a lack of bus drivers, transportation is an issue, staffing is an issue. The water pressure in the community is low, it's problematic. Adding more housing is going to be a problem, even for the fire department. That's something that we also need to consider when you're talking about the rezoning. I also noticed with the flood zones that we see a lot of flooding. We've been here a little bit over a year and a half. We've seen the flooding. Also, when it comes to the Planning and Zoning Commission, I saw that they denied it. Since the changes, what is their say? Have they made a statement concerning the proposed changes to this document? I also see with the developer that they haven't paid their taxes. What are the amount of taxes owed? When is that going to be taken care of? And we're talking about a whole new development. Please consider the community. As I said, military family of 30 plus years. We've moved around a lot, stateside and international. We chose Schertz for the community. We've been welcomed, open-armed. We've chosen for our family. This is our homestead. Please consider your community.
Richard Horn.
Richard Horn, 427 Rustic Willow. I didn't prepare a lot of things, but I came here in 2016 with my family. My son lives here in Kensington Ranch. I have 6 grandchildren here. 4 of the kids go to schools. I come up, the reason I chose Kensington Ranch when I came up, I enjoyed watching the people walk down the streets. Whether it was jogging, whether it was the children riding with them, coming down, that's why I chose it. This development with the additional cars, we've already discussed 1518 and the traffic issues. Now that traffic's going to switch over to Schertz Parkway. We're going to have a lot more cars going down Savannah. We've got children riding bikes. We have children riding home from school. We have parents jogging at night, late at night. All that additional traffic is going to cause a lot of safety issues. Also, I go to work, and I can choose the time I go, but I go at 5 in the morning because of the traffic now, again, like at 1518. Imagine trying to get out of Kensington Ranch and making a left during the school hours when all of the cars are going up and down the street. It's going to be possible, not to include the bus stops, the increased bus stops are going to come, where we've backed up traffic. We've got a lot of bottlenecks now. We're going to have a lot more later on. So I want you to consider that quality of life. We all moved here for a reason. We all moved here to enjoy our families. and we want to continue to do that. So please consider that when you take your time. Thank you.
Kara Spinseth, did I say that right? Okay.
Yeah.
James Price. No? No.
My name is James Price. I live at 3509 Bighorn Trail. It's right off of Savannah Drive. I live in Savannah Bluff. Actually, if it wasn't for my neighbor who told me about this development a week ago, I never would have known. And hearing all of the comments, I feel so ill-informed about what's happening in the community. So my recommendation is the board deny this request from this developer. I think, as you can tell by some of the comments that have been made, there's a lot of reason for this to be denied. So I'm just gonna go with that and walk back here before my time is up. Thank you.
Kip, I believe it says Homestead.
My name's Kip Homestead. I live at 3560 Irish Creek Road. So this intersection where it's going to be built directly affects me. My children, I ask you to look at it from a father's standpoint or a mother's standpoint. My kids literally walk that road to go to school every day. And sometimes during daylight savings times when it's dark, like we did that little interview out there and we had probably like 30, 40 cars just drive right past hauling butt. And I don't know, I think two of you guys have lived in this neighborhood. I think it was you, Ms. Gibson. You understand what we're dealing with. You understand the traffic in this area is one aspect of it only. I'm looking at it as a father's eyes. The safety of my children is directly at impact right now. We did the study back when it was about roughly statistically proven 2 cars per household on average. So that's about 600 to 1,000 cars that will be parked here. Now, we can talk about it till we're blue in the face, but I look at it from a father's point of view. Do I want to have to go to my kid's funeral because they got hit by a car? Because recently we had some kid get hit in our neighborhood because of a speeder going down. I don't want that for any of my community. I don't want that for any of you guys. And so when I come at this, I look at it from a father's point of view. I am retired military. I'm 100% VA disabled. My wife's still active duty. So we have served this area. And when we picked this area specifically, it was because of the safety of this area. And right now, we're battling with the crimes of opportunity where people break into the cars. We're dealing with speeders. We're dealing with all this other issues that are directly affecting us. And I know that all my community feel the same way. And it's not because we don't want the development. We want development. Obviously, you can look out in the crowd and see the diversity here. We all love each other and take care of one another. But we just don't think this is the right location for these houses because of the increased traffic and the possibility of crime of opportunities, the safety concerns, the infrastructure. There's a gamut of things that can be real concerned. But for me personally, it's the safety of my children. And I know that you guys have a hard decision to do to balance between, the productivity of the city and then the concerns of your constituents here. And we completely understand that, and we empathize for you guys and the decisions you have. I just ask you that look at that number just in the matter of a month that we're able to get 500 plus people saying, hey, we oppose this. During the commission, we had a week and we still filled this area up. And we expressed our concerns to them, and they even saw the faults of this plan. And I just ask you guys to say, have that consideration for us and see what we want, because we want development. We just want it done right. And I thank you guys for your time.
Brad Parker.
Good evening. I'm Brad Parker. I live at 323 Rustic Willow in Kensington Ranch also. So I originally moved to the neighborhood with my family because of the houses in the area and what it looked like. The area got my attention because what my family and I were looking for. We were removed from the city enough, yet close enough to all the conveniences, all the necessities we actually needed in the neighborhood. It was also just a very attractive neighborhood because it was all single-family homes and is all single-family homes. Bringing in the responsible development, bringing in multifamily homes, 3-story apartment buildings just really isn't being sensitive to the surrounding area. I don't believe. I am realistic. I don't think that anyone is ever going to stop development in the area. It's going to happen. We're just asking for the appropriate type of development to happen in that area. One of the major concerns and arguments you've heard over and over is about the traffic. I did request a copy of the traffic impact analysis. I'm no expert, but when reading it, it only outlined traffic impact between 1518 and Bighorn Trail. It didn't even extend to Schertz Parkway, where a majority of that traffic is going to dump out. Schertz Parkway can't be that Schertz Parkway intersection can't be widened. 1518 maybe can widen it a couple feet, but there's already a left and a right turn lane that people just have decided to do non-verbally. 1518 and Schertz Parkway really are the concern there, and that was not part of the study from what I could gather from it. In addition to that, as any city expands and builds, the infrastructure always has to play the catch-up game, and we understand that. When you bring in single-family homes, typically the influx of population is much slower, and the city has a chance to keep up with it. When you bring or build a bunch of rental units, apartment buildings, that influx of population is much faster, and the infrastructure usually lags behind a lot worse. That infrastructure, whether it be water, sewer, electric, but also one of my main concerns is fire and police. The higher population density is going to require more police. It's going to require more fires because there's going to be more calls. I was a paramedic firefighter in Colorado for 5 years, and as they started building, we got stretched so thin that we were constantly borrowing firefighters from the neighboring departments until we could expand, and it took us 3 to 4 years to get the expansion caught up with that apartment complex. I'm very proud of my neighborhood and my neighbors, and I think we all have a passion for where we live and a great amount of care for where we live, and we just want to keep things moving along the same path. Just meaning we're trying to keep the development as responsible as it's being advertised to be. Thank you.
Patricia Estrada. Wait, okay. David Estrada.
David Estrada, I live at 3557 Irish Creek Road. And as you heard many folks come out here already talk about the traffic, the one thing nobody's actually talked about yet, as you notice when school lets out, and the parents are there to pick up all their kids and their children, as the cars line up from the school, they go from the top of the hill all the way down to the bottom of the hill where all this is proposed. Now, in 2006, when we first came to this area, me and my wife looked for the perfect area to pick for our children to grow up. Schertz was the one place we loved. Why? It reminded us of our small town, Favens, Texas. The people here were nice. The city was nice. Everything here was fantastic. Again, as you've heard, I am not against progress. The city needs progress. We need to develop. We just ask that you take this into consideration. Everybody's already talked about. They all took my thunder. No, I'm just kidding. So anyways, please, consider what you're looking at. Consider the people that are talking up here. And consider us. I want my grandkids who will now start going to school here that also live in that area. I want their safety. And I want them to continue to live in a city that is safe, that is wonderful, and will continue to grow. So consider the 500 and all the people that are here talking. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Barbara Wargo.
My name is Barbara Wargo. I live at 3513 Blue Moon Spur in Kensington Ranch. I thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. I echo what the others have talked about in terms of traffic and safety. A couple of issues I don't believe have been brought up. In bringing I know their newer plan talks about attached homes and single-family homes. The big difference is these would all be rental homes in an area where everybody buys their home. And there's a huge difference in the pride of ownership versus rental. There's a big difference in the way you think about your property and how you maintain it. And I don't know how the developer doesn't necessarily care about that. Once it's developed, their hands are gone and these things change ownership all the time. And that will change the look of this area. We all love Kensington Ranch and the trees and our neighborhoods, and I'm concerned about how that looks and how that's going to affect our quality of life, our property values, and all of that. The other issue is they talk about the lines for the schools. Our schools are really at capacity. It's really hard when they have to pull all the temporary buildings in for the kids and they're walking in the rain in and out of the classrooms. We have a crisis of shortage of teachers at a time where so much is put on teachers. The teaching profession is very much challenged. How are you going to cram all those new kids into these schools? Another issue, traffic, Schertz Parkway, when all those kids from Wilder have to go across Schertz Parkway and they're walking over to Pascal Elementary, that's going to be kind of tough. So it's not caught up to that influx of population to the area. If they just want to build a community at the same max density that we have, I think our most was like 3.2 or 3.4 homes per acre in that area of single family homes for people to buy, with enough entrances and exits, not just one. I think the exit of the emergency entrance only in UC is somewhat tenuous, and they have to have their permission to go in and out of it. That's really uncalled of. You can't have that many homes with only one entrance onto a road. That makes no sense whatsoever. But I think if they're going to do anything for sensible and responsible for development for this area, they should be single-family homes for ownership, not rental, and have more than one entry and egress into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Amy Capiello.
Good evening. My name is Amy Capiello. I live at 368 Silver River in Kensington Ranch on the Schertz side. How many apartments or multi-rentals is the city projecting to build? How many do we currently have in Schertz and surrounding areas? How many single-family residential areas are facing rezoning? Not just our area, but elsewhere. San Antonio News 4 essay on April 1st, 2024, quote, San Antonio Apartments Association predicts that by the end of 2024, around 17,000 new apartment units will be made available. Gonzalez said, on top of adding more apartment units, builders are also building more housing options. The additional apartments and added housing options could be a good thing for renters' wallets. With so many new apartments and housing options on the market, existing apartments are under capacity, and that could lead to lower rent prices. I was told at the commissioners' meeting we don't do environmental impact studies. Environment still does matter because we're leaving it to our children and to other people after we leave. Yes, I am concerned about biodiversity of plants and animals, insects, and potential protected animals or protected plants. I'm concerned about the water runoff that will, once we build this area with buildings, roads, and whatever other assorted buildings, can the watershed area handle the influx of water that's going to be added to it? Will it cause flooding to the current homeowners that have houses now? Will the homeowners be on their own? If their property floods, or is Schertz going to take care of that because we're changing the density? The whole ring zone issue feels dirty. The yellow sign is not legible from the location. It took a neighbor to move the sign to the street curb for people to be able to read it. Prior to that, it took a concerned neighbor to share it on Facebook. Good faith from the city has been lacking. Good faith would have been making a sign more visible people. Good faith would have been letting Selma know what was going on so they could do a traffic study in conjunction with Schertz. Where's the good faith to let the emergency access road, the people that are living on that road know that this is going to be happening in their community. Many homeowners are against this. Only 200-foot was required to tell people. That seems unjust. It's the minimum. But is that really what Schertz is about, doing the minimum? This affects more than just people in Schertz. Universal City and Selma residents are also included in being affected by this rezoning. Instead of using access to Kensington Ranch, why don't we use Schertz City land to make a road? The city owns land on the other side of the property in question. Why is private landowner or developer permitted to make a profit off of using Kensington Ranch land by building an access road? Because if it's rental land, people are going to continue to make money, and that just seems unethical. I find it shady that we've been given a conceptual idea of what may go in, but the developer can redo and change the rezoning if it takes place. I implore you guys to please consider voting no on the rezoning.
It says Mr. and Mrs. Gennaro Guerrero.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, that's it.
All right, thank you. All right. We'll move on. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda items. Consent agenda items are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes. Item number 2, appointments, reappointments for boards, commissions, committees, and reappointments. Item number 3, resolution number 24R33. Item number 4, resolution number 24R37. Item number 4, I mentioned that one. Item number 5, resolution number 24R38. Item number 6, ordinance number 24S06. Item number 7, resolution number 24R39. And item number 8, resolution number 24R30. Council, do any of these need to be removed for separate action? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 8?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have motion made by Councilmember Hayward and second by Mayor Pro Tem Macaluso. All right, Council, no further questions. Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to our public hearings. We have several of these public hearings. First one is item number 9, ordinance number 24A10. Conduct a public hearing and consider an ordinance on a petition to volunteer annexation of approximately 7 acres, a portion of Bexar County property identification number 339286, also known as 8215 Trainer Hill Road, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas. First reading. Ms. Marquez, floor is yours.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mr. Steve Williams. Ordinance 24A10, accepting a petition of annexation for 7.7 acres, Daisy Marquez Planner. So here is the subject property. It is located behind the existing Halley's Cove subdivision, and this is the property outlined here in blue. And as you can see here on the location map, this is 1518, and this is the existing property. So HOH Development LLC is requesting voluntary annexation because of their desire to be located within the city of Schertz city limits, and their desire to develop the subject property in accordance with single-family residential district R1 for approximately 19 residential lots. So City Council accepted Resolution 24R7 on February 20th, which initiated the annexation process, and the accompanying zone change application was heard at the March 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and a public hearing notice was published in the San Antonio Express on March 13th. So staff recommends approval of Ordinance 24A10, accepting the petition for voluntary annexation of approximately 7.7 acres. Comments or questions? And the applicant is not here.
Thank you. Did you mention the applicant was here? No, he's not. Okay. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject? And please step up to the mic. Anyone in reference to this subject? Going once? Going twice? All right. Public hearing is closed. Council, floor is open for discussion. All right, I don't see anybody. Do I have a motion to approve ordinance number 24810?
So moved.
That was quick. Was that Councilmember Davis? And the second was Councilmember Watson, am I correct? Okay, council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 yeas, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 10. Ordinance number 24S09. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request to rezone approximately 7.7 acres of land, a portion of Bexar County property identification number 339286, to single-family residential R1, also known as 8215 Trainer Hill Road, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas. First reading. Ms. Marcus.
Good evening again. Ordinance 24S09, zone change on approximately 7.7 acres of land to single-family residential district R1, also known as Halley's Court at Halley's Cove, Daisy Marquez, planner. So here is the subject property that we had mentioned in the previous ordinance. It is outlined here in green. It is currently under a development agreement, also known as DVL, or a delayed annexation agreement, and they're proposing single-family residential district R1. To the north, it is zoned Planned Development District, also known as PDD. It is owned by the City of Schertz, and it is currently open space. To the south, it is also PDD, and it is open space dedicated to the City of Schertz. To the east, we have the rest of the property that this originally came from, that is also under development agreement, delayed annexation, DVL, and is currently agricultural. And then to the west, it is zoned Planned Development District, PDD, and it is the existing Halley's Cove subdivision with single-family residential homes. So on February 21st, we sent a total of 23 public hearing notices. On March 13th, we posted the notice in the San Antonio Express. We received 8 responses in opposition, 0 in favor, 0 neutral, and 1 sign was posted on the property, and it was heard at the March 6, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And as of March 27th at 12 p.m., 16.42% of the land within the city that is within the 200-foot notice area has sent in a written opposition, and only a simple majority is required of City Council and is needed to approve this request. So when we look at zone change, we look at UDC section 2154 that states a zone change is required to establish the use of land and the development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development. The proposed zone change to single-family residential district R1 per the letter of intent is being requested in order to develop approximately 19 single-family homes. And then we look at UDC section 2154D, the criteria for approval when we look at zoning applications. So I will be going through that criteria. 1, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. The comprehensive land use plan designates the subject property as a state neighborhood, and the intent of state neighborhood is to address residential development patterns within southern Schertz with large lots and incentivizing quality open space and neighborhood design. The proposed single-family residential district R1 is defined as single-family detached residential dwelling units with a minimum lot size of 9,600 square feet, together with schools, churches, and parks necessary to create basic neighborhood units. And the zone change to single-family residential district R1 would meet the intent of the land use designations in the comprehensive plan by providing more residential dwellings of a similar density to the Halley's Cove subdivision development and the adjacent agricultural land. And 2, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. As part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. The chosen single-family residential District R1 dimensional and development standards as stated in Section 2157 and seen here below in the table of the Unified Development Code are compatible with the existing Halle's Cove subdivision. 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in the zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The proposed single-family residential District R1 is appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified because to the west of the subject property, the Halle's Cove Planned Development District is built on the single-family residential District R1 zoning district. 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public school streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. The proposed development is approximately 117 feet from the intersection of Halle's Path and Halle's Fox. It will construct a road to serve their development. And additionally, the Texas Department of Transportation and the City of Schertz have worked together to provide funding for the reconstruction of FM 1518, which the development will have access to from the existing Halle's Cove subdivision. And after construction, FM 1518 will have 2 lanes in each direction plus a center median. And there will be a median opening lined up with the Halle's Cove subdivision entrance at Hallibrook. And that median opening is going to be here represented by that star. And a public hearing notice was mailed to the Schertz-Cibolo Universal City Independent School District to notify them of the potential addition of 19 residential homes. And as seen in the City Council agenda, attachments of the most recent demographic report 3Q23 for SCU-CISD, as well as the most recent 10-year campus forecasting presentation were included in the City Council agenda item. And the City of Schertz Police, Fire, and EMS departments have indicated that they do not have any concerns regarding the proposed rezoning requests or their ability to provide services. The proposed development has available water and sewer, but the developer will need to reconcile the water service areas during plating so that either the City of Schertz and SSLGC dual service area or Green Valley Special Utility District service the property. And at the December 5th, 2023 City Council meeting, Resolution 23R128 was approved, and the approved resolution authorized an agreement to dedicate right-of-way and existing parkland for secondary access in exchange for public park improvements. A 55-foot wide greenbelt will be given to the City of Schertz during the plating process to the east of the subject property, where the City of Schertz is proposing a trail expansion, and the developer agreed to give the City of Schertz $30,000 that will be used for a small playscape to be installed by the City of Schertz on the northern parkland property. So here is the subject property, and here to the right is where they are giving the city that 55-foot wide greenbelt. Here is where they're going to build part of their right-of-way, and this northern portion, open space, is going to be where they're going to install the playscape. 5, whether there have been environmental and/or economical changes which warrant the requested change. No, there have been no environmental or economical changes that warrant the requested zone change. 6, whether there's an error in the original zoning of the property for which a change is requested. There was no error in the original zoning of the property for which the change is requested. Additionally, the property has no existing zoning as the property is in the extraterritorial jurisdiction and under delayed annexation agreement. And 7, whether all of the applicants' back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. This does not impact the first reading at the City Council. And 8, whether other criteria are met, which at the discretion of the Planning Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change, and at this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council. So staff, given the location of the proposed development and compatibility with the surrounding land uses and the comprehensive land use plan land use designations, staff recommends approval of Ordinance 24S09. And the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on March 6th and made a recommendation for approval with the 4-2 vote. Comments or questions? And again, the applicant is not here today.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez. All right, item number 10 is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council regarding this subject? Step up to the mic. Anybody? Going once? Going twice? Public hearing is closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve ordinance number 24S09?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Gibson and second by Councilmember Hayward. All right, council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 yeas, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 11. Ordinance number 24S11. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request to rezone approximately 3.6 acres of land from single-family residential district R1 to Neighborhood Services District NS, known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 42797, more specific described as 3517 FM 3009, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas, first reading. Ms. Marcus, floor is yours.
Good evening. Ordinance 24S11, zone change from single-family residential district R1 to neighborhood services district NS, 3.6 acres, Daisy Marquez planner. So here's the subject property outlined in green. This is FM 3009, also known as Roy Richard. It is currently zoned single-family residential district R1, and they are proposing neighborhood services district NS. So here's the subject property again. It is the little yellow piece. To the north, we have the PDD Planned Development District, and it is the Savannah Square single-family residential subdivision, and then we also have some properties that are zoned neighborhood services district already, and it is the existing Kellum Medical Office development. And then here to the left, we have some properties zoned single-family residential district R6, which is the existing Ashley Place subdivision. And then to the house, they are all zoned. To the south, we have property zoned neighborhood services on Ashley Oak, and some of them are single-family homes, but then we also have some commercial and medical development here. So on February 21st, we sent a total of 44 public hearing notices, and responses received. We received 9 in opposition, 3 in favor, and 1 neutral, and 1 sign was posted on the property. And on March 6, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing. And as of March 27, 2024 at 12, the owners within 11.75% of the land within the city have submitted written opposition. So only a simple majority is required for the approval of the requested zone change. So again, we look at UDC section 2154 that states that a zone change is required to establish the use of land and the development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development. The proposed zone change to Neighborhood Services District NS, per the letter of intent, is being requested in order to expand the existing Kellum development to the north. And whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. The proposed zone change to Neighborhood Services District does implement the policies of the adopted comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive land use plan designates the subject property as single-family residential, and single-family land use designation is intended for a mix of residential with some commercial activities that support the daily activity of development. The requested Neighborhood Services District is compatible with existing and proposed comprehensive land use designations as per its statement of purpose and intent from UDC section 2156. And this intention of the Neighborhood Services District is to provide suitable areas of development of certain limited service and retail uses in proximity to residential neighborhoods in order to accommodate the basic everyday retail and service needs of nearby residents. 2, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, healthful development of the city. And as part of promoting the health, safety, and general welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and traditional uses to alleviate negative impacts. And as stated in UDC section 2156B, Neighborhood Services District NS, uses occur most often at the periphery of established neighborhoods, at the intersection of collectors and minor arterials, and have generous landscaping and contain non-residential uses, but require appropriate buffering from residential uses. The subject property's access point is on FM 3009, and FM 3009 is classified as a principal arterial at 120 feet to 130 feet of right-of-way. 3, whether the use is permitted in the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. Yes, the proposed permitted uses in Neighborhood Services District are meant to be near established neighborhoods and at the intersection of collectors and minor arterials. The subject property is located on FM 309, which is a principal arterial and is located on the site of 2 established neighborhoods. The proposed development will need to meet UDC Article 9 design requirements, which will require additional screening, buffering, increased building setback requirements adjacent to residential use or residentially zoned properties. 4, whether the proposed changes is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public school streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, other public services and utilities to the area. The proposed development is, again, located on FM 399, and the developer has already communicated with TxDOT and has come to the agreement that the existing signalized T intersection on FM 399 and Green Valley Road will be modified to a fully signalized intersection so that the main access point for the development is at FM 399 and Green Valley Road intersection. And there's existing water and sewer for the proposed development, with water being serviced from Schertz and SSLGC dual CCN, and sewer from the City of Schertz and CCMA dual CCN. 5, whether there have been environmental and or economical changes which warrant the requested change. FM 399, also known as Roy Richard, has been developing as a corridor within the City of Schertz that provides local services and local commercial uses for residents. And with continuing improvements on FM 399 and increasing commercial development directly adjacent to FM 399, the applicant's request for a zone change from single-family residential District R2 to Neighborhood Services District NS is warranted to expand the existing and continuing medical office development that corresponds with what is existing on FM 399. 6, whether there is an error in the original zoning of the property for which a change is requested. There is no error in the original zoning of this property. 7, whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. This does not impact the first reading at City Council. And 8, whether other criteria are met which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change, and at this time I have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council. And due to the location of the proposed development on FM 309, compatibility with the comprehensive land use plan, and the minimal adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, staff recommends approval of Ordinance 24S11. And the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on March 6, 2024, and made a recommendation for approval with a 6-0 vote. Comments or questions, and the applicant's representative is here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marcus. The applicant, if you'd like to make a statement.
Patrick Christensen, 315 East Commerce, San Antonio, Texas. I mean, staff has covered everything clearly. The single-family zoning we have on fronting on 3009 is not appropriate. The neighborhood services we're asking for will allow the expansion of existing medical offices, and that's what we're asking. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. All right. Item 11 is on the agenda as an open public hearing also. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council regarding this subject? Please step up to the mic. Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. We're moving right along, aren't we? All right, is there a motion to approve ordinance number 24S11?
So move.
Second. Okay. Was that Councilmember Watson that made the motion? And second by Councilmember Hayward? Okay, council, if you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 yeas, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 12, ordinance number 24S15. Conduct a public hearing and consider amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code, to Article 5, Zoning District, and Article 9, Site Design Standards. This is our first reading. Ms. Delgado, floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So this is for Ordinance 24S15, specifically for a UDC amendment to the Public Use District, or PUB, height requirements. Emily Delgado, Planning Manager. So as some background, the Resurrection Baptist Church, which is located at 1002 Live Oak Road, is interested in doing a remodel, expansion, and as part of that expansion, they want to add a church steeple. The problem is that their property is currently zoned PUB, which is the Public Use District, which has a maximum height of 35 feet. So realistically, a church steeple under 35 feet, is that really a church steeple? So we've previously had other applicants, including the City of Schertz, run into this issue where the PUB 35 max height causes problems. So then we started talking about what really is the value of 35 feet when the land uses in the public use district are so restrictive. So then, as part of our research, we looked at 7 target cities. Of those 7, they either had no height requirements for a similar zoning district, or they just didn't have a public use district at all. Throughout the whole city, there are 70 parcels that are currently zoned PUB, 64 of those being government or civic use, so think City of Schertz properties, the school district, CCMA. There's 5 places of worship, and then 1 private citizen owns a PUB property that's part of Crescent Bend Nature Park. And then the bottom half of this slide just highlights the permitted by right land uses, so you think athletic stadium, church, the Civic Convention Center, governmental facilities, school, public, private. Again, starting to think, is 35 feet max height really applicable? In the past, we have granted variances. This is just 2 to highlight. In 2017, we granted a variance, the BOA granted a variance to Clemens for their new auditorium to reach 56 feet. And then in 2018, the BOA granted a variance to the City of Schertz for the Ray Corbett elevated water storage tank to be 225 feet tall. So staff is proposing to eliminate the maximum height for the PUB zoning district altogether. So that's what's shown here in this table, just making it NA, where that 35 was. There's also a change here adjusting the keys. So we're adding E to all of the commercial zoning districts, which states approval of a specific use permit may be conditioned upon modifications to the dimensional requirements. There are 2 other UDC sections that are proposed to be modified with this ordinance. Both of these are cleanup. So in 2193 lots, the current UDC states that we want front and side building setback lines to be shown on all plats, when in practice we actually ask for those to be removed, as the building setback lines are memorialized by the zoning district and shouldn't be on a recorded plat document. And then 21912, the site plan process. This is a cleanup based off of the specific use permit change that happened a couple of months ago, where we're no longer requiring a site plan. This section was just missed when that UDC amendment happened, so we're striking that or SUP. So the Article 9 cleanup is necessary for UDC consistency along with current practices. The PUB height requirement eliminations will align with previous adopted policies, such as those variances, and will make municipal and civic functions easier. Staff is recommending approval of the amendments as proposed, and the Planning and Zoning Commission met on March 6th and made a recommendation of approval with a 6-0 vote.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. All right, item number 12 is also on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council regarding this subject? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Councilmember Hayward made the motion to approve ordinance number 24S15 and second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? If none, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. Right, item number 13, ordinance number 24S16. Conduct a public hearing and consider amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 5, Zoning District, and Article 16, Definitions. This is our first reading. Ms. Delgado, floor is yours.
So this is for ordinance 24S16. It's amendments to Article 5 and Article 16, specifically in relation to mini warehouse public storage and that land use. Emily Delgado, Planning Manager. So as some background, we have received a growing interest for self-storage facilities located within the general business district across the city. So as part of that, staff is proposing a new use to control the style and nature of these developments. So some additional kind of background. So the current UDC, we have a land use called mini warehouse public storage with a definition of buildings containing separate individual self-storage units for rent or lease. The conduct of sales, business, or any activity other than storage shall be prohibited within any individual storage unit. And then as you can see here, the permitted uses, so that mini warehouse public storage is permitted by right in the manufacturing light M1 and manufacturing heavy M2 and requires a specific use permit in GB2. So as I said, Schertz has been receiving repeated interest for self-storage projects, but on property specifically zoned general business. So if a property wanted to be developed as mini warehouse public storage that's zone GB, it would require the zone change to GB2 and the specific use permit. When we started looking at, why the mini warehouse public storage is only permitted by right in M1 and M2, we started looking at kind of the characteristics of the existing mini warehouse public storage that's within Schertz, and I have a slide that shows some pictures. Typically, that type of mini warehouse public storage is a single-story metal construction. Think the roll-up doors, very similar to these pictures. This is kind of that old style of mini warehouse public storage that you get. However, there is this trend that's growing in self-storage industry that offers a product with greater architectural and construction standards, and in some cases offers a mixture of uses as well, not just storage units. So Schertz does have a development like that. It's the CubeSmart Self-Storage on 35, which was actually approved as a PDD and requires 3.8% of the ground floor of the building to be leased as office space. So CubeSmart physically from their PDD cannot just be self-storage units. So as the demand for self-storage in the real estate market is growing, and we've been amenable to mixed-use storage facilities in the past, staff is proposing this amendment to make a new land use called mixed-use self-storage, which would give us products more like this. It's taller, typically climate-controlled, ground floor, retail, office spaces like you see in these pictures. So vastly different from the low-slung metal buildings with, the roll-up garage doors. So the proposal would be that new land use called mixed-use self-storage with a definition, a climate-controlled building containing ground floor retail, service, or office space with separate individual self-storage units for rent or lease. The conduct of sales, business, or any activity other than storage shall be prohibited within the individual storage units, and such buildings shall be a minimum of 45 feet. So as part of that new land use, we needed to identify zoning districts that we thought that this land use would be appropriate in. So you can see here, permitted by right would be GB2, M1, and M2, and it would require a specific use permit in GB. So the new use would help Schertz guide self-storage demand to match community vision by minimizing conflicts and maintaining that attractive community that Schertz is, desiring. Staff is recommending of the amendments as proposed, and the Planning and Zoning Commission met on March 6th and made a recommendation of approval with a 6-0 vote.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Okay. All right. Item number 13, again, is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in regards to this subject matter? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. All right. Council, floor is open for discussion. Any discussion on this one? Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 24S16?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilmember Hayward and second by Councilmember Watson. Any comments? None. If you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. Councilmember Gibson has asked for a point of privilege, and I will grant that point of privilege. We will recess for 5 minutes.
What's that?
I said I just need to stand up. It is tough.
I hear you.
All right, the time is 8:11. We reconvene after our small recess. If we can please have your seats so we can continue. We're moving on to item number 14, ordinance number 24S17. Conduct a public hearing and consider amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code, Article 5, Zoning District, first reading. Ms. Delgado, floor is yours.
So this is for ordinance 24S17, UDC amendments to Article 5, specifically for automobile sales. Emily Delgado, Planning Manager. So some background, as City Council's experienced, there is a growing interest for automobile sales within the City of Schertz, specifically on property zone general business district. So this language was drafted as a best way forward for automobile sales in the event that the city is open to these changes. So our current UDC has a land use titled automobile sales, new or used, with the definition sales, rental, and or lease of new or used automobiles or light load vehicles, including as an accessory use automobile repair major. And that land use is permitted by right in M1 and M2, but requires a specific use permit in general business 2. So if somebody wanted to develop a property as automobile sales right now, but the property is zoned general business, they again would have to go through the rezone to GB2 and still request an SUP. So the proposal would be for automobile sales, new or used, to be permitted by right in M1, M2, and GB2. So moving that GB2 from requiring SUP to having it permitted by right, and then allowing for someone to request an SUP for automobile sales within the general business district. With some caveats, there would be limited uses added into the Unified Development Code, which would state automobile sales within the City of Schertz shall have the following limited uses. Number 1, no automobile sales shall be within 3 miles of another automobile sale property line to property line. Number 2, no automobile sales shall be within 250 feet of any single-family residential zoning or use. And number 3, automobile sales uses are required to have automobile repair major as an accessory use. So from staff's recommendation, the current UDC regulations staff feels are sufficient for automobile sales. The proposed amendment would not align with the city policies and the goals. The amendments would open up for possibility for automobile sales to be closer to residential uses. Even with that distance caveat, it would still be closer, which staff feels could be counter to healthful development, which is a priority for the city. And then the general business district tend to be high value, visibility properties, commercial real estate. Think about all of the properties along 35 that are zoned general business. Automobile sales are prevalent in the wider regional market, so when you think about all the auto sales that are in our neighboring cities, and then permitting automobile sales, in staff's opinion, would not be an efficient use of land in Schertz. So therefore, staff is actually recommending denial of the amendments to the UDC as proposed here. However, as there has been a request to amend the UDC and to allow the automobile sales in the GB district, staff drafted and presented these amendments as a path forward in the event City Council is open to the idea of allowing greater potential for automobile sales. Permitting automobile sales in GB with a specific use permit allows staff and City Council to evaluate each proposal case by case, and it would also include those limited uses that would create additional buffers between existing automobile sales and potential new ones. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on March 6th and made a recommendation of approval with a 6-0 vote, with the condition that one limited use be that 250 feet from single-family residential zoning or use. Staff originally had presented to P&Z that limitation be from all residential zoning or uses. So the requested change by P&Z would allow for automobile sales to be adjacent to multifamily zoning districts.
All right, thank you, Ms. Delgado. I see the applicant is here. Floor is yours.
Still technologically challenged. So my name is Ken Brown, 100 Northeast Loop 410, Suite 1385. If you will remember, most of you were here back in August. We submitted a zoning case under the previous code. It went to Zoning Commission where it was approved to change the base district to General Business 2 and to approve the SUP for an automobile dealership. Came to council in September. And there was concern that changing the base district to GB2 with a vacant piece of property, and if we didn't go through with what we were going to do with the property, would allow certain industrial uses that were inconsistent with the surrounding uses, and it was not favored by the council. At that time, we agreed that we didn't feel like an automobile dealership is an industrial use, and we were supportive of working with staff to come up with an amendment such as this. And so my client, which is K-League Automotive Group or North Park, still has the property in question, which is 5 acres right on the boundary of your city limits in Selma, which is a unique situation. And we are supportive of the code amendment that would allow you to review an automobile dealership in a general business district with an SUP, so you could look at them on a case-by-case basis. We were at the zoning commission, or P&Z. They did support it. They made the amendment about 250 feet within single family as opposed to residential. As you'll recall, our site has multifamily to the back of it. But more importantly, the other two conditions about having a spacing requirement, 3 miles, would eliminate the concern of having a row of automobile dealerships, and the other requirement of having full service maintenance almost by definition requires a dealership as opposed to a car lot. And so I think you have the protection that if for some reason the dealership went away, it couldn't just automatically turn into a used car lot. I know that is a concern. As I've stated, we still have this property under consideration, and we still want to build a luxury dealership on this site. We have a dealership in the area. It is the Audi dealership in Selma. I can't say what the end user would be, but it will be a luxury dealership. For these reasons, I would respectfully request that you support the plan amendment, and certainly here to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 14 is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance that would like to address the council in reference to this subject? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Hayward.
I'm not still amiable to a car dealership in the city of Schertz, especially in that location. I think when you're coming into the city of Schertz, I know that there's a car dealership right before, but coming into the city of Schertz right there is my vision, as we all want to say we want to be a premier city and a city that's going to grow and have things that are going to be nice. I think a restaurant will go there, and to me, when we are allowing car dealerships by right, they can be anywhere, even with the 3 miles. And I just don't want to look like other cities. And then I think about with the city, we have 27 parks, approximately 300 miles of roads to do, to maintain. We have to have new sidewalks put in some areas. We have other repairs of sidewalks, and that takes revenue. And car dealerships aren't going to give us the sales tax revenue because all of that revenue goes to the state. And so we don't get the revenue to take care of those things. And I think I don't want us to end up being a car-centric place and getting all wound up because it's going to be a luxury dealership. It's a luxury dealership today. What will it be later? And, I know he said it can't be used cars by right. I don't have a problem with used cars, I own one, but I don't want things to be turned into that. And then when you look at doing some research, a lot of times, and I'm not saying they are, but a lot of times, a lot of the car dealerships, within 5 to 10 years, they're moving to another location because they either outgrown that one or they want something that's new and improved and they don't want to put the money into the dealership. Not saying that, it's just an average. And I'm not thinking about now with this nice new luxury dealership. If people want luxury, they can go to Selma and get an Audi and a Mercedes, or around the bend you can get a Lincoln. And I think I'm just not, and I think that in the past, a lot of the council members were not happy, and some of the residents did not want car dealerships up and down I-35 because that's one of our main corridors, at least going north. If you want a car dealership, I might could accept it coming on south where we have some of the industrial part, but I'm not amiable to that, and I like to keep it as a specific use permit going forward.
Okay. Ms. Delgado, could you put the slide where you where the staff made the recommendations as to why the recommendation was denied? Or not? Right, I think, let's see, one
forward?
No, it's before that, this one. Now, when we look at I-35, 3 miles, I don't think we have more than 6 miles on I-35 that belong to the city of Schertz. Am I correct, the frontage? It's about 5.5, so.
I think we talked like 3 max, right?
Well, if we look at exit 174 to exit 180, I guess 6 miles max, I think is the maximum frontage that we have on I-35. You know, some of the things that it's as Councilmember Hayward stated, there is no sales tax revenue for the city of Schertz because it's a 6.5% tax, and what's that? No, it's 6.5%, and the city gets no sales tax revenue. So the only revenue that we will get is basically out of the maintenance and parts and inventory, if there's any inventory that's on the lot. But it is prime real estate coming into our city, and I think that's why previous council had disapproved the SUP that was presented to us back then in August. You know, this is a tough situation. You know, and then the recommendation of 250 feet from single-family residential, and that cut down the multifamily. The multifamily is not included, and there is multifamily in this area. Am I correct?
So that's correct. Staff originally proposed to have this line here, no auto sales within 250 feet of any residential zoning or use, and the Planning and Zoning Commission requested to make the modification where it specifically said single-family residential.
Is there a reason why why that recommendation was placed in there as far as just any residential and not just single-family?
So we felt that it was an appropriate buffer, 250 feet, a nice buffer between whether they're in a single-family, lot or a multifamily, having a buffer between residential period and the auto sales. And then just as a note, so Brian said from straight line down 35, it's about 7.3 miles.
7.3, okay. I'll yield back to Councilmember Hayward.
Did you have a slide that said, because I'm reading all this, one that said it could be by multifamily?
Yes, so with this change here to indicate any single-family residential zoning, so the proposed amendment is written where it could be immediately adjacent to multifamily.
That doesn't make sense either. Okay.
Okay, Council, any other comments? Councilmember Brown.
On the overhead there of the businesses, you had that one little square that says Selma. So the company, or the company owns that adjacent property as well, and that would also be part of this eventually completed project. Yeah. So we're only talking about half of the car lot, basically, or whatever, being in Schertz, and the other half being in Selma.
So I would just keep in mind, right?
Not that I can talk about Selma, I'm just trying to get.
No, I was just going to say, just keep in mind that this UDC amendment wouldn't be just applicable for the project they're representing. It's for the entire city. Anybody that's zoned general business, if this UDC amendment is approved, could come in and request a specific use permit, assuming that they meet those other limited use caveats.
So that's I-35.
Right.
I-10.
Got it. All right, thank you. I kind of tend to agree with Councilwoman Hayward. Although there's probably good places for it, that's right there at the entrance to the city, our prime entrance on Schertz Parkway. It's one of those places that we want to look nice anyway. I think the city has done, in the past, historically, has done a good job of controlling the development along there to keep it things that are a little bit more fitting within neighborhood environments. And I know the other proposed development that's going in, there's a restaurant, so that kind of fits.
Now, this ordinance changed. The applicant still needs to come back in for an SUP if this was approved, because we're not looking at the dealership at this time. We're just doing a UDC change here.
Correct.
The applicant still needs to come back requesting the auto dealership with an SUP.
Yes, sir.
Motion that we accept ordinance. Where is it?
Okay, we have a motion that's been made by Councilmember Watson,
Second.
second by Councilmember Davis. Council, is there any other comments? If not, if you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 3 ayes, 4 objections. Motion does not pass. All right, we'll move on to item number 15. Ordinance number 24S14. Conduct a public hearing and consider amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances Unified Development Code to Article 1, General Provisions, Article 4, Procedures and Applications, and Article 14, Transportation. This is our first reading. Ms. Woodley, floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John and I are going to tag team this evening, so I'll start and he'll finish. We're looking at a variety of changes to the UDC. Some sections are cleanup type things. There are conflicts between the UDC, the Master Thoroughfare Plan, the Public Works Design Guide, and the local government code, some of which has changed over the last year. So this is an effort to bring things to be not conflicting with itself. Some of the language is ambiguous, making it difficult to apply or interpret by developers. Some sections haven't been updated in some time and are out of date with current policies and practices. Some sections require these updates to comply with recent changes to the local government code from the last session, and we've got 15 total sections being amended. The first section is adding language required by the local government code related to the posting of the manual, which includes our technical specifications, standard details, and Public Works Design Guide. It also includes a change that will require that manual to come to council to approve amendments, and we actually do have some amendments of that in the works that we'll be bringing here in the next month or so. Section 21.4.2, initiation of application. This is some administrative type things. We remove Public Works as a separate certifying department. Public Works and engineering work very closely together, so engineering will take care of any comments or situations involving Public Works on their behalf. It also matches language that conflicted with another section of the UDC. The utility service extension section, the amendment removes the city's authority to require annexation as a condition of approval of utility service to a property that's already within the city's CCN. So the city's already obligated to provide service. We can't make a condition that they submit to voluntary annexation. So that was really a correction to the current UDC. It explicitly adds the requirement for that the developer must make a formal request for utility service extension if the project is not required to plat. Normally, the extension would be done through the platting process with public improvements, but in this case, they'll have to make a request for that extension. And it adds the requirement for the applicant to process any CCN transfer and update the service area map and amend the CIP. So they get information from us and they do the legwork to get that amendment done. The appeals section includes updated timeframes to comply with local government code limitations, and the public infrastructure improvements, construction plans and improvement agreements section is amended by adding limitation of extensions on construction plan approvals so it syncs up with plat recordation, and it adds a reference to the Public Works Specifications Manual. And now our new Assistant City Engineer, John Nowak, will discuss the amendments to Section 2114.1, which is transportation.
Good evening again. We have quite a few changes in this section. Some of the proposed changes are intended to increase clarity, reduce some ambiguity or ways to interpret things. Others are removing internal conflicts within some of the sections themselves, as well as other documents. We also wanted to, earlier, council kind of reviewed some changes to our cul-de-sac requirements for dead-end streets. So this now puts those recommended changes or changes y'all authorize actually into the UDC. And, excuse me, we've also made a change in paragraph F to remove some of the requirements out of the UDC, as these requirements are in other documents. So rather than have things in multiple places where if you make a change, you got to go back and change a lot of things, try to reduce the effort on when something has to be updated. Paragraph H has been changed to reflect our current practice or procedure for street naming and addressing. The next few paragraphs were changed so that they don't conflict with other documents, specifically like the master thoroughfare plan and the design guide. We had kind of a unique situation where we had adopted a master thoroughfare plan that had a set of standards. The design guide was a little different and the UDC was a little different yet again. So this is cleaning all that up, making everything consistent. And it also clarifies the difference between an island in the street and a median, because they're two different things from a transportation or technical standpoint, so we wanted to make that clarification. We also changed the lighting requirements. We have a couple different main energy providers in our area. They each have different light poles, different luminaire heads, and so it's hard to make a cookie cutter ordinance to fit every possible condition. So we tried to change things up a little bit, add a little bit more requirements to try to improve lighting and focus on making sure there's lighting where we really need it on new streets. And paragraph T we changed to reflect current practice. In section 14.3, we removed some paragraphs that really aren't transportation-related items. They're more zoning-related items, and they're already contained elsewhere in the UDC. And then we also provided clarification on the roadways that this section specifically applies to. It was kind of ambiguous before. We tried to clean that up. Paragraph 14.5, we remove conflicts with other documents, and we specify that driveways on state facilities like the FM roads, the interstate frontage roads, also need to meet TxDOT requirements. Again, it was a little bit ambiguous, and we clarified that. 14.6 clarifies the minimum sidewalk width, removes conflicts with other documents, and references the other documents where the standards are actually found. Make it easier, again, to get to the information that developers need. 14.7 explicitly states some additional analysis items that we can request to be included when the development has to do a traffic impact analysis. We had some kind of general, broad language, and sometimes we get pushback saying, well, show me where it says I have to include that. So we said, okay, we're going to close that ambiguity and say, here's a list of everything else that we can require if warranted based on the circumstances with the situation. We're also trying to close what I perceive as loopholes in the current requirements. And what I mean by that, as an example, under our current rules, if we have an intersection that is already functioning poorly, we have a level of service goes from A to F. It's just like a grade you get in school. You don't want to get a D, E, or an F. You want to be above that. Well, if we have an intersection that is already below a level of service C, and the development comes in and impacts that, they're not required to do anything to mitigate it because it's already operating at a level of service below what it should be. So we're trying to change that, but as we change it, we also have to be fair and be concerned about rough proportionality. So under these proposed changes, the developer will have to make a contribution towards improving that, but it'll be proportional to their impact. So it'll be, if they're adding 10% more traffic to that intersection, they would be asked to contribute 10% of the cost of signalization or something like that that we needed to bring that intersection up to a higher level of service. And these changes also make our requirements a little bit more consistent with what other cities are doing. When we proposed these modifications, we did look at a variety of other cities and kind of picked the best pieces out of all of them, tried to put them together in our recommended changes. The last paragraph is a brand new section. And this came about because we had these conflicts with our other documents. Which one takes precedence? Nobody could answer that question. And at the advice of our legal counsel, said we really should have a chain of command or order of precedence in our ordinance. So if we do have a situation like that, it's clear what takes precedence. So that's what that paragraph does.
So Brian thought that they might want to know the difference between island and median.
Okay. I'll back up just a second. Some may wonder what's the difference between an island and a median in a street. Okay, a median is designed to kind of channelize traffic or separate traffic, reduce left turn movements. So when you have a high volume roadway, like some sections of FM 3009, for an example, what's being proposed for the new section for FM 1518 south of 78, you don't want to allow unlimited or unfettered left turn lane. So you don't have a standard left turn lane like you do on some streets. You put a barrier, the median in, to restrict where you're going to allow those movements. An island is more of a decorative element. It's not really intended to control traffic per se. So they're two different things. One has a technical value to it, the other is more scenic, or it looks nice, or the center part of a traffic circle is more of an island. It kind of works to make traffic go around the circle, but it's not really a median. When we propose or create proposed UDC amendments, there are some approval criteria that we evaluate the proposed changes against. Do the proposed changes promote the health, safety, welfare of the city and safe, orderly, and efficient development of the city? Well, some of these changes do meet that requirement. You know, well-organized infrastructure systems are essential in promoting health, safety, and welfare in a community. And the UDC functions better, more effectively, and efficiently if you don't have a bunch of conflicts or if it conflicts with the local government code or other things. Is an amendment to the text consistent with other policies of the UDC in the city? Again, yes, many of these proposed improvements do fit that category. They propose to align the UDC with other plans and with current practices and policies within the city. Are any of the amendments consistent with the goals and objectives of the UDC and the city? Some of the proposed amendments comply with the strategic plan goals to establish a safe community by facilitating efficient and adequate infrastructure by being proactive, recognizing we have a problem, changing it before it becomes a big issue, and by continuously improving and evolving our requirements and standards. So some of those improvements or proposed amendments also accomplish that goal. And the last one is kind of a catch-all, which is why we bring it to you and why you have a public hearing. It allows you to ask questions, gather any other information you feel is pertinent to make a decision whether or not to approve these proposed modifications. Staff recommendation is ultimately to approve these amendments. We feel these amendments would remove some conflicts between the UDC and other documents, update our standards to be current with common engineering practices and what other cities are doing, and to improve some of our technical requirements to better fit our community. They also would help us align better with the local government code, particularly some of the recent changes we've seen. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, and if I can't answer them, Kathy can help.
All right, thank you. All right. Once again, the item number 15 is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject? Please step up to the mic. Name and address, please.
Richard Moss, 3434 Wimbledon Drive. Basically, I think this makes a lot of points we've already been talking about, where you make the developer pay for the increased cost of traffic to all these different issues. This has been a sticking point in what's coming up as ordinance 24-S-08, is that the traffic currently, probably, I don't know what it is, if it's an F or whatever, but it obviously will be lowered by this ordinance. I mean, not by this ordinance, but by the PDD. And I think this does address some of those costs. I'll make it short.
Anyone else would like to address the council? Going once? Going twice? Public hearing is closed. I do have a question concerning islands and mediums. If I look down the parkway, I see islands, and I do see the raised mediums there that they provide. When is it going to be a standard, and what will make it a preference? You understand what I'm saying? When you have a standard, you're obligating it to be placed on there by the developer. But when is it going to be a preference? That's something I like to see, but not necessarily.
We have a combination. A lot of times when we deal with the islands, they're usually brought forward by a developer. Like they want to have a different look to the entrance into their development. So they want to put an island out near where their main entrance is to have landscaping, signage, something that identifies or brands that. There's no real technical need or technical reason for that. It's something the developer wants. We, from a city staff perspective, we don't generally make a request saying, hey, we need to have an island in the street over here. It usually comes from somewhere else to do that. In the term of medians, that depends on the type of roadway that you're dealing with. If you're dealing with like a Schertz Parkway, where if we had a lot more different uses on Schertz Parkway and everyone wanted to have full access and you took those medians out, imagine how traffic would be impacted versus limiting some of those movements to key locations, separating them out further. So when we get into a higher volume roadway, particularly a secondary arterial or a principal arterial, that section has a median in it, and that's why, is to reduce the number of access points along that corridor to promote efficient movement of traffic down the roadway. It still provides some access. You can't not provide any access. But that's the kind of subtle difference between the
So
two.
in this situation, a medium would be a standard that is required based on the traffic,
Yes,
and an islet will be cosmetic.
correct.
Thank you. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. All right, is there a motion to approve ordinance number 24S14?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mayor Pro Temp Macaluso and second by Council Member Watson. Is there any other comments? Not, if you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 16. Ordinance number 24S12. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request to rezone approximately 11.7 acres of land from General Business District 2, General Business District 2. That's a little confusing. GB to GB2, okay? Known as Comal County, property identification numbers 78053 and 116266. Guadalupe County, property identification number 68327, 68329, 114080, and 114082, located 500 feet west of the intersection of FM 2252 and IH 35 Frontage Road, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, and Comal County, Texas. This is our first reading. Ms. Marcus, floor is yours.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Williams. Again, Ordinance 24S12, zone change from General Business District GB to General Business District 2, GB2, on approximately 11.7 acres. Daisy Marquez, planner. So here is the subject property outlined in green. It is currently zoned General Business District, and it is being proposed to be zoned General Business District 2, also known as GB2. And just to kind of show you the area, this is I-35 North Access Road. This is the existing Bussey's Flea Market, and this is our Evo development. So to the north, it is currently right-of-way, also known as IH-35 North Access Road. To the south, we have property zone General Business District GB and single-family residential agricultural district, and it is currently vacant. To the east, we have property zone General Business District GB with an approved SUP for a convenience store with gas pumps, but it is currently still vacant. And then to the west, we have private right-of-way, also known as Denot Hill, the private road. On February 21st, we sent a total of 7 public hearing notices. On March 13th, we published a notice in the San Antonio Express paper. We received 0 responses. 2 signs were posted on the property, and on March 6, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on this rezoning request. And as of March 27th, again, 0% of the land within the city that is within that 200-foot notice area has sent in written opposition, so only a simple majority is required of City Council and is needed to approve this request. And this is the zoning exhibit that was provided by the applicant. And the applicant is proposing a rezone of approximately 11.7 acres of land from General Business District GB to General Business District 2, also known as GB2. The subject property is currently used for portable building cells, more specifically known as mobile mini. And portable building cells is defined as an establishment which factory manufactures portable buildings, such as manufactured homes, job site offices, and are displayed and offered for sale, lease, or order to the general public as per Article 16 of the Unified Development Code. UDC Section 2154 states that a zone change is required to establish the use of land and the development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development. And approximately just under 4 acres of the property has been used as some type of storage use since prior to 1995, and the rest of the 7.8 acres of property was not in use in 1995, and neither staff nor the applicant have a record that authorized the expansion into that area. And although the land use would no longer be non-conforming if the zone change and specific use permit are approved together, the applicant will still need to plat their property, provide improvements, submit a site plan, demonstrate compliance with the Unified Development Code, and receive a certificate of occupancy and utilize the property in a manner generally as they would like. And if the zoning consent or SUP are not approved, staff would work with the applicant, providing reasonable time to bring the site into compliance. So again, when we go through zone changes, we look at UDC Section 2154D for the criteria of approval. 1, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. The proposed zone change does not meet the intent of the comprehensive land use plan. The current comprehensive land use plan designates the subject property as commercial campus with single-family residential at the very rear of the property. The commercial campus land use designation is intended to encourage the development of lower intensity commercial and office uses as a buffer between I-35 and adjoining neighborhoods. 2, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, healthful development of the city. The proposed zone change does not promote the general, orderly, and healthful development of the city. This portion of I-35 North Access Road from Cibolo Valley Drive to FM 2252 is slowly becoming a corridor that meets the needs of the local community with personal services, restaurants, and retail. There are more appropriate locations for this type of development and proposed use where the land is already zoned for portable building cells. 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The proposed zone change to General Business District 2 is not appropriate with the immediate area of the land to be reclassified, and the proposed zone change from General Business District to General Business District 2 would allow for more intense land uses that are not compatible with the current nor the proposed comprehensive land use designations for this area. And more specifically, General Business District 2 permits by rights uses like truck sales, heavy equipment, welding machine shops, nursery major, genuine manufacturing, industrial uses, and bottling works. And additionally, the accompanying specific use permit is to specifically allow portable building cells, which would not meet the intent of a harmonious center where services of the local residents are met. 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supplies, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. The subject property is using an existing on-site sanitary sewer system, and during the platting process, the subject property will need to conform with the City of Schertz development requirements in the Unified Development Code. The subject property uses I-35 North Access Road as its frontage, and TxDOT has acquired all the right-of-way necessary for the TxDOT Next project. The master thoroughfare plan East and West connector does not affect their property directly, as alignment has been set by other development, also known as Schertz Station, and consequently will affect the subject property's neighboring properties. And water is available and provided by the City of Schertz and SSLGC Dual CCN on I-35 North Access Road. And although the site is currently operating with on-site septic, sewer is available and provided by Schertz and CCMA Dual CCN, and the development will be required to extend sewer across their frontage to the existing Bessie's lift station. Any plans for sewer extension will be submitted at the time of final plat with their public infrastructure permits. 5, whether there have been environmental and or economical changes which warrant the requested change. No, there have been no environmental or economical changes that warrant the requested zone change. The northern portion of the subject property and majority of the subject property was annexed on April 7, 1981 with Ordinance 81-810, and the remainder on February 6, 1990 with Ordinance 98-5. Portable building cells was established as a use in the permitted use table of the UDC with Ordinance 6S33, the 2006 amendment of the Unified Development Code. This 2006 Unified Development Code stipulates that portable building cells requires a specific use permit in General Business District 2, General Business District 3, and is permitted in Manufacturing District Light M1. Unified Development Code Section 2171B states that nonconforming uses, lots, and structures shall not be enlarged upon, expanded, or extended, and shall be used as a basis for adding other structures or uses prohibited elsewhere in the same district. However, the applicant has been continually expanding the business on the original parcel and onto new parcels without permits. And here are just some aerial images taken from Google of how the use has been spread onto other parcels. 6, where there's an error in the original zoning of the property for which a change is requested. There was no error in the original zoning of this property. 7, whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. This does not impact the first reading at City Council. 8, whether other criteria are met which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change and at this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council. And again, this is about rezoning that specific property. So here you have what's allowed in general business district with an SUP, and here to the right what the applicant is requesting, general business district 2, and some use is allowed, and then an S indicates that an SUP is required. So the proposed zone change to General Business District 2 would allow more intense uses that are not compatible with the surrounding development and is incompatible with the comprehensive plan land use designations. The existing General Business District and the permitted uses within General Business District are more compatible with the surrounding adjacent land uses and the comprehensive plan land use designations. Therefore, staff recommends denial of ordinance 24S12. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on March 6 and made a recommendation for denial with a 4-2 vote. Comments and questions, and then the applicant and their representative is here with the presentation.
Oh, okay. If I can please have the applicant provide a presentation.
So this feels like deja vu. My name is Ken Brown, Brown and McDonald, 100 Northeast Loop 410. I think the staff probably summed it up pretty well. What has happened out here is that this user started this use around 1999 to 2000 and did it, what I would say was on the original track, which is the track on the left. And has had continuous operations until today. The adjacent track, the track on the right, is where they have expanded. When they started their operations on the original track, it was zoned general business, and there wasn't a requirement for the SUP. The SUP requirement came in 2006, and so at that point, they weren't entitled to expand over to the adjacent track. The property owner leases it out to the particular user in this case, which is portable building, storage, and sales. They were unaware of the change in the zoning to require the SUP, and so continue to expand on the adjacent track. Given the code, which is very similar to the last case, this sort of outdoor storage is lumped into industrial uses. And so this is the only code based district, zoning based district that they could seek on both the original track and the adjacent track. The zoning based district of General Business 2, and then the submittal of the SUP. And so that's what they have done, is submitted, working with staff. The landowner did this on his own up through Planning Commission. I was retained after Planning Commission to explain what happened. But essentially, we would claim that we have non-conforming rights on the original track. We weren't entitled to expand onto the adjacent track. The property owner and the lessee were unaware of that. Business was good, and they expanded. And so when staff caught it and brought it to their attention, the application was submitted by the property owner, went to P&Z, and now we're here today. The only classification for the base district that we could ask for is the GB2 with an SUP to allow portable building storage and sales. And so that's why we're here before you today. I would respectfully request your consideration on this matter, and if you have any questions, the owner of the property is here also, and I think there's a representative from the lessee also,
Okay.
the user of the property. Thank you.
They're welcome to the mic.
Hi, good evening, Council. Ashley Fairmont, Killing Griffin and Fairmont, 10101 Reunion Place. Nice to see you all, and thank you, Ken, for the presentation. I'm here tonight on behalf of Mobile Mini, who is the tenant, the long-term tenant on this property. As was mentioned, they've been here about 24 years, so they've been in the city of Schertz for quite some time now. Just a little introduction to them. They are a global company with locations all over the world. And what they do is they provide the secure on-site storage units for mostly job sites, as well as the climate-controlled offices that you see. So it's really construction-based, and that's who they service. As was mentioned, they did expand onto the property that doesn't have those non-conforming rights. As South Texas and Schertz and San Antonio and north and south and east and west of here has continued to grow, so has their business. So I think as of today, they have currently about 2,600 units that are out for lease. They have 20 employees that office here. And so, it's an ongoing and thriving business at this location. We know that there are concerns with the GB2, particularly on 35. Unfortunately, as was mentioned, there are no better options in terms of zoning. And they do have that non-conforming rights on the one piece, but we do need the GB2 with the SUP on the other piece. So just to keep it brief, but we do appreciate your consideration for this business. They do want to remain in Schertz, and we thank you for considering it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is the owner here? Did he want to say a couple words, or? Oh, okay. All right. Item number 16 is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone here in attendance who would like to address the council regarding this subject matter? Going once? Going twice? All right. Public hearing is closed. Ms. Marcus, right? Could you put the slide back on there on that GB2, what they can actually put on there? And before I open up to council, thank you. That's the slide that we're looking for. Just a couple of ordinances earlier, we denied the SUP for a car dealership, and I see it's on GB2 right in here, if I'm not mistaken. What makes this difficult is that the owner has been here for over 20-something plus years. And it's a difficult decision, definitely, because the council has to decide what's going to happen here. I-35 is a jewel right now for the city of Schertz because of the amount of traffic that's on there. And we certainly like to see the businesses that flourish here. We see those on GB, what we can have there. And then we look at GB2. And like I said, we just denied someone the GB1 with the car dealership, but previously, on previous council, we actually denied the GB2 for those specific reasons. But if we can leave this on, and I'll open it up to the floor for council to see if they have any questions. Councilmember Macaluso.
It is difficult because you do have someone that has had a small business here in town for quite a while. With that being said, opening it up to GB2 would be a mistake. And obviously, if you were to sell the land and that zoning is in place, you have all these different options that can come in there that I don't think are desirable for our community. So I myself support the staff's recommendation.
Councilmember Hayward?
I have a question. I guess, I don't know if Daisy can answer, or Brian, neighborhood services. Were they working with neighborhood services? Because I know they don't have the impervious.
Yeah, I think what prompted this, as I understand it, to jump
Right.
in is I think neighborhood services went out due to the expansion of the use, right? And so that's something that at times we spot. I think that's what prompted it. I certainly appreciate the property owner, the applicant coming in and saying, all right, well, what's the path we have forward? We do appreciate that. And I guess what I would say is, however the vote goes, this is not something that if we're denied, staff is going to be out there tomorrow issuing citations. Certainly, I think has been noted, they've been there a while. We will work with them as we always do, because our goal is to get compliance and find a win-win-win solution for both the business, the property owner, and the city at the end of the day. But yeah, what prompted this was neighborhood services going out in that use.
And they don't have the impervious surface. They have stacked them way beyond the limit.
I think
Have they
what
been trying to
prompted it
rectify
was
that?
seeing the units go high, kind of caught everybody's eye, and then we looked at it, realized that they had in fact kind of grown the use when they shouldn't have and hadn't come in. And again, at this point, we can't find records really determinative either way on the original part of the property. We think kind of we know what the situation was, but you know, so there is certainly the ability for them to shrink back potentially for part of the use. But again, our goal would be to try to work with folks, however the vote goes, to find that win-win-win solution as opposed to a painful solution for everyone.
Yeah, the thing that I guess, like Councilmember Macaluso, the other things that could end up there, and that's.
Yeah, I think that's really the.
I mean, it's tough because they've been here for a long time.
They have been here for a long time, and again, we would argue they've kind of grown.
Yeah, they've
shouldn't
outgrown,
have for a
grown,
long time,
right?
right?
Absolutely.
But I think this is one where we would certainly, again, we have the property owner, we have the business, we would pull our EDC department in, and our goal would be to find a solution and something. At the end of the day, it's probably not what everybody would like to have happen, but we get to a solution. Everybody kind of goes, well, that was a fair, appropriate solution, and we all kind of move forward together.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any other comments? Mr. James, you left the floor too early. You know, when I look at general business and we look at where KFC's at, I think the first 350 feet is general business. Behind that is GB2.
Right.
If we deny this, what actions does the applicant need to do to allow those 400 feet off the frontage to be general business and provide him the opportunity to do his regular business with the mini storage units?
So again, let me kind of, because you made reference to the KFC, and I assume the KFC on the other side of IH-35.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we have a couple different situations. Again, traditionally, the city of Schertz's comprehensive plan, future land use plan, has the other side, the north side of IH-35, with kind of commercial office service uses, generally along the frontage for various distances, and then industrial behind that, right?
Right.
What typically we've done, though, is we've maintained the south side of IH-35 as retail service type uses generally, and then residential uses. And so that industrial would be problematic. But again, what we would say, and let me make sure I got your question, is, so again, they can do any of the uses in the GB district. So again, there was a restaurant at the front of the property that could certainly kind of come back and get a new CO. Certainly we'd work with the applicant, sit down their attorneys and kind of go through as to what that original footprint might have been and where they were and what was allowed going forward.
Well, then, what I'm suggesting is working with the applicant to allow that frontage to be GB and allow him GB2 on the backside of it. Probably would require replatting and also council's approval. The fact is that he's been there for 25 years. I certainly don't want to run him out of business. None of us do.
You're right.
But we understand that the requirements that are associated with the zoning issue that we're facing here.
Right, and so again, maybe to be clear, certainly the property owners own the property for a long time. The uses have kind of come and gone over a period of time. And again, I think a bit of our challenge on this is when we have folks violate the ordinance, sort of do what they want to do we then kind of, well, they've been there, and so we now have to let them keep doing that, which I think is in some ways problematic. I think the concern for staff on this one, frankly, is really maybe opening up this side of IH-35 for GB2. It was a little bit like our recommendation with concern with the automobile sales, because I'll bet you dollars to donuts that if this were approved, we're going to get somebody else coming in within the next 3 to 6 months who's going to say, see what you did over here. You did that over here. You've kind of opened the door to this, as much as we try to find a distinction going forward. And so kind of one of the things, again, with the purpose of the non-conforming status, and I, again, don't want to get into to what degree this is or isn't, is that it sort of allows those folks to continue doing that, but it doesn't let them grow and expand it, right? You can keep doing this thing, but you can't keep growing it. I will offer this up. Part of the problem you have here, and if you know, again, if I can find, you go back the photos, as they've mentioned, this business has grown from what they originally are, right? Which is good. They're doing good business, everything's going well, but they outgrew the site they initially started in. And at some point, how long do we let every business that starts that way continue to grow and creep and move beyond, as opposed to we just kind of say, we have to find a better long-term solution for them. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have these problems going forward. So, for example, you know, as we have more development, and we've heard residents talk about that tonight, and we've had development applications up in this area. So if those development applications do move forward, we get residential homes in the vicinity, what is their response going to be as we continue to let this grow and grow? And so if they were to come back in 5 years and say, well, we've outgrown the spot we have now, we need to keep growing, that's where this becomes problematic, I think. And so again, I think what staff would tend to say is we just probably need to sit down and find a better long-term solution for the business, the property owner, and the city, and work through that now, because we think it's only going to get harder down the road. You know, and again, part of why we're here, as was said, is the business is growing, which is great. But it's outgrown, I think, the site, and we need to find a better long-term solution for everyone.
Brian, in the staff memo, it says, although the land use would no longer be non-conforming if the zoning change and specific use permit are approved, the applicant would still need to plat their property, provide improvements, submit a site plan, demonstrate compliance with the Unified Development Code, and receive a certificate of occupancy, and utilize the property in a manner generally as it like. So could you explain that?
Sure.
What would that entail for this applicant?
Right, and that's really the issue. So again, what we would argue is that, again, you still have this issue that clearly a portion of the business was an expansion without approval. And again, if the applicant can show up tomorrow and say, look, I have all these records that you couldn't find, we'll sit down and look at it. But they would have to go back and deal with that, right? So again, when you expand that use, there's a development process that folks have to go through, which is you have to get a site plan, you have to plat the property to construct on it. When you plat, it triggers the construction of public improvements in terms of water and sewer. So there's a process to get it where it needs to be. And so again, one of the challenges on this one is, right, we have everybody that comes into the city who says, I have this great idea for this business or this type of use, and we say, that's great, we'd love to have you, but you need to go through this process to build it in a way that looks like the kind of community that we want to have here in Schertz, as opposed to you can just sort of do what you want. And that's the issue here, is just because they went ahead and did it without permission doesn't let them keep doing it. They've got to kind of come up. Otherwise, what staff faces, everybody walks in and says, I've got this plan to build an office building. Why do I have to do all these things? You didn't kind of make that guy do it. No, did you not make him do it because he just went ahead and did what he wanted without going through the process, I think, is the issue.
Thank you for that explanation. Councilmember Gibson.
Yeah, we have this situation is like doing it and asking for forgiveness later. My issue is if unfortunately the business owner didn't properly plan out or discuss any of this stuff with the city. I understand the city went out, checked it out, and was like, halt, wait a minute. But also, even if we were to approve it to go to GB2, I mean, the landowner is still going to have a tremendous amount of improvement that needs to be made. So either way, it's going to be a high ticket dollar item, correct?
It probably would be, but again, I would say this in sort of defense. That's if the zoning and SUP are approved, then that certainly is the owner's decision to spend that money or the business's decision to spend that money to make those improvements, right? But yes, it's likely not an easy. If what people are hoping for is an easy path forward where everything's just fine, there really probably isn't one without a lot of implications. And I will say that the issue is going to be staff is going to be hit with folks walking in and saying, how come they can do this and you didn't make me do it, is the challenge. And so it's that equity fairness issue that we have. And, you know, we talk about this, it's interesting at times. I can certainly appreciate people being frustrated going through this process and the standards that we have. But it's funny that once they do that and they've made that investment, often they become the ones saying, hey, you need to make them do this because I made this big investment and I want you to protect my investment that I made going forward. So yes, ma'am.
Council, any other comments? Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree that with the amount of businesses and the type of businesses that would be allowed, I think we'd be not destroying, but reducing our future value along that area there, and we know that it is the growth is going as we speak. So I'll agree. Just work with them.
We will.
Any other comments? Councilmember Westbrook.
So which one gives you the best, how do I say it, opportunity to work with the current owner? Because I'm hearing if we pass it, they have to go through a lot of steps, in which case they have to comply a lot of money. But if we deny it and go with the staff recommendation.
So yeah, I think, let me, if I may, and again, I apologize if I wasn't clear. So if you were to approve this item, the zoning, and then you approve the SUP, then the applicant could go through that development process. And while that may be expensive, that's certainly their choice. They have that path forward, right? And they control their own destiny. I think what staff was simply saying with that is we just don't want anyone to be here to think, oh, if this zoning and SUP is approved, everything is fine, nothing to be done. There would still be things to be done. That would be the process. If you denied the zoning, then effectively you can't approve the SUP. At that point, staff sits down with the property owner, the business owner, their attorneys, and say, okay, council's not approved the zoning. Let's figure out what that pathway forward is. And again, I will say this with our staff. Certainly when we get complaints about things, at times it's just a slow process on a junk vehicle, on tall weeds and grass. If the property owner is not wanting to comply, they can drag that out, and it's frustrating for them. Give them a citation and get a couple $100 for the city. The goal is find a solution that gets compliance, maintains compliance, and we don't have a problem going forward. And that would be what we would do here. So again, I just want to be clear, it's not as though if council were to deny the zoning, staff's going to be out there saying, all right, we're shutting y'all down, we're doing whatever. We sit down and start having those conversations, again, as I said, to try to find a win-win-win, because we are empathetic. Again, this is a business here in our community. It's a property owner here in our community. They employ folks in our community who probably live here, who shop here, who work here. They provide services for folks in our community. And so our goal is to work with them to get a solution. But really, if council were to deny, it kind of says a message to staff and them, y'all need to sit down and find a solution, and everybody's got to work at it in good faith.
Council, any other comments? No. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to disapprove 24S12.
And I'll second.
Second.
That was a motion made by Councilmember Davis and second by Councilmember Gibson. Any other comments? Now, the motion was made to disapprove, so voting yes would disapprove this application. Okay. If you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 yeas, no objections. The motion, the ordinance has been denied. With that, item number 17, ordinance number 20S13, I'll go ahead and read that motion. But I'll read the ordinance. Ordinance number 24S13, conduct a public hearing and consider a request for a special use permit to allow portable building sales, general business 2, on approximately 11.7 acres of land known as Comal County Property Identification Number 78053 and 116266 Guadalupe County Property Identification Numbers 68327, 68329, 114080, and 114082, located 500 feet west of the intersection of FM 2252 and IH 35, frontage road, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, and Bexar County, Texas. Since this is a special use permit and the ordinance, previous ordinance did not pass, there is no vote needed on this one. The ordinance does not apply in this situation. All right, so we are down to item number 18, which is the reason several of you have made it and stayed with us this long. But before we get started, I think it's going to be a long one. We need the 5-minute. Point of privilege. All right, the time is 9:31. We reconvene into our regular session. And next on the agenda is item number 18. All right, before we get started, thank you for your patience. It's been quite a few public hearings that we're having today, and I know you all were anxiously waiting for this one to come to fruition here. So we'll continue. Ordinance number 24S08. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request to rezone approximately 44.3 acres of land from single-family residential district R2 to Planned Development District PDD, known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 6460, located approximately 78 feet south of the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas. This is our first reading. Ms. Marquez, floor is yours.
Good evening. Ordinance 24S08, zone change from single-family residential district R2 to Planned Development District PDD on approximately 44.3 acres. Daisy Marquez, planner. Here is the subject property outlined in yellow. This is Savannah Drive. Just to orient you, 1518 is over here, I-35 is in proximity over here, and Schertz Parkway is somewhere to the right. The applicant is proposing Planned Development District, PDD. So to the north of the subject property, we have the existing PDD of single-family residential, which is Kensington Ranch. To the south, we have single-family residential district R2, which is currently vacant. To the east, it is also zoned single-family residential district R2, and it is Deeds Creek and currently vacant. And to the west, we have Universal City, and it contains a single-family residential subdivision known as Orchard Park. And then again, kind of giving you a view of what's going on here. This is a subject property outlined in pink. This green hatched area is what will be known as what's outside the APZ2. This red hatched area is what is inside the APZ2. This is the APZ2 line that shows everything down under this line is in that APZ2 area. On February 23rd, a total of 65 public hearing notices were sent out, and as of March 27th at 12 p.m., 543 responses in opposition were received, 2 in favor, 1 being from the applicant, 0 neutral, and 2 signs were posted on the property, on the applicant's property by the intersection of Savannah and Irish Creek, and here facing that Orchard Park subdivision along Behringer. And on March 6, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing for this item. So a supermajority is required. We received 28.79% written opposition. And again, if a proposed zoning change is protested in writing and signed by the owners of at least 20% of the area of the lots or land immediately adjoining the area covered by the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment and extending 200 feet from that area, the proposed change must receive, in order to take effect, the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 of all members of the City Council, according to LGC Local Government Code 211.0060. So the 3/4 vote has been triggered for City Council. And I do want to note that we did receive some petitions today, but we weren't able to verify if they were within that 200 foot or not. And it is past that UDC required Friday before council by 12. So there were some changes to the PDD. Following the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the developer made some modifications to the proposed planned development district in an effort to address some concerns of the public. The developer is proposing to reduce the proposed density and building style from what was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So at the March 6, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Cibola Farms Planned Development District PDD was presented with a maximum density of 11 dwelling units per acre for a maximum allowed total of 486 dwelling units to be built in Area 2, which allowed for single-family attached, single-family detached, and garden-style apartments to be built. So the new proposed PDD modifications will reduce the maximum density to 6.7 dwelling units per acre for a maximum allowed total of 297 units to be built only within Area 2. And in addition to the reduction of density, the PDD stipulates that only single-family detached units can be built within Area 2. So this presentation reflects the new changes of the Planned Development District. So UDC Section 2154 states that a zone change is required to establish the use of land and development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development. The approximately 44.3 acres is currently zoned single-family residential district R2 and is proposing planned development district PDD. And per the letter of intent submitted with the applicant desires to develop the land for single-family detached units for rent on one lot. And as per Unified Development Code Section 21510, a planned development district PDD is intended to promote and encourage innovative development that is sensitive to surrounding land uses, and if it necessitates varying from available zoning districts, the proposed development should demonstrate community benefits. So before kind of going into the PDD and what's being proposed and kind of breaking down the areas, staff does want to state that due to, past zoning ordinances and past history, we do not think that multifamily is not incompatible next to single-family residential, so we just want to make that clear. So the Cibola Farms PDD is proposing to utilize the apartment multifamily residential district R4 as the base zoning district. The PDD will establish two separate areas, Area 1 being the 11.97 acre portion that is within the JBSA Randolph Accident Potential Zone 2, also known as the APZ2. And Area 2 is the remainder 32.28 acre portion of the subject property, and development is limited to only this area. So kind of just to show you, Area 2 is this area to the right that is the 32 approximate acres where development would be limited to per the PDD. Area 1 is those about approximately 11 acres that are in the APZ2 zone and where development would be strictly limited. So going into Area 1, which is considered the APZ2 preservation area and is approximately 11.97 acres, it is within the Accident Potential Zone APZ2 and is within the City of Schertz limits and borders the Universal City limits. The purpose of Area 1 is to preserve the 11.97 acres as open space with no development allowed except for development of a road, which may include drainage, infrastructure, and gates, a gated access point, and utilities. The 2015 JBSA Randolph ACA study recommends properties within the APZ2, if developed as single family, be developed at a maximum density of 2 dwelling units per acre. And there are 11.97 acres of the subject property within the APZ2, which would equate to JBSA's recommendation of a maximum of 22 units within this APZ2. The existing single-family residential district R2 that is on the subject property right now requires a minimum of 8,400 square feet per lot, which would equate to approximately 57 single-family residential lots just in this APZ2 zone, which would exceed JBSA's maximum density recommendation. And in an effort to support the JBSA Randolph mission, the proposed PDD stipulates no residential development within the APZ2 to prevent encroachment. So we took some snippets out of the JBSA Randolph Joint Land Use Study from 2015 that these decisions were made based off of, and kind of just shows you the goals and objectives that the goal of JBSA Randolph Joint Land Use Studies to protect the viability of current and future military training operations while simultaneously guiding community growth, sustaining the environmental and economic health of the region, and protecting public health, safety, and welfare. And one of these primary objectives that were identified to achieve this goal was collaboration, and this is to encourage cooperative land use and resource planning among JBSA Randolph and the surrounding communities so that future community growth and development are compatible with the training and operational missions at JBSA Randolph, seeking ways to reduce operational impacts on adjacent land proximate and within the study area. So again, kind of showing you, this is Area 1 that is within the APZ2, and this is Area 2. So going into Area 2, which is being considered the mixed residential on approximately 32.28 acres. The 32.28 acre portion is south of the Kensington Ranch subdivision, is approximately 77 feet from the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road, and will allow for the development of multifamily residential. The PDD will also now explicitly stipulates that only single-family detached units can be built within Area 2. and for all intents and purposes, Area 2 development will be classified as a multifamily use. The Cibolo Farms PDD is proposing a reduction of the density from 24 dwelling units per acre to 6.7 dwelling units per acre, with a total of 297 dwelling units being allowed to be built within Area 2. So conventional apartment/multifamily residential district R4 requires a front setback of 25 feet, side setback of 10 feet, and rear setback of 20 feet. And per the proposed PDD, the minimum setback requirements are being increased to 50 feet along the perimeter of Area 2. And within Area 2, landscaping is proposed to include a 20-foot landscape buffer with one shade tree every 30 linear feet on all sides. And again, here's those dimensional and development requirements taken from the PDD. And this is a conceptual site plan for informational purposes only, kind of just showing Area 1 where there would only be a road, and Area 2 with the development. And this is a conceptual site plan for informational purposes only. It does not reflect single-family detached only. This does not reflect what the PDD is proposing now. So the Cibolo Farms PDD also has some additional requirements. It also includes some additional miscellaneous requirements as per Joint Base San Antonio JBSA. And due to the subject property being partially in the Accident Potential Zone 2, also known as the APZ2, JBSA Randolph must provide an affirmative recommendation to zone changes within that APZ2 as per UDC Section 2159. So this directly applies to those approximate 11 acres. And as part of the JBSA Randolph affirmative recommendation, they provided conditions as to which they made their affirmative recommendation. The developer must provide documentation and demonstrate their compliance before building permit applications, that they have followed the lighting, sound, and spectrum-dependent systems, FFA review if applicable, and FAA Advisory Circular AC number 150/5200-33C. So again, going into UDC Section 21510F, the PDD criteria for approval, whether the proposed PDD implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan. The proposed zone change to Planned Development District, it does implement the policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. The comprehensive land use plan designates the subject property as single-family residential. The single-family land use designation is intended for a mix of residential with some commercial activities that support the daily activity of development. The requested Planned Development District is proposing to preserve approximately 11.7 acres of land and proposes to develop the remaining 32.28 acres at 6.7 dwelling units per acre with a maximum of 297 dwelling units. And per the application, the PDD would allow for single-family detached units within the same development and served by the same amenities. The intent of the PDD is to provide a deferring housing type and does meet the intent of the existing and proposed comprehensive land use plan designations that allow for a mix of residential with supporting land uses. 2, whether the proposed PDD promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, and efficient and healthful development of the city. As part of promoting the health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. The PDD proposes screening within the 32.28 acres of Area 2, which will require an 8-foot masonry wall, 20-foot landscape buffer with one shade tree every 30 linear feet, and a 50-foot building setback all around the perimeter of Area 2 boundaries. Since Area 1 is within the JBSA Randolph Accident Potential Zone 2, the PDD requires that the developer demonstrate the compliance with the JBSA additional requirements before building permit applications as stipulated in the PDD. Additionally, the PDD stipulates that there shall be no development other than a road, which may include drainage infrastructure, a gated access point, and utilities within Area 1 as a means to preserve the APZ2 and support the JBSA Randolph Air Force Base mission. And per the exhibit submitted with the applicant, the proposed PDD is proposing 2 access points. The main development access point is being proposed from the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road and would be gated. And the secondary access point is proposed from Behringer Way, which is within Universal City, but would be a gated access point for emergency access only. 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The planned development district is appropriate within the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The City of Schertz practice in previous projects has determined that multifamily is not incompatible adjacent to single-family residential. The proposed planned development district is compatible with the existing and proposed comprehensive land use plan land use designations for the subject property. The PDD preserves the accident potential zone 2, APZ2, which is crucial to the operations and mission of JBSA Randolph. And again, we pulled up the JBSA Regional Compatible land use plan that shows, again, that as communities develop and expand due to growth and market demands, they have potential to encroach on military installations and operational or training areas. Encroachment can have a multitude of undesirable impacts on community safety, economic development, and sustainability in military operations, and addressing these issues and their potential impacts is currently one of the military's greatest operational challenges. 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. The proposed development is located approximately 78 feet south from the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road. Savannah Drive is currently a residential collector with 70 feet of right-of-way. The closest signalized intersections are to the east at the intersection of Savannah Drive and Schertz Parkway, and to the west at the intersection of Savannah Drive and FM 1518. And per an initial traffic impact analysis provided by the applicant and reviewed by the City of Schertz Engineering Department, the potential effects of development traffic have been evaluated. The submitted TIA reviewed by the effects of the development on the intersections of FM 1518 and Savannah Irish Creek Road and Savannah and Schertz Parkway and Savannah. While the TIA shows that there are some detrimental effects, particularly to the Schertz Parkway and Savannah intersection, these effects can be mitigated. There are mitigation methods to maintain the level of service currently at Schertz Parkway and Savannah intersection. The developer will be required to construct the mitigation measures as part of the public infrastructure permit that is submitted during the final plat process. The other intersections, including the FM 1518 and Savannah intersection, will all function at an acceptable level of service, even with additional development traffic. An additional and more detailed analysis will be done of all the intersections affected with the revised TIA during the platting process. The revised TIA and further analysis will identify the appropriate mitigation measures for all intersections. A public hearing notice was mailed to the Schertz-Cibolo Universal City Independent School District to notify them of the potential development, and they have not provided a written response indicating opposition or support. 5, the extent to which the proposed PDD will result in a superior development that could be achieved through conventional zoning. The proposed planned development district allows for the preservation of the accident potential zone 2 APZ2 for the long-term viability of existing and future military missions, which should be a paramount consideration. Area 2 is based on the apartment multifamily district R4, but with the increased minimum building setbacks and decreased density, as a result, Area 2 of the proposed PDD will calculate its density requirement on the entire 44.3 acres, but will limit its development to the 32.28 within Area 2. If the existing single-family residential district R2 remains on the property, then the APZ can be developed, which could affect the mission of JBSA Randolph. Additionally, with conventional zoning that is already in place, the City of Schertz cannot enforce additional requirements that JBSA Randolph would desire. The additional minimum building setbacks, reduced density, required compliance with JBSA Randolph development requirements, and restriction of development within the APZ2 would not be possible to enforce in the existing single-family residential R2 or in conventional apartment multifamily district R4. 6, whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full, no application will receive final approval until all back taxes are paid in full. This does not impact the first reading at City Council. The second reading cannot go to Council until all back taxes are paid in full. At the time of the staff report, the applicant has not paid all back taxes. Thus, the second reading of Ordinance 24 S08 is not tentatively scheduled and cannot be until all back taxes are paid in full. 7, whether other criteria are met, which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change, and at this time, no special consideration from the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council have been received. So due to the proposed planned development district preservation of the APZ2, reduced density, and compatibility with the comprehensive land use plan land use designation, staff recommends approval of Ordinance 24 S08. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on March 6 and made a recommendation of denial with a 5-1 vote to the Cibolo Farms Planned Development District that was originally proposed with the proposed 11 dwelling units per acre density and the allowed single-family detached, single-family attached, and garden-style apartment building types. Comments or questions, and the applicant is here with a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marquez. All right, the applicant, if you can
Once again, Ken Brown, Brown and McDonald, 2454 Toft San Antonio, Texas. I'm assuming most of the council watched the P&Z hearing, and I want you to know that me, on behalf of our client, we heard what the people were saying. They were concerned about the density, they're concerned about traffic, amongst other things, but that was the largest thing. We immediately went back to the drawing board and essentially cut the density in half. We are down to 297 of no multifamily, single family detached for rent. And so we wanted to share that with the neighbors. We were told that they were advised not to meet with us about it. And so some of the comments that happened earlier, you may have noticed that they referenced 480 units, they referenced 3 stories. We've done everything we can to get the information out. I'm glad they're here. I'm glad you're here. I want to hear their response to our new proposal. I'm sure you do too. I just want everyone to know what we're actually proposing and what we went through to get to this point. So that was just a little editorializing, but I am prepared to now start my presentation. I think everyone knows where the site is. We are requesting, well, the property is currently zoned R2. And as staff has said, we can develop it for single family, for sale product or for rent product. Code doesn't make a distinction between ownership or rental. We can get about 230 some odd units on the entire. Now that's using the 11 acres that we are currently setting aside. We're proposing 297. And so what we're really talking about today is the difference of 68 units between what is currently allowed but would be spread out on the entire tract and what we're proposing to put on one of the tracts and keep the 11 acres in conservation for JBSA. I want you to know that the developer has 25 years of experience. He went to West Point. He was an Army officer, and he takes the JBSA mission very seriously. And so that's who we met with first, because if we couldn't make them happy, as you know, your code requires them to positively recommend a zoning case, or we can't even move forward. And so they are recommending approval for this, where usually in other municipalities, and even in this, they usually make a recommendation of non-opposition. Well, that wouldn't have worked here under your code. We had to get their positive recommendation, which we got. But it took 3 or 4 meetings. We started back in October with them. And what made them recommend it is that not only are we not building there on that 11 acres, but we currently are allowed to because it's zoned R2. And as staff has said, we can develop that tract under R2 requirements, and we wouldn't have to comply with the extra JBSA requirements about noise, sound, and that sort of stuff. That was never a part of our proposal. We met with them first. We told them what we were going to do. They said they would support us, and they have sent a letter of recommendation. Go to the letter. So I'm going to leave that up for a while because they don't usually draft letters of affirmative recommendations. It's usually non-opposition. So after meeting with them and understanding the parameters of how we would be able to develop this tract, then we met with staff. And we went through the possibility of just base districts, just R4 straightforward. And we came up with the PDD because it allows for flexibility. It also allows enhanced buffers and setbacks and lot configurations. And so we and the staff thought that this was the best vehicle. As you know, we went to Planning Commission with almost, 480 some odd units. Clearly, that wasn't well received, and we heard it. It wasn't well received that they didn't want multifamily. And I mean by multifamily, the traditional 2 or 3 stories. I think every one of us have lived in an apartment at some point in our lives. And so I really don't buy the crime and the property value thing, but it's real to them. And so we removed it from our proposal at a cost, but we weren't going to get anywhere with the strict apartment sort of proposal. So we changed it. And what we're proposing is 297. They're single-family detached units. They are for rent. I'm going to skip forward. Can you go back also? So this is essentially the site breakdown. And like I said, it's about 297 units. So I'm just going to go. A third of them are going to be 1 bedroom, 1 bath. A third of them, or a little bit more, are going to be 2 bedroom. And about a third of them are 3 bedroom, 2 bath. You can see the rents. Those numbers are probably very close to the mortgages in the area. What we're proposing is a diversity of housing options here. We have found that a lot of people, especially in this market, don't want a mortgage with rising interest rates. A lot of people in the Randolph area are here for 2 or 3 years or less, and they're moving on. They don't want to go through the hassle of buying a house and then selling the house. Some people can't qualify for the mortgages now that the interest rates are so high. Some people just don't want to deal with the yard and everything else. So what we're proposing is a diversity of housing options. It's still managed on site. The common areas are taken care of. There's amenities on site. It's gated. There's security. I think the staff said, and as you know, we're not required to do a plan amendment because this type of use in your comprehensive plan is appropriate here, under your comprehensive plan. So we're not amending your plan to do this. And so that's why we were proposing this. We did hear from the neighbors, and so that's why we made the adjustments. I know some of the people didn't get the notice or didn't receive all the information, and for that, we made every effort to get it out there. I will say on the TIA, there's always a question of why are we doing the TIA? Why doesn't the city do it? We do the TIA, but we submit it to them. You guys just introduced this engineer today, a recent hire. He's from Kimley Horn, is one of the best engineering companies. He's the guy that's going to review it. He's going to say if what we're submitting to you makes sense. And then they're going to make the recommendations about how to mitigate the traffic. The only way we knew to try to fix the traffic problem was to cut the density. So we cut it in half. The other issue is about our ingress-egress points. We're required to have 2. Once again, on the TIA, they're going to review it. One is right now under our PDD, it says that we have 1 on Savannah and 1 going to a stub out in an existing neighborhood. But the TIA may show that we have to have another one, or the other one has to be a full service one. And we have to do whatever is required under their review of our TIA, or we don't move forward. It's the same with the drainage. We have to do a drainage study, but we submit it to your engineers. And we have to ensure that the drainage from our site isn't increased in volume or velocity to abutting properties. We have to do that. Your code and your staff ensures that we are not producing runoff onto other properties that isn't already there. go to that. And so there was a comment that these are going to be 3 stories. They're not. I mean, under the original proposal, when it was garden apartments, there was a 3-story concept in there. This is what they're going to look like. That's probably the 1 bedroom. This is probably a 2 or a 3. This is what they're going to look like. This is what we're building. We've done it before, and it works. People say that people that rent don't take care of their things. Well, the owner's going to take care of these things because it's still their property. And so they have, as I said, they have on-site management, on-site maintenance, and they take care of the property. I went through all of that. So getting back to, we tried. I don't care if people oppose things. It's part of the participation process. All we wanted to do was make sure that when they got up here, they were talking about what we submitted. You know, it really doesn't do anyone any good if they're saying 485 units when it's 297. And so we made every effort. They said they were advised not to meet with us. I can't imagine who would advise someone not to get our information. But that's it. I'll respect that. It doesn't matter to me. You know, this is what we're proposing, and this is what I want you to consider and act upon tonight. I think the last thing, do I have just a little bit of time? I know a lot of people will come up here and say they've lived here since 2007 and 2013 and things have changed. I grew up here. I graduated from Clemens in 1976, went to church right in this building. I lived on Maryland Drive, which is right across the street, in 1975 or 1976. And I get it. Nobody likes change. Change is scary, you know. On the back of our lot on Maryland, we called it the farmer's field. That's what it was. It was a farmer's field. Now it's houses and apartments. And my parents weren't excited about it, but their property values didn't go down. They didn't see an increase in crime. I'm sure when Kensington Ranch was built, I'm sure there were some people out there, probably the people that owned the property that we're buying, were saying, well, there goes the neighborhood. This was a rural area, and now it's becoming urbanized, you know, with homes and things. Nobody likes change. What I'm asking of you as a body today is, please don't make your decision based on a fear of change, okay? Please, let's just stick with land use, zoning, and planning principles. I think that we meet the requirements as laid out by your staff, and I mean, we stand by this, but I want you to know that we listened, and we care, and we made drastic adjustments. But I agree with them. The original proposal was a drastic change, and they're not ready for that. I get it. Maybe you're not either. But I think this is an appropriate, realistic, incremental change that meets your comprehensive plan as it stands today. So for those reasons, I would appreciate your consideration. I know it's going to be a long night, but I would like for you to keep in mind, we're talking about 68 unit difference for some sort of housing diversity and some sort of protection for JBSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Edmondson? Before I open up the public hearing, I put a couple of slides together to clarify a few points. As the applicant mentioned, there's been a lot of changes to his original plan. Okay. One of them that was mentioned is the zoning notification. The governmental code requires that city notify landowners within 200 feet, contacting the HOA or any other residents regarding this is a courtesy and not a requirement. I just want to make that perfectly clear. Transparency was there. Whether or not you lived outside that 200, there's no requirement. So if we go to the next slide. FM 1518 traffic. This is not a city road. This is a TxDOT road. Your point of contact is listed right there. If there's issues regarding FM 1518, you should contact your representative regarding TxDOT. The city does not own this road. So please note this number. Next slide, please. Cibolo Farms. Again, he indicated the maximum number of units went from 465 to 297. The final plan, the final layout is not completed, but the max number cannot exceed 297. Whether or not he puts 250 or 265, that all depends on how everything is placed on that plan. A reduction of 37%, 168 units. Again, the max is 297. Whether or not he builds 297, I don't know. Okay, the next PDD, down at the bottom, I think we went too fast. Okay. The PDD was modified that no units are within the APZ Zone 2. We want to make that clear too. Next slide. Multifamily. This is not what they're building. Multifamily is often referred to rental housing with multiple units contained in one building with multi-levels. This is not what he's building, okay? It's not, we look at multifamily and all of a sudden we say apartment complex. In this situation, the multifamily is owned by one owner, but it is not a multi-level unit. If we go to the next slide. These are single-family rentals, and all rental units are detached. This is more or less what they might look like. They're not attached to each other. Next slide, please. Here's another one. They have the same green space. That's why you would see some of these housing units back to back. Well, they're going to share the same common green space. Okay? Next slide, please. And they're all in a gated community with the amenities that they're going to provide. And the gated community is going to have an 8-foot fence. Next slide, please. Okay, Joint Base JBSA Randolph. Okay, we all know the importance of Randolph and the impact it has in our community, not just the city of Schertz, but the surrounding area. They contribute close to $5 billion into the economy. Not just, like I said, the entire community. Next slide, please. And as I stated earlier, the governmental code, when you reach 20%, it triggers a supermajority of 3/4 of the council. 75% of the council must approve this. To approve this requirement, it requires a 6-to-1 vote. Okay? And council, if you were to abstain, it is counted as a no vote. And I want to make that perfectly clear. All these items I put on the slide is so that you can have clarity as to what is being billed, the impact, or why he's not putting anything on APZ Zone 2, and also for council to know that the 6-1 vote is required for this to pass. With that, thank you, Ms. Edmondson. I don't think I have any slides after this, do I? Nope. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, item number 18 is on the agenda as a public hearing. And if there's anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject, please come up to the mic. You have 3 minutes and state your name and address for the record. We can have the first speaker come up while he... Going forward, if you can please provide what you're going to hand out prior to so that we can take a closer look at it.
Okay,
I would
thank you.
appreciate it. Okay.
Richard Moss, 3434 Wimbledon Drive. The handout I gave you shows the requirements of a PDD, the current PDD requirements for the city of Schertz. I've gone, what you're seeing as the second page, and what it talks about is the requirements of what they shall do. And the whole idea that in their presentation for the PDD, it has to have the diagrams. It has to have the site plan. In the PDD that's currently on your website for this, the site plans say they do not apply to this PDD. My problem...
Could you step up to the mic, please? Thank you.
You couldn't hear me?
Oh, they can't.
The problem that I've had when I've spoke to the council many times is the PDD process. And I do appreciate that now the idea of the deviations or variances are listed as part of the table of contents and you can go to them. But the thing right now is demonstrate community benefits. That's not any place in this PDD, and it should be on the PDD checklist before it's approved. And the idea that very clearly the document I gave you shows that you must have accurate site plans. The idea that he stands up here and shows you a bunch of pictures is not in this PDD. How can you vote on something that does not exist? Honestly. Because he said it's going to be 297 or something like this, it has to have a site plan. That's what the PDD says. Thank you.
Kip Homestead, 3560 Irish Creek Road. I came up here to explain that nobody here is afraid of change, as he stated. Change is not what we're afraid of. We don't fear change. We've embraced change. What the argument here is, he wants to change it from an R2 PDD, or R2 to a PDD. But if he's so adamant about, my developer is pro-military, then why doesn't he just still develop it? What he's trying to do is maximize space to increase profits. The business acumen, I understand it completely. I get it. I understand the point of it. But you don't need to change it from R2 to still accomplish what you want. You may not be able, he says he can build a max of, 265, but who knows if he builds that much. You can still build what you want, just leave it R2, and then it puts in the standard that is currently set in place. The PDD allows them to have little fluctuations to meet still JBSA's goal, but if he doesn't develop it, he still meets JBSA support. He doesn't have to build in that 11 acres in the APZ2. He still doesn't have to build it. He can still build what he wants. He just won't have as many units that he possibly could. There's no difference, and he's basically building what we asked him to build before. He took away the multi-level apartment buildings, but again, we're not afraid of change. We embrace change. We understand that it's going to develop. All I'm just saying is, why does he need to change it from R2 to a PDD to meet his needs when he can already develop it as is and just meet the needs of what JBSA wants? That's all my sense. So thank you.
My name is Robert Hobbs, and I live at 101 Hawks Meadows. As a 25-year veteran with 14 years spent overseas, 3 combat tours, I know what it takes to implement infrastructure that works. This does not. You've heard from the families that sit here and talk about fear of sightlines, fear of the traffic, fear of their children. And we didn't get addressed in that in those slide deck as a response, sir. What we got back was, well, they cut down the fear by 40%, so you should be good now. No, we're not. You're still dumping all of this into that area that's already compressed. You're giving us a phone number to call TxDOT instead of getting it answered yourselves before you take this vote. That's what's required on the infrastructure. Coming back into the JBSA Randolph piece, I work for 502nd Civil Engineering. Do I have the authority to say here and represent JBSA? No. But y'all vote on this. This is going to be on record, and that east flight line takes on the T1 jets. It will be the home of the TX jets next. If you think an 11-acre egress is enough to hold a jet full of JP8 fuel coming down on in that area, you're crazy. And I know that the response is going to be, well, you know what? It's only 68 more. He could already put up to 230. Well, if they do, that's their name on it. You approve this development and this PDD change, it will be your names on it. Coming back to them, if they truly think that there is no risk, that this is a perfect plan, that the traffic is fine, then I challenge them to go get the residents themselves and go move into that, and let's see what they feel like when they're in the APZ2 zone. Do not vote for this. This is not a plan. This is barely a notion.
My name is Christy Duffett. I live at 3400 Woodlawn Farms. My house is 4 houses down from the Irish Creek Savannah Road intersection. And I can attest that it is very difficult to get out of our neighborhood at that intersection as it is right now. In fact, today coming here, I had to slam on my brakes twice as I started to leave the neighborhood because a car came around the blind curve very fast, one way, and then the other way, and I had to stop fast. So, for nice round numbers, 300 additional families living on the other side of Savannah Drive, 600 cars if each family has 2 cars. That's 600 more cars with only one way in and one way out. Savannah Drive isn't wide enough for us to add turn lanes, and we can't put stop signs or stoplights on Savannah because of those curves. Because if people come around those curves and cars are stopped there, they're going to get rear-ended. So while I know it sounds like it is well thought out and it's a great plan, please listen to those of us that live there and deal with this on a day-to-day basis. The traffic on Savannah Drive, 1518, and Schertz Parkway is truly getting out of control as it is. And if we add in that many more families, 600 more cars, it's just going to get even worse. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jill Moore. I live at 3534 Woodlawn Farms, and we also own the house next door. Both of them are in the 200-foot zone. Anyway, I'm sorry, I should have addressed you, Mayor, and the council members. I did write an extensive email to you all, and I thank you for the 2 responses I got. They were very gracious. Anyway, within that, people have covered this better than I could, but I did bring up, if I understand it correctly, there cannot be a light put at the intersection of Savannah and Irish Creek. Is that correct? I think anyway, that was in my email because that's what I was told. If that's true, and it was because there are blind curves on both sides of that, just imagine, you've reduced it down to 300, that's really great, whoopee. Because if you come out there without a light, and I almost wish I had the map with me, but if you came out there from the new development and tried to go towards 1518, you're not going to make it. If you come out of anywhere there, it's so congested. Sometimes kids line up from the school all the way down to the intersection of Irish Creek and Savannah. And I said this in my email, what if you have an emergency? You have emergency vehicles coming down Savannah at the outlet of school, and they can't, and you have kids running around there. It is a recipe for somebody getting hit, somebody getting hurt. And the same, from any direction, you can't get out of there. The young man said it correctly. We were ready for change. We knew how it was zoned. We just assumed homes would go in that were of like kind that we had. I'm telling you, if this goes through with 300 homes and 600 cars, perhaps, I don't know. I don't even know if we kept the other house to bring family there. I'm thinking maybe we won't do that now. Anyway, it's up to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. So my name is Kyra Spinrath. I live at 101 Hawks Meadows, and like the gentleman that gave us information, I am also a lifelong citizen of the area. In fact, I grew up in a what we consider a multi-family dwelling of a manufactured house in an area that was supposedly safe to be used for a multi-family dwelling. That area is now Crescent Bend Nature Park. The reason that is important is because we know that even though there are things in place to protect people and citizens and for the benefit of our community, we also know that if corners can be cut, they will. And unfortunately, we have a lot of corners in the neighborhood that, relating to safety, right? Relating to the movement of people. When we talk about Savannah, we're talking about children. You've heard that. But maybe what they haven't considered is the ecological risks. So for example, that area that we have now was considered like a recharge zone. That's where the water comes in and it sinks into the ground. Even in light rain, like we had a couple nights ago, well, I don't know if it's light rain, there was thunder and lightning, but even in the relatively light rain that we had a couple nights ago, the next morning, there was still water coming down and pulling at the incline at 1518, coming all the way top from Schertz Parkway all the way down. That can cause hydroplaning. Savannah has gotten backed up so frequently that I have seen people realize that there is a major line there and do an illegal U-turn. I've seen this so many times that I don't know why they don't post police officers over there. Probably because they can't park a police car there while there are kids in school. Not saying go and do that, but but that is to say, I'm disappointed in the assumption that we are not ready for change and that we are not a community that is capable of embracing diversity. I think one look at the audience in this room and to this council is a testament to that, right? And I also want to say that Schertz is ready for development. We are aware of development. Schertz needs development. I've been here, I'm 30 years old. I have been here since I was 2. So I've seen it change in good ways and maybe not so good ways, but I know that we have the capacity to work for all community members involved. And, I'm sure they're very good at their jobs. That's why they're here, right? But this is another place to do business for them. And this is the place we call home. Thank you.
City Council, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the time. My name is Robert Druckman. I live on 3520 Enchanted Farm. I'm about 2 blocks from Irish Creek. And I'll be brief, just 3 quick things. He mentioned about the reduction. That's still 297 units. That's still 297 families, more traffic. And if they want to build a single-family house, most people are fine with it. It's going to be less traffic, less families if you do that. Number 2, rental income. Even if those rents are high, even if there's people maintaining things, it's not the same as home ownership. You don't have the same pride. It's just not the same. And then finally, I wasn't going to mention this, but the attorney mentioned this. He mentioned that gentleman went to West Point. Well, he should know better. He should have some honor. I'm an Army Gulf War veteran. And I just see it about the money with this person. That's all I have. Thank you.
My name is Brad Parker, 323 Rustic Willow. What I want to urge you to is look back at some of the issues you actually just looked at tonight. 24 SO9, you voted in favor because it did actually fit what was already in place in those neighborhoods. What was it? 24 S12, I believe, where the dealership right there was, they were planning on putting in an auto dealership along 35. It didn't fit, so you voted against it. I'd like to urge you just to continue with that mode of thought. Everything in that area and what was brought up on the map, everything around us is R2. It's all zoned R2. Why would we change it? there's no benefit to bringing a bunch of rental properties in. If it's about having the availability of rental properties, that should be a non-issue. According to some of the latest reports, November 2023 is the newest one I found, but at that time there was 17,000 units under construction in the San Antonio, New Braunfels area. 12,000 of those to hit the market within 12 months of that report. And in November of 2023, San Antonio, New Braunfels was the second lowest rated rental market in the United States. We had the lowest occupancy rates. So you add, and then we have another townhome going up, what is it, Cibolo Valley Drive? There's going to be another 318 available rental townhomes going up there in Schertz already. If we flood the market with rentals, all those rental prices are just going to drop. It's not going to help anyone on the rental side or on the property ownership side. We really aren't, it's not that we're afraid of change. Everyone knows that that area is going to get developed. We just want to keep it developed in the same fashion. Whether the rental properties are kept up really nice by the management group or not, there is a difference in that pride of ownership versus the rental, typically the rental tenant. We know that this change is coming. We know that eventually that area will be developed. We're just asking that the city of Schertz help us do it in a responsible way that does actually fit what's there now and keep following what you have been doing. There's no reason to change that up. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, councilmen and women. My name is Lynn Bauer. I live at 3604 Sunglade Ranch in Kensington Ranch Estates. I do use the Irish Creek access to go to my property. There's a couple things that I'd like to address with you. I'm an Air Force officer. I was enlisted also. I earned my commission as an officer. I don't have maybe the qualifications of a West Point graduate, but I still served my country and did the same thing. So if there's any weight that you give to a West Point graduate, I would also ask you to give me a fair shake and give me that same credit. This property that I own is my residence that is basically my wife and my dream home. And so we looked at this area. We're proud to be members of the Schertz community, even though I was raised and grew up in Colorado. Our connection came back to Schertz. I've lived here quite a while. I would ask you to take a look at the map of Kensington Ranch Estates. If you count the houses in there, there's 181 homes, single dwelling homes. They have two accesses that go to Savannah Square. Even though tonight they presented they were going to knock down the amount of homes to 297, in reality, there's really only one access, if you be honest with yourself, and that would be the access that they have to build coming off of Irish Creek. That other access that they have back there that's gated is basically a bogus access. I don't think they would ever use it. The builder did mention one thing that was important. He said a lot of people don't want to deal with a yard. Well, I'm sorry, but the people that I live with, we enjoy our yards. We have a good community, and that's what we have. We have pride in our area. Your decision today is relatively easy. If you think this is a tough one, just vote not to rezone it and let the builder figure out, because he's changed his plan again, how he's going to put homes on that area. It's not a tough one for you. It's a tough one that he's got to figure out. But we just cannot absorb the traffic from the amount of homes that they plan even at 297, coming out of that one access on Irish Creek Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amy Capiello. I live at 368 Silver River in Schertz on the Kensington Ranch side. One thing that I'm kind of curious about at the commissioners meeting, when people were asking about, the price or whatnot, we were told it was a fair market. They could not give us a price. So I'm curious to why they could give us a price tonight on the rentals. Nothing against rentals. I've lived in rentals. I've lived in apartments. We've military. One thing, especially living in Germany, we were told to basically mirror our community. And for that, to me, for there, it was like no AC. To here, these are all owned homes. There's plenty of rental properties, whether it's homes, townhouses, apartment buildings. Why do we need to turn this area into rental? People say, he said, there's not much of a difference. People take pride. There's going to be people on site. Still, years after years, it's not going to be kept up the same as someone who owns a home. So I would hope that you'd consider that. The easement as right-of-way thing, I'm kind of curious about that because it bothers me that if they're going to make this a rental property, they're making money. They're making money off of basically our part of the land that they're using this assessment for. Are you going to do that to a private owner? I understand in Texas, if somebody doesn't have a road, they can go through it to get, but is it appropriate for them to be making money off of using our land versus finding a different access or changing it? If they were homes that were owned, they're not making a profit off that easement or easeway area. So please explain that to me because I don't understand legal jargon. I don't understand why it's okay for them to be basically making a profit using our way, because to me, the easement should be for the betterment, sidewalk. If the city needs utility lines or something like that, that's what it seems to be. There's nothing wrong with things growing. I am very grateful that Schertz is growing. We wouldn't have our home right now if Schertz wasn't a growing city. I also ask you, because environment is a little bit, of a thing for me right now. As far as this city is supposed to be growing, by 2050 in the commissioners meeting, they said we are supposed to be about 81,000 people. What are we doing to create other green spaces to keep us, having a balance between the concrete world and open spaces? So those are something else, not just directly to this, but to everything revolving around Schertz and all the building or the ways we're building things. I would hope you'd consider that. This is a great community. We hope to live here the rest of our lives. That's why we bought in this area. So please consider, keeping it, zoned the way it is right now. Let it be, if they want to build houses to sell, let them do that. But don't turn it into rentals because it does. Have a good evening. Thank you.
I'm Barbara Wargo, 3513 Blue Moon Spur. I wanted to reiterate what a gentleman brought up in the comments before. They're deceptive in their statistics about the density. When you calculate the acreage and the number of homes correctly, like they even put on their forms, it's 9.2 homes per acre. The densest part of Kensington Ranch, I think, is something like 3.4 homes per acre. So they're almost going 3 times the density of homes crammed in there, which is really a lot. Even in that proposed diagram, those things were shoved in like throwing popcorn down. I mean, that's a lot of people in a very small area. And you talk about the support services also in our area. Can our local grocery stores also accommodate 300 more families? When I did the math on my own sitting down there, if they followed the 6.7 density like per acre, they're only going to be able to put up 155 homes, single family dwellings, not 297. So 155 versus 297 is a huge, huge difference. Like 155 single family separated units is a lot more peaceful, gives them a lot more space. It seems like a lot more reasonable number for that, especially with only one entrance and exit. So they're deliberately deceptive in their statistics presenting it, and that's pretty shady. Thank you.
Michelle York, 3601 Sunglade Ranch. I kind of wanted to piggyback on that just a little bit with the TIA. I don't know if you guys got an opportunity to look at it or not, but it looks like it was done over a one-day period, and their peak hours were between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. And I don't know, in our neighborhood, a lot of people tend to leave before 7 o'clock in the morning. Our schools also are having to be at school at 7 o'clock in the morning. So it really wasn't indicative of some of the higher traffic volumes and the kids that are going to be walking and moving around in the morning in those hours. The evening hours were from 4 to 6, so those are a little bit more reliable as far as like people coming home from school or and work. But 4 o'clock is still a little bit late for schools because schools are out at 2. So there was also a portion in there that said that there was no pedestrian traffic on Savannah, which is kind of crazy because if you've ever gone up and down Savannah, there's lots of pedestrian traffic. So I don't really know where they got that number from. So that's a little bit concerning to me if you're looking at that report for data, that TIA was a little bit skewed in my opinion. I mean, like I said, maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, but just take that into consideration when you're looking at that as well. I feel like this is a classic kind of permission now, and then we'll bait and I feel like it's gonna be a bait and switch. Kind of like, I do appreciate the fact that they went back and they heard us last time and they cut the number down. But on the same token, I also heard that Daisy and her group don't agree that multifamily is not a good fit. So what's to say that you guys do the PDD update now? You change it into zone, change the zone, and then they go and they redo their plan again. And now we're back to multifamily and a whole bunch of other stuff. Or maybe they decide not to do anything there with housing at all. I mean, does PDD, what else can they put there? I didn't see anything on what else could be PDD. I saw a lot of different things tonight with GB1 and GB2, but I didn't see what else could go on PDD. So that's a little bit concerning for me that if we change it to PDD, then what? What else can they do? So I am opposed to it just based on the fact that I don't feel like we have a lot of concrete answers to things, and there's a lot more questions for me than there are answers. What is a community benefit other than getting some rental properties in there? I mean, that's definitely a benefit, but what else is a community benefit? I'm concerned with the water pressure. I don't know if you guys live in that area or not, but come around 7 o'clock at night when everybody comes home, there is no water pressure in your house. If we're not doing the infrastructure to make sure that our water is taken care of and our sewer lines are good, how is putting another 200 and some odd people, 297 people in that area a good fit? I understand that 1518 isn't a part of what we are looking at because it's TxDOT. But on the same token, that's where everybody's coming in. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Rick Bettis from 340 Lone Star Gate in Kensington Ranch. The gentleman over there kind of like was trying to sell you guys on us, like character assassination, saying we're closed-minded and we don't, we're fear of change. And then he tries to glorify the West Pointer guy. My brother's a West Pointer. I don't know if you guys served in the military, and I've served under officers, and some of them aren't good as far as leadership. That doesn't make that person better for or his ideas or anything he does better than anybody else just because he went to West Point. Earlier, when we were talking on the different things that were being voted on, comments by council members were said, we don't want our city to look like this, right? The corridor. But yeah, we want to plop these rental properties inside these neighborhoods. Second, there was something was stated in one of the things done by the survey here saying we want safe and healthy growth. Is this really safe and healthy growth for our community in that area? Another thing was said on there was economic value on the corridor, right? We don't want the car dealerships in here because it's going to change the way it looks. But how's it going to affect houses 10 years down the road when these apartments come in? I'm pretty sure it's not going to go up as much as the value of the houses that they could. And then the last thing I really want to talk about is we opened this meeting with a prayer. I would like to ask some of you guys, maybe some of you don't believe, and maybe some of you do, but did you guys actually sit there and pray about this and think about this or meditate on this? Paul in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 10:23. I'm going to read the King James Version, but then I'm going to read kind of more modern version. It says, all things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but things do not edify. So we can kind of clear that up a little bit. Everything is permitted. You say, maybe, but not everything is helpful. Everything is permitted, maybe, but not everything is edifying. What it's saying is just because you can do something and it's legal and someone can come present something to you, doesn't necessarily make it right thing to do. And this is where we need to meditate and think about things, the whole picture. That's all I have to say.
Good evening. My name is Letitia Blackshear. For record, it's Barnes on my deed. I live on 3508 Irish Creek. I'm the third house from the Irish Creek in Schertz. Some of the points that I wanted to say, people have already said it, but something that wasn't really spoke about was the blind spots. Everybody knows about those blind spots. Today, when I'm coming out, those cars are hauling. They are hauling. And I don't know, this hasn't been stated, but I've lived in that house since 2012. I lived there when they didn't have a light on 1518. Getting out was horrendous. But I've also lived there long enough to see accidents. I've seen an accident on Irish Creek. Someone ran into the house right on the corner twice, going around the curve. Someone also, when you're going up Schertz Parkway, the little rail, the metal rail, I know one car went over the rail. It's been hit there also. And then on 1518, and I don't know if people remember this also, but on 1518, the little subdivision, that was hit like twice or 3 times. So people are driving bad. And my fear is I have to use Irish Creek to come out, and the apartments coming in and coming out is right there in front of me. So the people who have to come out of Irish Creek, we have no other options. So now traffic is going to be backed up. We want growth, most definitely, but the traffic is horrendous. The speeding is horrendous. How about we take care of that before we start adding more stuff in there? So I oppose.
Mayor, council members, David Estrada, 3557 Irish Creek Road. I'm a retired Carolina Sergeant Major. I served 26 years and 8 deployments. What does that have to do with this? Absolutely nothing. Just because he comes up here and states, oh, we got a West Pointer over here, means nothing. But yet, the gentleman stood up here and talked about the members over here, about the community. I felt like he belittled us. We did not want to meet with him. Why? Because it didn't matter what we said or how we said it. They were going to develop it no matter what. Do I believe that they took their development and cut it down just because of us? No. They took that development and those plans and they cut it down. Why? Because they want to make sure that they get this place. They want to make sure that they develop something there. If they were really taking into consideration what we were thinking, they would stop and think about the traffic, about our families, about our houses, about our yards, the kids walking up and down. I stated earlier, those cars come all the way down when parents are picking up their kids. Those lines come all the way down to where they propose that opening to be. What of those parents? What of those kids? How did they mitigate that? They didn't. They haven't. And they won't. Because there's nothing they can do to prevent that. Or they're not going to be able to prevent the safety of our kids up and down. Yes, that one off Irish Creek Road, stop sign. You've got to pull up all the way forward to look to the left, to look to the right, to ensure there's no coming. I implore you tonight, to consider a no on this. Consider us and what we think. Thank you so much.
Hello, Jimmy Heater. I'm at 3501 Willows Ranch. To hit on a couple things. One, on Willows Ranch and Sunset Ridge, we have 17 houses there, and that's just right up from Irish Creek, but it's on the opposite side of Savannah. And I can tell you how hard it is every day to get in and out of our little 17-house community, if you will, onto Savannah without getting hit. We have no crosswalk. Our kids have to dodge traffic to get to the other side where the sidewalk is just to make it up to the schools. Now you add 300 more houses literally 250 feet away. All those kids coming out of there, guess what? They've got to cross that road now. Same blind intersections, same no crosswalks. Yeah, maybe they'll put a crosswalk in there, but if somebody's coming at 45 miles an hour, you think they're going to see a kid coming across on a scooter, kid falls over on their bicycle, done. So in the traffic thing, I still don't get the whole 1518, yeah, it's not Schertz, but the Schertz people, the ones who live there, we have to drive on that road. TxDOT's not going to be like, oh yeah, we'll increase it because this or that or whatever. It's not going to happen for a long time. So really the biggest thing is I implore you, please just vote no. And if you can't vote no, don't vote at all. Just walk away from it. Thank you.
Good evening. George Bonilla, 3509 Willows Ranch. Just want to say, I had a little bit of an issue with the gentleman over here, how he said that crime and traffic won't be a problem, okay? As a former San Antonio police officer, patrol and traffic, so I deal with all of it, right? I have a problem with the rentals. Me being on patrol, I had a lot of issues with rental properties. Rental properties with homeowners, the property owners and the renters, always there. It was always an excessive call. We'd leave, 2 hours later, we'd have to come back. It was always an issue. I had family violences, I had different things, assaults, things like that, always going back to the same houses. You get to know it. Again, I don't know right now how our police department is, but I know, I've talked to some of them. I know we're not staffed like we should. If you're gonna add 300 more houses, it's an issue. It just is. How he was saying with the traffic, now being an ex-traffic officer, I dealt with a lot of accidents. I can see how things are an issue. Blind spots through Savannah is an issue. Myself, this morning, going to work, I almost got hit just trying to get out of my house, just trying to get onto Savannah to go up the hill. It's just an issue. I ask y'all, please, I mean, I know I've heard a few of y'all live in the area. For y'all that don't, I hope that y'all go by your core values, is do the best you can and do the right thing. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Well, I hope y'all can put yourself in our shoes. If y'all don't live there, what if y'all did? Would y'all want this right by y'all? Just a thought. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gary Livingston. I live at 3517 Mesquite Chase, Schertz, Texas, 78154. There's an old Latin saying, caveat emptor, buyer beware. I was at the zoning meeting. I heard the same lawyer speak at that one, and it was just misinformation after misinformation. And I don't believe for a second that what was presented there and then how quickly they changed tonight, that there wasn't some plan in place for that to happen. I fully believe they gave a crappy proposal at first, knowing we would be up in arms, so that they can then present what they did tonight and think we would be okay with a new shiny toy. It kind of reminds me of Black Friday sales or Christmas sales, where you go in and buy a new TV that's $300 instead of $400, but if you would have bought it 2 months ago, guess what? It would have been $300, right? It's just purposely marked down to try to show you that. Like I said, I don't believe they changed it this fast. I think it was known. I'm not falling for it, and I hope you guys don't either. In my spare time, when I'm not nervous speaking in front of you guys, I'm a junior high teacher. I teach 7th and 8th grade Texas and U.S. history. In 2014 and 15, I was named the top Texas history teacher in the city of San Antonio. I'm the only person to ever win it in back-to-back years. One of my requirements every year, because it takes up 25% of the STAR test, is to teach government. And while I don't know zoning laws at all, I do know the basic fundamentals that our government was built on. There's something called the 7 principles of government. It's already 11 o'clock at night, so I won't go into detail on all of them because I don't want you guys to fall asleep like my students do. But I will point out one of the 7 principles is popular sovereignty. When I explain it to my students, I say popular, the majority rule, right? Excuse me, popular means majority, sovereignty means rule. Law comes from the people, government comes from the people. We vote you guys in to make decisions on our behalf and to hear us speak. The founding fathers knew this, and when they wrote the Constitution, the first 3 words totally emphasized popular sovereignty. And I bet all of you know the first 3 words, or at least I hope you know the first 3 words to the U.S. Constitution. It's written beautifully in calligraphy by James Madison. It's simply, we the people, right? We the people have spoken. We the people were at the zone meeting. We the people were online. We were talking to you by email. Mr. Davis and Ms. Hayward, thank you for responding to my email. Appreciate you guys doing that. We the people were on the news. We the people gathered 550 signatures. And tonight, we the people, again, have spoken. We've said our concerns. The owner who wants to build this isn't here because he doesn't care about it. He just wants to make money. The lawyer an hour ago tried to make an argument that a car dealership was okay to build near homes. Okay? So please listen to us, we the people, and do the right thing. Thank you.
Charlotte Barr, 3632 Drywood Ranch, Schertz, Texas. And he just said a lot of what I was just going to say about the representative. You know, if there's a sales or a car sales and you go to buy a car, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to put a price up way high like this. Okay, so they came in with the first bid of 400-something homes. And that did not make sense. There are so many, things that are wrong about the first meeting and even now that just does not make sense. So to come and put this into our community where priority should be for our kids, safety for our kids. You would want safety for your kids. I don't have kids going down the street to the school, but I watch them. And when a bus comes along and I use Irish Creek, I sit there and I watch. That is not enough space for buses to come out and carefully turn a lot. So when we have an accident and kids on these buses or on these accidents, because where they want to put this entrance on Irish Creek and Savannah Drive, that is the deepest 2 curves on Savannah Drive. That is not a good place to have one entrance where all of these people are going to be coming out, 300 homes, 400, 500 homes, whatever. Change is good, but it has to make sense. It does not make sense. It has not made sense. If you listen to all the people that even came from the other communities, they talked about things and how, what they had to do. But if you're talking about Schertz and you want Schertz to grow as a community and you want it to be better, you don't want to put something in there and then have someone come along and sell it and just put anything in there. So again, this has to make sense. And I thank you all very much, but I just want you all to focus on the kids. Come and drive down Irish Creek Road, and you will see how difficult it already is. To try to mitigate something, it's just not going to make sense. You cannot make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. And that's what I need to say. Thank you all so much.
Hi, my name is Donna Coburn. I live at 3504 Willows Ranch. I'd like to echo a lot of things that my neighbors have said. I just don't think it's a good fit for where they're trying to put it. I think change is great, but I looked up a 3-mile radius of how many apartment complexes there are, and I stopped counting at 40. They're not at full occupancy. I just don't feel like it's a good fit for where we are. And also on the agenda that was on the City Council website, I don't know how fluid this plan is, but page 2 of 7, it says, however, it does say that they will build single-family homes, but it does say, however, per the PDD, the property can be developed in a standard suburban-style apartment complex. So that's already their plan. Doesn't seem like it's genuine to me. And also, on page 3 of 7, it says maximum height foot, 35 feet. So I just want to say I'm opposed. Thank you.
I do apologize.
I'm sorry, no. You already had
I
the
didn't take my
opportunity.
full 3 minutes
It
according to
doesn't
the
matter.
rules.
Please sit down.
I was just going to tell you about what it's like to tell a
It's-
family
no,
that their kid
please
is
sit
never
down.
coming home.
Please sit down.
Hi, my name is Jason Witherspoon. I'm at 3505 Willows Ranch. I appreciate your time, City Council, Mayor, to listen to our concerns, let us voice what we need to say. I've got a couple of points I'd just like to make. We all know theory doesn't translate into reality when traffic or intersections are involved. You can have a great theory, you can think it's going to play out like this, but until the rubber meets the road, you don't really know what's going to happen, right? So we can say that there's ways to mitigate this area, or there's ways to mitigate that area, but until those 300 homes are developed and people are on the road, you don't really know what's going to happen, right? That's just a fact of life. Two, if the lawyer, like he said, was really interested in what the people were saying, I don't see why they're not developing 160 single-family homes on the 33 acres. They'd comply with JBAC rules, and they would meet the needs of the people standing behind me. We've voiced our concerns with that, and the best they can do is say we're going to reduce the number of rental units. I don't think they're really listening to what we want to say, what we're trying to say. The third point I'd like to make is the PDD. It's my understanding that once you guys approve this, the only thing that they have to comply with is the 297 units, but the type of units they don't have to comply with. So my understanding is once they get the PDD, they can make them 3 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories, as long as it's a maximum of 297 units. Am I incorrect with that? I don't know. That's my understanding. So those are the 3 points I wanted to make that hadn't been brought up. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carolina Hoss, and I live at 435 Harvest Point. So I know everybody has already talked about this several times, but there's a couple things that I've written down, and I just want to make sure that my voice is also heard today. They keep saying that there's a difference of 60 units, but we also need to take into account, and that might be 120, maybe 300 cars for those 60 unit difference, right? We would like to see that reduction. So one more time, if they reduce it one more time in half, we will meet the expectation of what we would like to see in our community, in our area. Young families, as they're growing in our community, we have such a large amount of young families in our subdivision. All of those children are going to be driving in the next couple of years. That's also going to increase traffic already in our area, that we already see issues with capacity, not only in our subdivision, but also at Orchard Park that's near us. I don't understand how they can have one exit onto Savannah and expect that if there's an emergency in that apartment complex, how are they all gonna be exiting 300, 600 vehicles at one time? I think that's a ridiculous amount of vehicles to be exiting in one direction to Savannah. I personally don't even drive on Savannah, and I already think that there is an issue with traffic because I know that it's Texas Dot Road, but I drive off of Hidden Knoll on 1518 to 35, and as everyone has already mentioned, that wasn't brought up in the TIA. I actually have an uncle that worked for Texas Dot for over 30 years and is still in the business. And when I showed him the TIA, it's missing a lot of information. Some of the values that were brought up in that document, yes, they did the studies, and we've already mentioned it was from 7 to whatever time and 4 to 6. I personally don't leave at those hours because I hate traffic, and I don't want to have road rage on the way to work and then be upset. So I avoid those times, and because I have a position where I can make my own schedule and work from home and go into work at what hours I like, I usually leave at 10 o'clock to avoid traffic, and I try to be back by 3-something and finish my day at home to avoid traffic. So I'm already making those adjustments so that I'm not hitting those peak hours. We've had somebody in the community already bring up the fact that their child was supposed to go to Pascal and were having to be sent to a different school because they're already at capacity at that school. And I know it was brought up in the council meeting before, the commissioners meeting before, that there were not at capacity, but that's hard to believe when a fellow homeowner in our subdivision was told that her child would have to go to another school because they're already at capacity. And like we've already mentioned, the commissioners have voted against this, and I hope that we can have your support to do the same.
Thank you.
How you doing? Tom Troutner,
3612 Sharp Hill, Kensington Ranch. First of all, you could swap out the car lot for these apartments. We'd be happy with that, right? Put the apartments where the car lot was going to be. We'd be happy with that. I've got a ton of stuff to go over. I got more notes than I got time. Traffic report, the TIA. If you guys pay attention to pages 11 through 15, it gives you the hard numbers. They're astounding. It's hard to believe that those numbers actually are true. It's overwhelming. Bus lines, if you have rentals, what about public transportation? Is there an account for that? Is there going to be something for a bus stop somewhere? There is no mitigating factors for traffic. You can't expand 15-8 Savannah. You can't expand Schertz Parkway. Restriping it for a left-hand turn lane that's already there mitigates nothing. Putting roundabouts in to slow down traffic doesn't decrease traffic, just slows it down. Trust me, it's going to be slow enough already. There's tons and tons and tons of stuff. If they really wanted to make this happen, they'd have done a comprehensive TIA instead of this cursory one for 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours at night on a Thursday, which does nothing. The numbers are misleading, okay? 297 is based off 44 acres, which they've already said they're not going to build on 12 of them. So that really doesn't mean 6.7, it means 9.2. So that's misleading, and that's purposely misleading to make the number soften. 300 was the magic number to start with. They took a big swing with a 3-0 count. They took a big swing for the fence at 486 and missed. No big deal. They drop it down like they're doing somebody a favor. They're not. 300 was the magic number for start. The drainage and the other TIA, they're staying away purposely at 1518 because there's no way they can fix that. There is no solution for that. That's TxDOT still. It's not going to happen until somebody gets killed or emergency services can't get through. So they purposely stayed away from that because there is no answer for that and they can't stop it. Building houses, R2 there, they've misled us also. You can't build 267 houses there. At 4,356 feet per acre, and the average lot size of a house is 8,700 feet, that's 222, minus 5 acres for roads, puts you down below 200. So they're not as close as they think. They're 100 more just on those numbers alone. And that's based off of Schertz's. I got that from Schertz's website of what you can build on an acre and how much you lose for roads and setbacks and such. There's a gate in Orchard Park, and nobody mentioned it. It's a little 8-foot gate, and you can clearly drive around the side or walk around the side. Is that going to be their emergency exit? Is that going to be sealed off? That's for Orchard Park to decide or to complain about. Has anybody asked if the schools can handle the influx? Pascal, the traffic's already down past Irish Creek. Can the schools handle the influx?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dennis Wheeler, and I'm 401 Round Creek. And I like West Pointers because I train West Pointers. I'm Sergeant Major Academy. Joined the Army 75, retired 2007. And I love Schertz. I was living in Windcrest prior to coming in Schertz. And my wife and I, it took us 2 years to look for houses. We didn't go to George Ranch. We didn't go to Oliver Ranch in Coleman County. We stayed right here in Schertz. Right here, beautiful Savannah, nice road. When we got here in 2008, Mr. Kensington was riding his horse down up and down the road. So I want to say, West Pointers, there's always a course of action 1, which was the 487. It's gone, right? Now there's course of action 2. Believe me, there's a course of action 3. There is. That's West Pointers. That's how they train. All right, so for me, 2 main objectives. Today I counted the cars. There were 63 cars from Pascal Elementary School all the way down to Round Creek, about 400 meters from Irish Creek to the last car. 63 cars. And 1 leave, 1 come, so could be more. My wife is a German. She German, she know how they drive. Right by coming from 1518, and she get to Round Creek, she has to 5 minutes looking, make sure before she make that left into Round Creek. So that's a traffic problem. Kids always walking up and down the street. Again, like someone mentioned earlier, in the early morning when it's dark, you've seen those kids riding their bike. And again, one entrance does not make a difference trying to go into that area. That area also seems like it's better than ours because they got a pool. They got a gate. They got gated community. We don't. But I've been there for a while. So, however, the biggest problem is safety and traffic. I mean, I make U-turn she said somebody made an illegal U-turn. I go out there 15, 18, and I look right on that traffic. It's backed up all the way to 35. I'm making an illegal U-turn, go back trying to figure out how do I get out of here. All I got.
Is there anyone else like to address the council? Going once? Going twice? All right, public hearing is closed. First of all, I want to say thank you all for being respectful for the process. In some instances, there's too many emotions going on, and I want to say thank you. We understand your concerns regarding this development, and it's important to know that we listen to what you had to say, and we are going to take all these factors into consideration. One thing I like to point out is city staff and council, both past and present, they play a crucial role in protecting this city. Okay, we are what we are because of the past council and our city staff protecting what we have here. They must ensure that development is sustainable and beneficial to our city as a whole. And like I said, they have done an excellent job because our city has grown and continues to grow. You know, development can bring improvements which enhance the quality of life for everyone in our community, making it a more desirable place for people to live and work here. And that's why we're growing. Development stimulates economic growth by attracting new businesses. This HEB did not exist if they didn't have the rooftops. Manufacturers, restaurants, that all leads to the prosperity of our city. And this council has a difficult decision to make. It involves careful consideration to various factors and the potential outcome. But most important, the long-term impact of our city. No decision is easy. And with that, I'll open it up to council for their comments and questions. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Hayward.
Question. Listening to them talking about the streets being dark and no sidewalks, is there any way to mitigate those issues if we were to pass this as a city? I mean, I know that we have a budget and we have to respect the budget, and it's some on 15, 18 and having issues. And I did know that when I was driving down Savannah on one side, but I think it's a drainage ditch, the sidewalk doesn't go all the way to the neighborhood.
Yeah, so certainly, I mean, you could certainly, council could fund, and part of Savannah is through Selma, so you'd have to work with Selma, but certainly for the Schertz part, you could fund the sidewalk, the sidewalk crossing, and additional streetlights if you wanted, yeah.
And then it was mentioned TSAC.
Right.
Wanted crosswalks.
Right, so the issue TSAC was approached with is the kind of section on the, call it south side of Savannah where Willows Ranch comes in. The problem they've got is, again, there's not the sidewalk on the south side. For the folks who kind of come out further over to the east, there's not a spot to cross. There's not sort of an intersection to get across. So those kids in there have a particular problem. So TSAC looked at it, city staff looked at it, we had a consultant come in and look at it both in terms of speed, sight distance, and appropriate crossing. The problem we have there is we looked for frankly, a cost-effective solution, because the issue is while you can build a sidewalk part of the way, there isn't room on the bridge crossing Deets Creek to fit a sidewalk. So the idea is to get folks across the sidewalk up the other side and then the school crossing. Is as somebody described, it's a pedestrian crossing with sort of a center island, so you've got a safe refuge. So kids are crossing one lane of traffic for cars coming one way, have a spot to stand and wait, and then cross the other going forward. And so that was something that TSAC looked at, recommended. It was in the budget last year. It'll be in the budget again this year as a recommendation going forward.
Okay. And I know TSAC has looked at issues with Pascal and the parking and all of that, and there just really isn't a lot, to my knowledge, that can be done with that.
Yeah,
because the school doesn't have that. The setup like some of the, like STEM out by me, the STEM school out by me, it has it where they can kind of stack a lot of cars in the parking lot to pick up students.
Right. Yeah. I think the issue we've had is Pascal's one of the relatively older schools.
Right.
It's not as big of a site, and so there isn't as much room for stacking on school property. And folks are right. People stack up Savannah, waiting to drop their kid off, pick their kid up in the morning, and it's a challenge today. It's been a challenge, and I think it's going to continue to be a challenge going forward. It's just a tight site, and there isn't room to stack. As efficient as they try to get, it's just a problem. And yeah, people experience it today, and it's been that way for a number of years.
And the blind, as we all know, that blind turn, is there a thing like, I know when we stayed in Europe, they would have the mirrors so you could kind of see cars coming and going, but then I don't know if that's something that's works or doesn't
We can
work.
certainly take a look at it. I don't recall that coming to TSAC before, but it's something we can certainly take a look at and see what measures need to be mitigated in terms of what landscaping's out there, things like that. We can certainly run it back through either way, regardless of what happens.
It'll have to
on
go
the
through
zoning
TSAC.
case, and take a look at that as well. And again, same thing with the crosswalk. As I said, that's going to be a proposed budget item. It's an issue today. It's going to continue to be an issue either way.
And then they mentioned water pressure. Is that?
Yeah, we'll
do
take
we
a look
know
at
about
that.
it?
Not really, that's not an area we've generally heard with water
That's
pressure
why I was
issues.
wondering, because I know I haven't heard that there were water pressure issues in that area, so that's
Yeah,
why.
we can certainly, again, take a look at that based on what we're hearing now. It's not been an area where we've typically had those issues or complaints come in.
Okay. All right. I think right now that's kind of all I have right now.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Macaluso?
Just a few comments and a question. I've seen firsthand the issue on Savannah. My daughter first started going there, I guess, almost 13 years ago. And my son went there as well, and it progressively has gotten worse and worse. And that line does stretch a long way. And there are a lot of kids that are walking home to that neighborhood. So that's a legitimate concern that a lot of people have expressed. I think, looking at the current development that is going on in the city, the amount of multifamily developments that are being proposed, they highly outweigh the single-family residentials that are being even considered. And I think at a certain point, we do have to consider how much can we really absorb. I know those numbers weren't 100% accurate, but we're, very close to 4,000 plus units of multifamily considerations coming in, whether that's rentals or whatever it is. How much can our market really handle? And I think that's something that we really need to consider. I do think a lot of the concerns and emails that we received were kind of more gauged towards, apartments coming in. There was a lot of concern about higher crime, lower property values. I don't think any of those are true, regardless if it was apartments coming in. And all the research I did, that wasn't the case. Rental housing is part of the realistic future that we have, because there's a lot of people that do not want to buy homes. But with that said, I do think you get to a certain point that, you kind of meet the current market, and now you've got an extra amount of housing that you might not be able to fill quickly. So Those are just some of my concerns. One question that I have is, why exactly is the PDD being requested? I see some of the things about, increased buffers, this and that. Well, you don't need that to do that. They have the minimums in place, but if you want to go further than that, you don't need a PDD to do it. That's my understanding. And, our whole purpose of having PDD is to have some innovative developments. I don't, what's innovative about this? I don't know. I don't see it. So maybe you can answer some of that for me.
So PDDs are essentially a zoning district that a developer comes in with, and they propose a unique type of development. They essentially can take things from our development standards. They usually get some sort of base zoning district. So in this case, the multifamily R4 zoning district as the base, and they kind of use that as a base to build something different. It's supposed to be something really different. And in this case, because one company is renting all of the units, if they go the regular route of R2, they would have to subdivide each individual property and essentially operate in a different manner as they would now. So with this PDD, there's one management company, they're all within the same thing, and the units are not individually platted. So that's kind of why they went the R4 base multifamily route, but also because the PDD has that APZ2 area, and that APZ2 area cannot be, without a PDD and with just regular zoning as stated in the presentation and the staff report, the city can't really enforce any of JBSA recommendations or what they desire. So that would be up to the developer. And with the PDD, it gives us a standing, to enforce what JBSA is asking for and to make sure that no development is done in the APZ2.
Yeah, I think that's fundamentally it. The PDD was the only route we had to preclude development within the section that's in the APZ2.
Isn't it a benefit to the developer to want to also have a positive relationship with the base?
Sure, you would certainly think it would be. Now, again, I will say this, frankly, that's not been borne out in Selma and in Universal City, right? Those developments came in and they platted lots that are at a density greater than 2 units per acre within the APZ2. So you're right, they might choose to do that, I think. But to your fundamental question, the PDD was the only route we had to preclude development within the APZ as part of this overall effort.
Councilmember Brown.
Again, a couple of comments, a couple of questions as well. Just a little historical perspective. Nobody wanted you in your homes either. Okay, nobody wanted me in my home. Okay, the farmers that lived near me, they didn't want that development. The development behind me that the farmers subdivided and allowed to go in, they didn't want people behind them. And as we moved on down, Pasco School was put in there basically because of the Carolina crossings and Savannah Square and whatnot. It was a pocket school. That area down the hill, Savannah Bluff, when that was started to get developed, the Carolina Crossing folks went crazy too. Oh, it's horrible, it's horrible, it's horrible. The traffic, it's unsafe for the kids at the school. Well, there was no bridge across the drainage ditch at the time either. And everybody said, well, okay, let them develop there, at least it'll stop. Well, then the developer came back and said, we'll build that $2 million bridge. Okay, and the biggest argument there was, well, Savannah Square is going to be a racetrack. It's going to go straight down into 1518. So they put the big curve in. So now everybody's complaining about the big curve. Yeah. So just a little perspective in all of this. It hasn't been that long since Schertz has really seen a lot of development. I've been here 24 years. My day job I've had for 21 years, and it's in the real estate industry. So I watch a lot of this stuff here. But, again, so I hear it all, I understand, I get the emotions, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit more than not in my backyard thing. Just from the rental thing, according to the tax records, y'all have 52 non-owner occupied homes in your neighborhood. That's about 27% of your neighborhood is non-owner occupied. They're rentals, okay? And I don't think that they're all criminals and trashy, you know. So you got to be careful about that perspective out there, is all I'm saying. Now, back to the PDD itself. Are we really sure that one entrance and exit, even with the emergency through Universal City? Oh, one other thing, real quick. Our neighboring cities don't care about Randolph. We do. All right. If you notice, if you do take a look at Kensington Park Estates, the last two streets in there have got larger lots than anything else. And that's because we tried to reduce the density because they're the only two streets that have homes in the APZ that are in Schertz. All right, if you look at what's going on in the rest of Kensington Ranch on the Selma side and this new orchard over in Universal City, they're high density. And so if you're concerned about safety and, oh my God, an airplane's going to crash, okay, think about those folks because we're safe. We're trying to do the right thing. But at the same time, that goes back to the one entrance thing. Is there any transportation option to go south or out or something?
So there's not, I mean, potentially.
I'm talking about from the developer standpoint.
Right, no, they don't control the property south of them, so they can't guarantee access to the south down to Maskey eventually. Now again, if properties were to develop and if they were to stub roads, but again, as you know, the state legislature this past session said we cannot require right-of-way dedication if the developer doesn't want to dedicate it unless it's on the CIP and unless it's funded essentially. And so there's not a way to mandate the connectivity down to the south. So however this develops, whether it's under the current zoning or as proposed, the assumption is there's the one-way out through the right-of-way dedication on Irish Creek, and then again, the emergency connection through Orchard Park.
That's really my biggest concern is that itself.
Councilmember Davis.
Mr. James, what's the max dwelling units allowed in multifamily?
24 units per acre.
So we look at our traditional zoning, and multifamily can have up to 24 units per acre. You know, my whole problem with this is this PDD process, and I've been adamant about that in a few other ones. I mean, zoning is never an easy thing. Every time we have a zoning case, you've got a surrounding property owner that doesn't want it. You've got a property owner that's trying to make effective use of their property. We see it in South Schertz all the time. You know, someone will say, I don't want a housing development to come here. I like looking out my window and looking at cows. You know, my input to them is generally, you should have bought a farm, and then you could have had cows. Because you can't tell the surrounding property owner, oh, by the way, don't ever do anything with your property now because I have my property. But I have a problem with the PDD process. I appreciate the thought that goes into protecting Randolph Air Force Base. And I appreciate the concerns for APZ 1 and 2. But is that not a moot point at this point? I mean, our surrounding communities have not cared about zoning restrictions or limiting development in APZ 2. That's clearly evident by the units that were built by the city of Selma, which, as a comment was made earlier about, we have a zoning case, why did we not notify Selma? Why did we not notify UC? Well, I've been here for 7 years, and before I got on council, I used to come to city council meetings every single week, faithfully, since I moved here in '07. And I don't ever recall Universal City presenting something to the city of Schertz saying, oh, by the way, we're going to do this next to you. Don't ever recall the city of Selma ever coming back and saying, hey, we're going to build a car dealership on 35. How do you feel about that? So at this point, I think the discussion of the APZ on that side of the town is a moot point. The damage is already done. So to sit and say that we're going to have a proposal and we're going to preserve 11 acres adjacent to an area that's already overdeveloped by Air Force recommended standards for an aircraft potential incident zone, I think it's just, to me, it's comical, to be honest with you. And I have a problem with the math that we're doing here. And it was pointed out several times where we say it's 6.9 or whatever units per acre because we're taking credit for what we could possibly build on 11 acres and we're just going to roll that over onto the 32 acres. To me, there's still a density issue that I don't think we have enough information on with regards to the number of units, whether it's 6.98 units per acre or 9.7 units per acre or 24 units per acre. I don't think we have good data on the potential density as it rolls into Savannah Drive. And to me, that's the biggest impact. We can't account for the schools. Schools build schools based on how the areas around them develop. That's why they turn around and build a second high school, and they tell folks, you would have gone to Clemens, but the area's grown, so now some of you got to go to Steele. And at some point, SCUCISD is going to build a third high school, I would imagine, because the area is growing. There's not an impact on grocery stores. Our HEB used to be packed, but now there's another HEB in Cibolo. So Cibolow's got about 35,000 people, and I venture to say that a good number of them are shopping at the HEB in Cibolo and not the HEB up on 35. So there's a lot of things that we can't account for, but things like the density and having a good plan from the get-go, I think is important. And this is why I have a problem with the PDDs. This was proposed one way, and it went to our Planning and Zoning Commission, and they made a recommendation to council based on what was presented to them, and then it comes to council, and it's a different package. I just have a hard time accepting this PDD process when there's so many gray areas in it, and it's an ever-changing process. I mean, because the reality is they could have looked at this parcel and said, we want to develop it as multifamily, and here's what we're going to propose. Well, we're not going to build anything on this 11 acres, or we're only going to use 1 acre out of the 11, and we're going to build something over here. But, I'm not even convinced that what we're looking at now is going to be what the final product is. And I just can't deal with the gray area and the flux on these types of proposals.
Councilmember Hayward.
So, hearing what Councilmember Davis said, I can tell you that when Universal City decided to do Orchard, our mayor talked to their mayor. Didn't matter. But when we always have this do the right thing, regardless of whether Cibolo or Universal City did something, I don't think Schertz should just go and do something because they did. I mean, growing up as a kid, your mom would say, well, Johnny, you always go, hey, well, Johnny does it. Well, if Johnny go jump off a bridge, are you going to jump off a bridge? Well, no. Because you're not going to follow everyone. And I'm not at this point where I get they did it. But we don't have to be the city that goes, well, it doesn't matter about the APZ. It doesn't matter. Because for me, I wasn't in the military, but my husband was in the Navy. He did 30 years, and he was a submariner and an aviator. And I understand what happens when houses encroach upon some of the bases, and some of those, some of the missions can't be done, and how some of those areas get so affected by not being able to do that. And this is hard because for me, being associated with that and seeing how some communities suffered when missions went away, then a lot of houses went up for sale because some of those people followed where the mission went. And some cities have a hard time recuperating from that. And I am all about making sure, because of my connection and being connected, making sure that Randolph is okay and we're not messing up Randolph just because somebody else did. And they're talking about bringing all these different things and some of the missions that they do. I don't want us to have a bad relationship with Randolph because we go, well, Universal City and Selma did it to you, so we're going to do it to you. Do I want to say, okay, residents, I hear you, but I can't? It's about Randolph and that neighborhood. So I think about if the mission leaves, how many of our houses are an area, and how will Schertz be affected by that if the mission goes away because we decide that we're going to be just like everybody else? When we always talk about we want to be the better city, we want things to be better in Schertz. And I get the PDD process is not the greatest, but I always want to take people at their word. And if you say, I was at the planning and zoning and I heard the people and that didn't happen, I listened to them. We've had that happen before with other developers where people were complaining over and over and over, and they changed it. Some of them even went out and met with the people to try to change it. Some accepted it, some didn't. So sometimes when you meet with them, you tell them and you can guide it. Just because you have this mindset that they don't want to talk to you and they're not going to hear you, sometimes they do. And we can't take everyone thinking that everyone is crooked when they develop. And I'm not saying it's different, but I like to try to take people at their word, that they're being honest until they're not. And when you show me you're not, then I'm not going to ever want you in my city, doing anything in my city. And so I want the residents to know that I hear them. This is very tough, but I think about the mission, and I've seen cities where how hard it is to recuperate from messing with a mission. And then a lot of your homes in my area, they go up for sale. And then they stay there, they become vacant. And they're there for a long time, and then sometimes you get people coming in and they're coming into and becoming a squatter in the home and they don't care. And the other thing that, like Councilmember Brown said, we have to be careful about what we say about renters. There are some people here or up here that rent. That doesn't make them a criminal because they rent. That doesn't make them a criminal and think that they won't take care of their yard. I can tell you we rented all over the place during the time we were in the military. There were times that we rented a home and we did things in the home because we took value in that home, because it was my home at the time I was in it. So let's not think that everyone that's renting is not going to take care of it. As he said, there's 52 homes in your neighborhood that are renters. Did you know that? No. They probably take care of their yard just like you do. Some do, some don't. In my neighborhood, there's some people that own a home and they don't take care of their yard. So we have to be careful at labeling people and saying, oh, they're bad. Because there are people that own homes and they go, it's my house. I don't have to paint it because it's mine. I don't have to cut the grass, it's mine. I've known people that said if my grass needs to be green, God can make it rain because it's his grass, it's not mine. And they won't water their yard. And they own the home. So I'm just saying, let's just be careful and think about how we're talking to people. And I don't want my words to come across like I'm not hearing you. But I think we need to be careful because we all are residents of Schertz, whether we rent or we own, and we all come together and we like to help each other and do the right thing. And that's what I know Schertz to be, is loving and caring, because I moved here. And in the time I've been here, it's grown. Where I live, Evo wasn't there, it was cows. Now it's about to be, we've got Evo and other things coming. And I live off of where I get off of I-35, and they changed that exit to right where my the main street of my neighborhood comes out. So can imagine people flying off of I-35, getting off on the exit, and we got to come out of ours. So I understand when people are flying and you're trying to figure out where they're going. Most of them are just going home. You know, where you in a rush to go? You're going home. Slow down. Think about the people that you're impacting. And that's something that we need to impress upon our neighbors. Think about this. You live in my neighborhood or in a neighborhood next to me. Slow down, because our kids are out playing. In my neighborhood, they put up a solar speed checker, so to speak, to let you know when you're going too fast. There are people that they purposely try to figure out how fast they can go up that hill. And you're like, and we've had people say, why is it blinking at me at 27 miles an hour? Because you're getting too close to 30. And they don't want it to blink at them. So it's usually people in your neighborhoods are the ones that's speeding. I've seen it in my neighborhood. So we have to reach out to our neighbors and say, hey, slow down, kids are here. Would you want this for your kid? And I think if we can mitigate some things, I want to make sure that Schertz is doing the right thing and making sure that our community is economically sound when we know that in this surrounding area, Randolph puts in $5 billion. And most of us in here are connected to the military somehow. And we got to ask ourselves, do we want that to go away? Will we want to jeopardize it just because somebody else did? The other cities don't care, but we do. Because we are 30% of our people here are military or tied to it. And we want to make sure that Randolph stays. So let's just think about it as we go forward and think what it is we really need to do and what we need to think about, and that's what I'm doing. And I can tell you it's a tough decision. Regardless of how this comes out, it's a tough decision because somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. And who loses, it depends on our vote, whether, we get houses developed in that APZ. And that's why I think with the PDD, that's why they're trying to do it that way, to ensure that nothing goes there. They're not the best thing, but it's in our UDC. And that's kind of all I have to say.
Before I recognize Councilmember Davis, Mr. James, for clarity. The PDD, does it actually state single-family detached?
So let me be clear kind of what we tried to word it. What it says is, so each unit, each building can only have one family in it. So you can't do duplexes, you can't do townhomes, you can't do a building that's got 8 families in it. Each building can only have one family. Those have to be detached from the other buildings. But where this becomes multifamily, as you know, it has to do with the platting. It's all one lot, and it has all of those 297 buildings potentially, which is the max it's capped at, on that one lot, which makes it multifamily.
So basically, the bait and switch that was referred to here really can't occur. The only thing that can happen is the max is 297, but once they start plotting it, it might be less. Am I correct?
Sure. The PDD, and this goes to the density question, caps it at 297. And so there's not really a reason to even put in a dwelling units per acre when you do a PDD and when you cap it, because that's your maximum number of units. You don't typically have that in zoning. So again, they can't go more than that. They can't have buildings that have more than one family in a building based on the current PDD.
But they can have a building that has 2 floors.
The only cap we have is on the height.
The height, 35.
Is 35 feet. Now, let me be clear on that. 35 feet is the cap in the R2 district.
Mm-hmm.
So the height isn't changing per the zoning, but again, it depends on how they design the building, and conceivably, you can get 3 stories under 35 feet.
But only one family.
But with one family.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure
But
there's
you could, but let
clarity
me
there.
come back in. This is where the PDD comes into play. And again, the reason staff went the PDD route on this was to prevent development on the section in APZ. And then we had other regulations that got thrown in that seemed to make this more palatable, not get it over the hump. But council could certainly limit the number of stories through the PDD process. If you want to say, yeah, 35 feet, but only 2 stories, you could certainly throw that into the PDD process.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go on the record. I will do anything in my power to protect the mission at Randolph Air Force Base. I like the idea of trying to protect the areas around the base. And I think the council's done an exceptional job of looking at those areas that we have under control. My point is simply a couple of things. Number one, from my perspective, the damage in APZ2 is already done. Regardless of what the city of Schertz does, the damage is already done with the development by 2 other communities in APZ2. Having said that, and trust me, I'm intimately familiar with the base realignment and closure process. I was part of a closure team for an Air Force base. I would suggest that it might not be a bad idea for the staff and for the council to look at the last DOD report that talked about base realignment and closure. Because the whole purpose of the general purpose of the base realignment and closure is to rid the Department of Defense of excess capacity. So they do a study and look at the installations that have excess capacity. So the question might come down to is, where does Randolph fit into that scheme, or Lackland, or anybody else of excess capacity? And I think if you read the report, you might have a slightly enhanced perspective of our environment in this area. And number 2, and I can't stress this enough, at the end of the day, base realignment and closure is a political decision that is done by our friends in Washington, D.C. The city of Schertz can do everything in their power to protect, or what we think is to protect, the mission of Randolph Air Force Base, and at the end of the day, it's a political decision in Washington, D.C. I've seen that play out several times.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, let me maybe kind of clarify sort of the motivation behind staff's position on part of this as well. And I think we made clear, we went the PDD route versus straight zoning to prevent development in the section in APZ. I think fundamentally, though, when staff looks at a zoning case like this, where we start is that it is not necessarily the policy of the city and the practice of the city of Schertz that it's inappropriate to have multifamily next to single family, right? And we've heard some of that from folks. Don't want apartments, don't want renters. I appreciate that, and you certainly have cases where that goes poorly, but we don't start with this position that they're incompatible uses inherently. And so we're open to looking at that. I would agree with Councilman Davis. When you look at the amount of development that's occurred in the APZ1 and the APZ2, this 11 acres is not going to make the difference. And frankly, really what we're talking about when staff kind of estimates what that means between what the JLU says, which is up to 2 units per acre, and likely how this would develop, we're really probably only talking about 18 more units than what could develop there and be compatible. And so again, further, those 18 units are not going to tip this over. But I think there is, to some degree, when we weigh all of the different factors, the fact that this brings this into compatibility with the JLUS, and that JBSA said we support the proposed zoning. But again, I want to be clear, it was not as though staff looked at this and thought, oh gosh, this is this horrible, horrible thing, and we're only going to support it because of this. We started with this position that multifamily next to single family, as you can see across the street, is not fundamentally incompatible. And then we look at all of the other factors that go with it. And I'll say this, I can certainly appreciate the residents saying, we think the traffic is too much today, and that we don't support anything that adds more traffic. And I want to be clear, the zoning being proposed as it is today with 297 multifamily units generates more traffic than it would if it developed under the R2 zoning. So That's a perfectly valid point. Again, I think when staff looks at that, part of what we hear is that, yeah, the folks who are here tend to not like the additional traffic. Staff looks at capacity of our roadway system, that may be more traffic than people like, but there's capacity for it to handle, and that's part of the factor as well. And again, ironically, and I'll say this, I'm not aware of any improvements that Orchard Park made at all to the larger roadway network. And per the typical calculations, Orchard Park generated or will generate as much traffic as the proposed development here. Nominally, the proposal may be 9% more than that, and I get it, but all of these things happen that create background traffic that adds to it that we're going to have to deal with it going forward. And again, you've heard me talk, and folks here heard me talk at P&Z. The biggest problem that we have that's a frustration for our residents and our business owners is infrastructure, and particularly roads, lags development. You know, folks were complaining about 1103 forever. It's still not improved. Folks are complaining about 1518 South. You hear those complaints, and it's just kicking off. 35, the same thing. So that's not to say that's right, but that's the reality of the way things happen in Texas. We don't have the ability to make those roads improve. And really, where those roads get funded is because traffic gets bad, which is why 1103 got funded and why 1518 get funded. But I certainly appreciate the frustration of residents, and I certainly understand the challenges and the safety issues that come with that of not having those improvements in place early. So,
Councilmember Hayward.
I guess the question when some of the residents were saying, I guess with Irish Creek and it's coming out, and where the development that's coming in is coming out the same way. Is that for road alignment, or can those be shifted if there were traffic mitigations, you know, trying to keep them from coming at the same area? Is that something that's...
right. So the right-of-way that's been dedicated is directly opposite Irish Creek. And you know, I hate to speak for John Nowak, and he may say, well, not exactly, but typically we line roads up. You don't want to offset roads, and when you have roads aligned, you can better mitigate for that. So no, currently the way it is the right-of-way that's been dedicated is directly opposite of Irish Creek. For that to shift, the HOA that controls the property on either side would have to agree for that shift, or in theory, council would have to use the power of eminent domain to get right-of-way to cause it to shift. And so really the path that the property owner has, whether it's single family or multifamily, is directly opposite of Irish Creek. And again, that is typically where you would want it, because that's where you would have the potential to mitigate those issues. Now, let me say this as well, just to be clear, and again, not that folks are going to like it, I can appreciate that, but for the purposes of a zoning case, what we really look at is what is generally this impact, and generally are there ways to mitigate it, but we don't get into particular solutions. We look much more closely at those particular solutions as part of the platting or the site plan, as that case may be. And so, for example, when we look at the TIA and we read what they talk about with regard to Schertz Parkway in Savannah, one of the things that we would take a much closer look at is the fact that in those peak times, and that's what you look at with the TIA, and particularly the AM peak, at 7 to 9, and with Pascal opening, I think at 7:30, and the Tardy Bell 8:15-ish, hits in there, is how do those mitigation measures affect that? And one of the challenges you've got there, as you know, is my fellow employees at the city of Schertz, 2 of them are out there every morning, Monday through Friday when school's in session. And so it functions as a different intersection because of the crossing guards, that a free right doesn't function the same way, where normally you think, oh, it's a free right and they can get and they can move. Well, for much of the time, you're not making a free right because the crossing guard is out there stopping people so kids can cross Schertz Parkway safely. So again, that's one where we would do a much more detailed look at particular solutions and how they affect and how they're appropriate. Really what we're looking at is a much higher level look at capacity issues of the road network on a zoning case, if that makes sense.
Councilmember Westbrook.
So, Mr. James, I think earlier before there was a gentleman who,
Yeah.
8,000 meeting started, and I'm getting close.
We reserved the whole front front area there for you, Mr. James.
there was a gentleman earlier who said there was a site plan required for the PDD. Do we have it, or is that required or not? Or
So that's what they've provided as part of that. Now, what we've made clear is that's not locked in with this PD. It's for informational purposes, so that can shift around, but they've provided that graphic with the PDD, but again, they've not locked it in. And again, with different PDDs to different degrees, and we've had this conversation whether or not we want to lock them in the layout specifically, we've not locked them into this one. And so again, we have PDDs that it's very specific and very exact. So Homestead, for example, there was a bust on some of the calculations, and they had to come back and make some adjustments because they were short less than a foot of space between what they could fit off Homestead Parkway. We've got others that are somewhere in between, and then we've got some that are more informational purposes, which is what this is.
So
But those are in there in the PDD, yes.
So we haven't always required everybody to be locked in?
We have not always required everybody to be locked in. I think most recently we had the Schertz Gateway over there off Eckert Road, generally, by Cypress Point, and we didn't necessarily lock them into that layout. The Embry Project Search Station, we didn't lock them into a layout.
Okay, so it's not required, all right, just
Not
trying to do that.
locking into that level of specificity.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so that's not out of the norm. The second part is, I think, to Paul Macaluso, to Councilman Macaluso's point was, sometimes I think all of these individual projects, we take them in silos instead of taking a holistic viewpoint, right? Like, oh, this right here is fine. This apartment complex here is fine. This affordable housing is fine here. And this workforce housing is fine here versus there's a cumulative effect sooner or later on the feel, on the quality of life for the city of Schertz.
Yep.
All right. And so I don't know if that's always taken into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, we look broadly. I think this is what we talk about in terms of wanting to be a sustainable community, and we don't want too much of one type of use. And so, for instance, some communities struggle, for example, because they're predominantly residential, and they don't have that commercial development to help support that tax base, right? And so sometimes they're very wealthy communities and they're perfectly fine, but other times they struggle over time because they lack that area of commercial. And so that's a good example where if you want to be sustainable, even though folks may say, I don't want the traffic that comes with this or that or the other, and I'll give you the example on Schertz. We are fairly heavy in industrial. Now, again, it's generally on the other side of 35, it's closer down to south to I-10, but that generates a lot of truck traffic. So if you sit up at Schertz Parkway and the 35 frontage road, right, you get a lot of 18-wheelers coming off those industrial that are slow making the turn, kind of coming around. That's an impact we have from it. And so, yeah, staff does look at that. And so while we look at those numbers in terms of how much multifamily we have, some of the multifamily that's potentially allowed is also other uses. And so we see it go both ways. And so some of the multifamily zone we have, we don't think is going to develop as multifamily. And again, if you look at the amount of single-family residential zoning, it's significantly more than the amount of multifamily residential zoning. But yeah, that is something staff looks at. Now, we don't go so far to say, and I'll use the example that we got hit with a lot, well, if residents come up and say, you're going to approve another gas station convenience store. We have too many gas stations, you need to tell them no. And our answer is, well, the market's going to dictate that, and if they can build a better mousetrap, let them kind of come in. So I think we do broadly look at that. For example, if you think about it, and the other thing I'd say is what we tend to see in my career, or what you tend to find is that multifamily comes in kind of peaks and valleys. You'll get a few projects come in as there's demand in the market, and then you'll go a stretch without. So for example, when is the last apartment complex that opened in the city of Schertz?
15 years ago, longer.
It's not quite, but it's almost a dozen. Merritt Lakeside,
Yes.
right, was the last one. And so we have a few that are coming in now, But again, that typically is what we see as the trend. And so while it feels like we're getting a lot, and I think your point is right, we have this broader trend now for rental housing, because even if you look at the multifamily that we're getting, Aviator 1518 on 1518 is a standard suburban apartment complex, but the Embry project, which is under construction, moving dirt now, is not. It's this sort of different thing that we're seeing today, which is this rent to own. It looks and feels more like a single family neighborhood on one lot, and that's what the PDD that the applicant here is proposing. And so again, we're seeing this trend in that. We're also frankly seeing a trend regionally in subdivisions that are on individual lots, but they're built to rent out. It's just a different kind of market, and we'll see this for a while, and then it'll shift and change going forward. And so yeah, I think staff has concern that we have a diversity of housing type, and we don't have too much of one kind of going forward. You know, for example, one thing that staff worries about is we don't have a lot of garden home residential product. We just hadn't had it built, and that's a bit of a concern for us as people want to downsize or want to own their own single family home, but don't need quite as much space or quite as much yard.
The other part was, so you quoted earlier, you said, hey, part of the reason you did PDD was to address the flight zone.
That was the fundamental reason we went with the PDD, because again, I think staff has understood, and we had a meeting with the developer, was it this week, last week? It runs together, where literally they talked about this and staff said, we aren't going to support a PDD just to modify the development standards, because we understand from council, they don't want to see that coming in anymore. That if you're coming in just to modify development standards, they're not going for that. They don't want staff to support it. It has to be a really different, unique kind of a thing for that to happen. And so that's the message staff has been conveying based on what we've been hearing from council.
I agree with that. You just said it's the primary reason. But to Mr. Davis, Councilman Davis' comment, you said, hey, essentially if we build in there, it doesn't make a difference anywhere. So why are we going through the PDD route if we put 2 homes, 3 homes, 5 homes, 10 homes there, it doesn't make a difference. So PDD, what good is PDD doing
right.
if it doesn't make a difference?
Well, maybe let me clarify if I wasn't clear. Staff doesn't feel like somehow if that portion under the current zoning develops, that's going to cause Randolph to somehow close down, that's this tipping point. Because you're right, you look at a map, you've got all this development in the APZ that's not consistent with the JLUIS. This is a small portion of it. And really, when you look at it, you probably only get about 18 more units than could develop consistent with the JLUIS. So it narrows it, right? So staff isn't going so far to say, you need to approve this zoning, otherwise Randolph's going to close. But what staff is saying, though, is that JBSA came out and said they support, they are in favor of this rezoning. And the other part of it is what this does is it does bring it into compliance. And so there is a bit of weight to what Councilwoman Hayward said, which is we talk about what the right thing to do is, and what staff has understood, and maybe we're misapplying it here, but staff has understood our council's position has been we're generally going to make decisions compatible with the JLUIS and the studies that come out, to the point that I'm not aware of another community in the area that put in a provision in our zoning ordinance that says city council cannot approve a zoning case in the ACUs unless JBSA Randolph comes out and says they support it and are in favor of it. Not that they're neutral to it, not that they don't oppose it, but literally you cannot approve a rezoning in the APZs, the ACUs, unless JBSA comes out and says they support it and gives you that in writing. And so that is part of the factor. So again, it's a balancing of things. It's not black and white, it's a balance. And so on the one hand, we said this is right. But let me kind of go back. The fundamental when staff started looking at this that we looked at is our council's policy in the past is that having multifamily next to single family isn't inherently incompatible. And if our council said that, if we took a policy and there's cities that do say, look, we don't want an apartment complex or a multifamily within 500 feet of single family, you could do that. And we would have looked at it and said, yep, that's not consistent. The answer is no, it's too close. But that's not the position that council's taken here. And so that's how we sort of started it.
Two other points. The difference between not incompatible and compatible seems to be a little two sides of the same coin. I can say I'm not opposed to something, but that's totally different than, hey, I support it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are nuances to it, right? And so again, if you look at what we've heard from residents, and we've heard a number of things. One we've heard is we don't want rental properties near us. We don't want apartments near us. So you say if people don't want apartments or don't want rentals, then don't have it. We've heard traffic. We've heard flooding. We've heard environmental impacts and the impacts on nature. We've heard impacts on utilities, water and sewer service, and we've heard impact on public safety. That's generally been what we've heard. There have probably been a few other things sort of thrown in. But I think as staff clicks through those, with the exception of the traffic issue, we don't necessarily agree with the residents, right? That somehow having this apartment complex is going to be a challenge for EMS to provide service for. You know, I've got a bigger issue with Orchard Park coming in, which is in Universal City, which has how many fire stations?
None.
I believe Universal City has one fire station.
Yeah, on
They've
the
got
other side of the
one.
creek.
They've got, I think, 25 firefighters, right? But how did they get here? Across the bridge on the Cibolo Creek, which is where, right? I mean, that's the bigger concern I've got is Orchard Park, that we're serving this, you know, if there's fire, we're probably going to help out, right? Mutual aid kind of thing. Yep. I mean, so with the exception of traffic, I don't know that staff necessarily shares the residents' concern that this is problematic. And again, our understanding is just because it's apartments isn't a reason to say no to it. Every case has to be taken on its own. You have to look at all those factors. So that's why I say it's not incompatible, but there could be some cases where it is incompatible. There could be some cases where it's compatible.
I'll end with a quick story. It goes back to that gentleman, that history teacher, talked about caveat emptor. So I was looking for basically rental property. Went down to Marion, saw a cute little yellow house. Put in an offer, it was accepted. We did our due diligence, right? And then I said, oh, you know what? I think this will make a great, mobile food park. They said, yeah. My realtor says, yes, but can you make money as is? Don't think about it where it can be, because things can go awry. So it goes back to my point is, the gentleman, the developer, bought the land R2. I'm pretty sure he can make money as is without any rezoning whatsoever.
Yeah, and let me be clear. I'm not sure he's bought the property yet, but that's certainly a valid thing. Let me say this, and maybe one thing the residents like is, yeah, I mean, the developer and the property owner, they have the zoning they have, and there's nothing, I mean, you're right. It's perfectly valid to say, yeah, you've got zoning. It's single family. When all the folks in the neighborhood around you bought, if they looked at the zoning, they assumed it was single family, and you have not made enough of a case that we should change the zoning. It's, again, a valid perspective. And it's, again, where I think staff looks to council and says, how does council look at these things, right? Is it, unless you can demonstrate, I think I've used some of this example with you guys before, unless, is council look at it and say, we're not going to approve it only if we can see it's negative? Or does council look at it and say, I'm not going to approve it unless I can see this is beneficial, right? It's two different ways to look at it. What's the bar, what's the threshold? And that's really a policy direction, a policy decision for council that staff sits and watches. And so staff will go back tomorrow and we will talk about the comments and the things that council members have made to help us shape policy going forward in the things that we've heard. And so you're right, it's a policy decision of how council looks at these. And we've had council members say, people have a right to develop their property the way they sort of want. And it's that standard of, unless it looks really bad, we're going to approve the rezone. We've had other council members take a different perspective. It's not a right or wrong.
But
So I don't disagree with you, Councilman.
But to your point, it still didn't solve the traffic issue.
Yeah, I mean, again, let me say, I think the residents made clear, there's a traffic problem today, and that traffic problem is going to get worse if it develops under the current zoning. And I would argue there is going to be even more traffic under the proposed rezoning. Whether that crosses a tipping point is enough to say that's the decision to kind of be made with it.
Now,
and that's one of a number of factors.
Yes. Now, Councilmember Westbrook mentioned a couple of things about, certain properties. We have challenges in this situation because things grew around it. But I can tell you that our city staff does have a vision, and they look forward, because even Saddlebrook, we made decisions to put 3009 that doesn't exist right now on the southern part of Schertz. So there is that proposal that, depending on what is being developed, there will be other things that will be added to the property. And Saddlebrook has the 3009 extension that one day will be built.
Yeah, so perfectly valid to say part of the reason we went with lot sizes we did in Saddlebrook was because running through the middle of it, they had this major arterial roadway. And for that development to happen with that impact, they had to get more lots out of it. I don't disagree with that.
No, another point I want to make is that housing is very expensive around here. For anybody to buy a house of $300,000, they have to make approximately $80,000 a year annual income. But that's if you could find a $300,000 home here in Schertz. Most of the houses around here are close to $400,000, and pretty soon every one of you will be millionaires because your house is going to be worth $1 million. That's how bad it can get. So, that's long term. I probably won't be here, but it's affordable housing is something that it's looked at different ways, and there is quite a bit of multifamily coming in, but we know the reason why. Affordability. Not only that, the nature of today's young Americans, they don't want to mow the lawn. They're just interested in playing their games or being on their little machines there, and that's why we see the shift in what's being built. Our developers, we made a decision today. Developers are not going to come in with a car lot to put on I-35 because this council says it's not going to work. And before, previous council had said, we're not building anything that will jeopardize the mission at Joint Base San Antonio Randolph. And that's the position this staff is taking. And that's why this PDD was proposed, is because of the past council had a vision not to jeopardize that mission. And we work with the developers on different occasions to try to fit the needs of what the previous council had said. And maybe this council will be different. I don't know. We'll soon find out. But each parcel of land is very challenging. Each development is going to bring traffic. That I can tell you right now. I mean, and you're looking at the roads that we have right now. We have 1518 that's going to be constructed. You have a mess on IH-35. IH-10 is being worked on. 1103 is being worked on. People will find a way to get home when there's a traffic jam. And the thing about it is that when we live here, we know the back roads. People from Austin, Dallas, passing through these roads, they're going to stay on I-35, and they might wait a whole hour before they get past that traffic jam. It happens. But with that, Mayor Pro Tem Macaluso.
I'm going to make a motion
Okay.
to deny the request to rezone.
Have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Macaluso for denial of the zone. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Have a second by Councilmember Westbrook. Hey. Council, any other comments? All right. I'd like to point out that 2 nay votes is a disapproval. Council, please cast your vote.
Can you confirm that vote? You said 2 nay votes.
Two
Votes.
it's a denial. 2 votes, 2
So-
yes
so
votes. Yeah, because it's in the negative.
But Mayor, the problem is he made a negative motion.
Yes, he made a negative motion.
That's right. So, but what you were talking about is it's two nay votes. It fails because a supermajority is required to pass it.
Yes.
That would be if the motion was in the affirmative, which would have been preferable. So a motion in the affirmative would have to have a supermajority.
So if you cast a yes vote, that means you're denying the zone.
That's the way
It's
this
just-
motion was made. That's correct.
We need to reset it.
Can we, I'd like to request that the motion be withdrawn so that it can be made in the positive to approve it, and that way if you vote no, you're voting to disapprove it.
The motion's been made on the floor. Councilmember Macaluso, if you'd like to amend your motion or
I have
withdraw.
no problem to amend the motion to,
Okay. All right. Councilmember Westbrook, any objections to the amendment?
None.
Okay. If you'd like to go ahead and restate your motion.
okay, I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance requesting the rezone.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Gibson, second. All right. Council, please cast your vote. Oh, I'm sure the council had clarification that the no vote is denial, right?
Correct.
If you can go ahead and post the motion. We have a 2-5, motion denied. Well, good morning, everyone. As you know, our city council meeting, it went into the late hours, in the morning hours. Thank you for your patience. Our work is not done. We still have a couple of things that we need to clear up, but with that, I'll go ahead and just call for recess while you all exit, and thank you. Thank you for your time. All right, the time is 12:16. We reconvene into our regular session, and we're going straight into a closed session, and that's why we have a closed session in pursuant to Texas Governmental Code Section 551.071 to receive legal advice and counsel from our city attorney regarding item number 1, the Post Oak Landfill administrative appeal, and number 2, issues related to the Schertz Police Department policies and procedures regarding creation and retention of department documents. The time is now 12:16. We will reconvene after our session. All right, the time is now 12:35. We reconvene into a regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session. Reference item number 20 in regards to item number 19. The item is the Post Oak landfill. The chair will make a motion not to move forward with the Post Oak landfill litigation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, council, cast your vote. All right, we can post the vote, please. We have 7 yeas, no objection, motion passes. In regards to item number 20, in reference to item B, the start time was 12:25, end time was 12:33. There is no motion to consider. So we'll move on to item number 21. December 2023 and January 2024 financial statements. These were information packets that were provided to council and available for public viewing at our website, Schertz.com. So we'll move on to next item. Council, any possible updates or information requested from staff? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Macaluso.
Actually, it's probably more for the request on the future council agenda. Maybe on our next workshop, we could have a discussion on the second phase of the skate park area.
Okay. Any other items? Hey, council, any possible items you'd like to place on the future agenda? None, okay. Announcements by council members, Mayor Pro Tem Macaluso.
I have nothing to share, sir.
Councilmember Davis.
Nothing this morning, sir.
Councilmember Watson.
I attended the BVYA opening day ceremonies and the Lions Club Easter in Pickerel Park, and that was all.
Councilmember Gibson.
Attended the pre-budget meeting and the 12th annual Easter in the Park event hosted by the Schertz Selma Lions Club. And I also attended the Schertz Historical Preservation meeting.
Councilmember Westbrook.
I attended the pre-budget meeting and the Schertz Historic Preservation Committee meeting. I will tell you, those individuals on that committee are pretty passionate. I'll leave it at that. They're passionate about Schertz history.
Councilmember Hayward.
Yes, I attended the Employee Remembrance Day, the council pre-budget, the EDC meeting, and I'm just going to say the Lions Club Easter in the Park event. That's all.
Councilmember Brown.
Employee Remembrance Day, well done again this year, that's all.
Okay. The time is 12:39. We stand adjourned.